Another is the remarkable similarity between the Mexica history and that of the Bunyoro Kingdom of the East African Rift Valley, itself a lacustrine basin geographically similar to the Valley of Mexico. The resemblances include the Bunyoro people's notions of early European visitors, who were sometimes identified with the Bakwezu rulers of the fabled Kidara Empire that once dominated the valley and peoples beyond. Europeans, reports the ethnographer John Beatty, were sometimes taken for Bakwezu returning to their old kingdom, and were said to have possessed marvelous skills and marvelous powers, should we not say, like the Toltecs? Indeed, the Bunyoro relate that they inherited the great realm and high culture of the Bakwezu in much the same way as the Mexica became the successors of the glorious Toltecs, including the parallel saga of their origin as uncultured barbarians who migrated from the northern peripheries of the empire to its interlacustrine heartland. So the resemblances continue. The Bakwezu of ancient Kidara are analogously described as a mysterious race of semi-divine rulers, of whose extraordinary wisdom and achievements stories are still told, including their takeover of the country from an even more shadowy dynasty. And the Bakwezu kings, too, were high priests of their Kidara realm, as wealthy as they were wise, reigning over many lesser kingdoms of the Rift Valley and beyond. Just as the Bakwezu resemble the Toltecs, so the Bunyoro who replaced them were like the Mexica in their original Xiximec state. Their own traditions stress the Bunyoro's ignorance and uncouthness when they first arrived from their uncivilized homeland. Like the common depictions of the Xiximecs, the Bunyoro are described as rough hunters, naked and savage, without knowledge of riches, courtly manners, or diplomacy, as it were, sans roi, sans loi, sans foi. Speakers of the uncivilized Nilotic Logo tongue, this, too, the Bunyoro would give up when they adopted the customs and language of the Bantu Bakwezu. It is remarkable, comments the historian Roland Oliver, that the successor kingdoms of the Bakwezu in the Rift Valley, Buganda, Toro, Nkali, Sogo, and Bunyoro, among others, attribute most of the social and cultural practices that mark them off from surrounding regions to their glorious Kidara predecessors. Many are at pains to describe how they learned and copied the kingship customs of these ancient rulers, from whom indeed their own kings claim to be descended, like Moctezuma, who similarly transcended Xiximec origins by virtue of an ancestral connection to the fabled Toltecs. In juxtaposing the Mexica and the Bunyoro, I join a small cottage industry in Mesoamerican studies that has turned out a number of such cross-cultural comparisons, likening not only the Mexica's polity to various African states, but also their hegemony to the Roman Empire and their kings to sovereigns of Polynesian islands. In the latter connection, Susan Gillespie's adaptation of the Polynesian stranger king model to Mexica history, including her appropriate emphasis on the passage of sovereignty through high-ranking women, is most pertinent to the present discussion. So is David Carrasco's analysis of core, periphery relations in the Valley of Mexico on the model of the galactic polities of Southeast Asia, as described in influential works by Stanley Tumbaya. Still, these excellent studies are also relevant to Mexica history and culture in a way that is not usually envisioned, for, like the Bunyoro, we are here considering a stranger kingdom established by a peripheral, relatively undeveloped society over the legendary high culture core of a galactic polity. Although such takeovers of dominant centers by hinterland peoples are not all that unusual, everything thus happens in reverse of the ideal typical case where foreign kings from legendary homelands subjugate uncultured aboriginals. The structural permutations and contradictions that ensue from this reversal Mexica, who proudly know themselves at once as Toltecs and Xiximecs, for example, make up the main subject matter of this essay. Stranger kings, galactic polities. To make these points, I will need some further preliminary discussion of stranger king formations and a summary of the dynamics of galactic polities. In the prototypical stranger king traditions, the heroic founder of the dynasty comes from some fabled homeland, terrestrial or celestial, actual or legendary. Commonly, he is the son of a powerful king in a realm of great repute who failed to succeed his father, perhaps because he was bested by a fraternal rival, perhaps for some fault that led to his banishment. Or in a higher register, the dynastic founder is the offspring of the gods, perhaps expelled from their presence by some similar conflict or offense, who descends upon an autochthonous people from the heavens, always a good address for persons with royal ambitions. In a common topos, the hero undertakes an arduous journey to his future kingdom, mastering both natural and human forces along the way, thus demonstrating his transcendent powers and prefiguring the royal gifts of fertility and victory he will bring to his native subjects. As has been said of certain African kings, their powers of destruction were powers of creation. The hero is often known as well for more sinister exploits such as fratricide, parricide, incest, or other crimes against common morality, which likewise puts him above and beyond ordinary society and proves he is stronger than it. Both Quetzalcoatl and Huitzilopochtli were notorious for betraying or slaying close kinsmen, sisters, paternal uncles, brothers, and sisters' sons among them on the way to their respective kingdoms. They were something else, not like the kinship-ordered peoples they were destined to rule. Endowed with cosmic potency and stronger than society, the stranger king is in a position to reorganize it. The advent of the foreign hero is a civilizing mission, bringing the aboriginal people out of their original state of naked savagery. Such was the condition of the primordial Shishi-Mex, a people without idols or storehouses, living in straw huts, subsisting on game that was not always cooked, as well as wild roots, fruits, and herbs. In short, they lived like brute animals. In the paradigmatic Mesoamerican tradition, the Shishi-Mex were delivered from this primitive condition by advanced peoples such as the Toltecs, and in particular by Quetzalcoatl, who introduced marvelous crafts, precious goods of various kinds, houses and temples of stone, clothing of cotton, and a lot more. But not necessarily by conquest. Stranger kingdoms may be established by conquest, and the kings are typically ferocious by nature, but notwithstanding certain popular 19th century theories of state formation to that effect, conquest is often overrated as the source of foreign dynasties. Noticing the prevalence of an ethnic distinction between rulers and ruled in pre-modern states, Ludwig Gumplaues famously concluded that might must have made right in all such cases. While this ethnic divide does indeed suggest the ubiquity of stranger kingdoms, in the traditions at issue the dominance of the foreign ruler is not necessarily generated by forcefully overcoming the autochthonous people, since his superiority is an original condition. Arriving from an exalted realm, his power derived from gods of universal scope, the stranger king is a ruler a priori, whereas the native people, insofar as they approximated an Aristotelian definition of barbarism, would be subjects if not slaves by nature. In the charter traditions at issue, the rule of the foreign hero is often peacefully accepted for a variety of divine or political benefits, ranging from bringing rain to suppressing feuds and protecting the native communities against even worse regimes in the neighborhood. Frequently enough, for some such reason, an indigenous group will actively solicit a ruler of their own from a more powerful king, just as the Mexica elders did from the king of Culhuacan, himself of Toltec heritage. There will be more to say of this in the context of Mesoamerican galactic polities, but for the present note that the Mexica had good precedent in certain traditions of Quetzalcoatl that tell of how the Toltecs brought him from Quextlan to install as their king in Tolan. According to the annals of Coahuitlan, 5 House was the year the Toltecs went to get Quetzalcoatl to make him their ruler in Tolan, and in addition he was their priest. As Rousseau famously argued in The Social Contract, force alone is not enough to make a society. The strongest, he said, will never be strong enough to rule unless he turns might into right and obedience into duty, for to yield to force is an act of necessity, not of will at the most, an act of prudence. In what sense can it be a duty? Just so, conquest or not, the kingdom is established by contract, the aforementioned union of the immigrant prince with a high-ranking woman of the land. So far as I can make out, marriage of this kind is a condition of the formation of stranger kingdoms everywhere, notably including the Indo-European ancients, as in the origin traditions of Greek city-states, whose ruling lines were established by unions of the daughters of autochthonous kings with strangers fathered by Zeus. The eponymous Pelops, also of Zeus-Chian descent, became ruler of Pisa when he conspired with the king's daughter, Hippodamia, to win her hand in a chariot race with her royal father. Marseille was founded when the local Celtic princess chose to give the drink of sovereignty to a handsome Greek immigrant youth from Phaeacia. Again, sovereignty is embodied and transmitted in the women whose marital congress with the stranger is a replication in miniature of the celestial royals' appropriation of the bearing earth. Marriage makes a structurally analogous pair with the kingship by virtue of the common feature of an outsider who fertilizes the land. Speaking of a number of such Indo-European kingdom origins, J.G. Priaz writes, "Every foundation of a city, every conquest of royal power becomes effective the moment the stranger, charged with sacredness of the gods or the fates, endowed moreover with the force of the warrior, symbolically gains possession of a new land either by receiving peacefully, or by conquering valorously or by ruse, the daughter of the king of the land. 1. Yet everything in the Valley of Mexico is by all appearances the inverse of classical stranger kingdoms, since here the foreign rulers are the barbarians. They are Chichimecs by origin, and although they indeed founded their dynasties through marriages with the daughters of autochthonous leaders, the latter were Culhuacan kings of sacred Toltec descent. 2 In the event, it was the primitive foreigners who were civilized by the highly cultured aborigines. And this would not only be true of the Mexica, but also of the Acolhua, the Tepanica, and others of Chichimec or Otomi origins whose rulers ennobled themselves with Toltec affiliations. In some respects, the prototypical sequence is reinstated by a compensatory story alleging that the Chichimec invaders were the autochthons of the valley who had early on left it and latterly returned. But more particularly, it is the stranger king system of society that is turned around and restored by these hypogamous marriages of Toltec royal women with Chichimec leaders. For insofar as the Chichimec rulers have been differentiated and elevated by their Toltec affiliations, the polity assumes the classic form of a late-coming civilized aristocracy of glorious ancestry imposed upon a stratum of primitive first settlers. The effect is a recuperation of the paradigmatic structure of stranger kingship that leaves a permanent residue of ambiguity, a Chichimca Tolteca aristocracy. But then, the paradigmatic structure of stranger kingship is everywhere inherently ambiguous by virtue of the residual authority retained by the underlying native people as the original settlers and owners of the country. It is a general rule of stranger king formations that even as the foreign rulers impose their authority on a subjugated native people, they are in turn domesticated in the process. In critical respects, the stranger kingdom is a system of dual sovereignties in which the immigrant rulers and their indigenous subjects reciprocally encompass one another. Having transformed the country into habitable and productive space in the first place, the native people are already practiced in taming the wild. They do something similar in taking charge of the installation rights of their rulers of foreign derivation who come out of an uncontrolled outside world with antisocial dispositions as well as beneficial powers. The successors of the indigenous chieftains or of the previous dynasty, in the case of successive stranger king formations, are the constituted kingmakers, who in legitimating the royal heir demonstrate their own residual sovereignty. It is not unusual in the royal installation rites for the king-elect to suffer a symbolic death as an outsider at the hands of the native authorities, who then preside over his rebirth and maturation as their own sacred child. 3. Something quite similar occurs in the installation of the Mexica king when he is seized by the kingmaker priests, evidently the successors of the Teomama, the four native bearers of the tutelary god Huitzilopochtli who led the migration to Tenochtitlan. Brought before the assembled leading lords and warriors by these priests, the heir to the kingship is stripped naked, hence deprived of all signs of rank, status, and property and placed in a state of weakness. Thereupon, the upper part of his body is stained black by the chief priest, and he is dressed in a black cape decorated with skull and crossbones. The attire symbolized death, Richard Townsend observes, as would the subsequent self-sacrificial bloodlettings of the king before Huitzilopochtli. Probably, then, the ensuing 4-day seclusion of the king-elect with his entourage involved a ritual rebirth and maturation, as indeed the god being supplicated here was Tezcatlipoca, who, beside being regarded of Toltec origin, was identified with the life force that animates all beings and things. Subsequently, the new king moved to the palace for the spectacular sacrifices and brilliant rites of his investiture. Everything thus happens as if the heir to the kingship goes through a symbolic death, rebirth, and growth to maturity, which is also a domestication of the foreign prince by the indigenous authorities. Nor do the powers and privileges of the native notables end in stranger kingdoms when the foreign regime begins. Speaking again in ideal typical terms, the native chieftains, beside maintaining control of their own communities, are often titled counselors of an outsider king who has reason to fear the ambitions of his own kinsmen. Noteworthy in this connection are the diarchies of various forms involving queen mothers who represent the indigenous powers or second kings whose affiliation with the indigenous population gives them the active leadership in temporal affairs. Most significantly, as just said of the Mexica, the leaders of the ancient regime become the principal priests of a country whose enshrined ancestors and gods are their own rightful heritage, which makes the health of the bearing earth their responsibility. Even the king's own cosmic powers of prospering and protecting the people, as by the rain he brings to fertilize their earth, may only become effective when mediated by the sacrificial offices of the indigenous priesthood. As mentioned earlier, because the external sources of the stranger king's power, including his privileged relations to his own ancestral gods, are significant means and necessary conditions of his authority, the kingship is perpetually foreign to its own realm. Even where the immigrant aristocracy is acculturated by the native population, which is usually the case, the king comes from elsewhere. 4 By contrast, in many parts of Africa, Oceania, and Southeast Asia, the autochthons are explicitly known as the owners of the land. 5 We shall see similar notices of the Mexica. Likewise, certain passages of the Codex Quimalpopoca, for example, identify the landowners or founders with the Chichimeca. Accordingly, the people of the Valley of Mexico as a whole are in certain contexts Chichimeca, the totality is known by its underlying native inhabitants. What the Banyuro say in such regards holds for many a stranger kingdom, the Macama rules the people, the clans rule the land. Or again, as it is said of the Congo king of old, in relation to those who are there, who hold the land, he remains a stranger. Historical materialism notwithstanding, in the pre-modern states of this description, the subordinate class controls the means of production in the primary sector of subsistence. 6. By contrast, the king rules the people. The economic powers of the ruling class are a function of their politico-religious domination of the producing people, hence they mainly take the form of taxation or pillage as opposed to the control of capital and the productive process as such. The economy has something of the same dual structure as the polity, divided between a native sphere primarily concerned with subsistence production and an aristocratic sphere critically concerned with the acquisition of wealth from abroad. The native economy is based in real property, organized largely by kinship, and oriented to domestic consumption. The relation of the ruling class to the native sphere apart from their ritual access to the divine sources of prosperity is for the most part extractive rather than productive. They appear on the scene post-Mesem, after the harvest, to take a toll on people's products and manpower. But as Mary Helms has shown in a series of remarkable works, the aristocratic economy, likewise by means of its powers over people, is primarily oriented to the acquisition of movable valuables from abroad by raid, trade, and/or tribute, the accumulation of riches whose value objectifies the life and death potencies of the realms from which they come, as well as exotica that represent the submission of distant peoples. Strategically redistributed, conspicuously consumed, or offered to the gods, the valuables of the aristocratic economy sustain the greater order of the kingdom, not least by sustaining its ruling powers that be. 7. I have indulged on this account of stranger kingship particularly because, as will be described presently, the Mexica of the 14th and 15th centuries underwent a revolution from above that produced a classic version of it. The summary of the galactic polity which follows will also be useful in this regard, since its structures and dynamics were clearly in play in this creation of a Toltec aristocracy ruling over a Shishimec peasantry. Stanley Tumbaya introduced the galactic polity as a worldly realization of the cosmological mandala form well known in South and Southeast Asia. 8 Here was a scheme of creation spreading from a refined center outwards and a refined summit downwards, each outer reality or circle being a progressively weaker representation of the preceding. Grosser in constitution and more imprisoned on sensory pursuits and desires. By further reference to famous Buddhist and Hindu texts on universal Kakavati and Devaraja kings of kings, Tumbaya transposed the cosmic dynamics to a political register. We are told that the wheel-rolling emperor solemnly invokes the wheel to roll outward. The wheel rolls successively to the east, the south, the north, and the west. As the mighty monarch with his fourfold army appeared in each quarter following the wheel, the rival kings prostrate themselves in submission. The Kakavati allowed them to retain their possessions on the condition of observance of the 5 moral principles binding on Buddhist laymen. When Tumbaya still further objectifies the model in terms of actual galactic polities, more needs to be said. For instance, some further notice of the progressive reduction in the imperial center's hegemonic power as it moves to peripheral sectors of the galaxy, where tributary dues may have to be exacted by force. In this respect, the reach of the center is typically beyond its political grasp, not only in that the galactic potentate usually claims a greater domain than he rules, but also in that his grandeur and divine potency are known to the peoples beyond, in distant and uncontrolled hinterlands. This imagined imperium of the galactic outer reaches is an important factor in the attraction and movement of peripheral peoples toward the high cultures of core regions, like the movement of the Chichimecs into the Valley of Mexico, apparently taking advantage of a weakening Tolan. Among Tumbaya's historical examples of galactic polities is the 14th century realm of Sukhothai, a kingdom in the upper Chao Phraya Valley of Siam that flourished under immigrant Thai rulers who had replaced an earlier Mon dynasty. Incidentally and coincidentally, a number of Thai peoples had poured into and taken over Southeast Asian valleys from their original homeland redoubt in the southern borderlands of China, rather in the same way the Chichimek groups established themselves in the valley. In certain respects, Sukhothai's own success was also like the Mexica's God-driven ascent to power, including a history of competitive relations with other kingdoms within its own galactic system and beyond. Aided by the importation of Sinhalese Buddhist concepts of universal kingship and a famous image of the Buddha that became the palladium of their rule, the Thai sovereigns of Sukhothai transformed their realm from a tertiary outpost of the Khmer kingdom of Angkor Wat in Cambodia to the independent ruler of a number of other principalities in the region, even as they developed pretensions of empire in regions beyond. The Sukhothai capital was a mandala in itself, centered in the royal palace and principal temples, quartered by roads laid out in the cardinal directions, and encircled by 3 concentric ramparts. This was the area of direct administrative control by the Sukhothai king. Beyond were further concentric zones marked by diminishing powers of the center and weakening versions of its royal forms and practices. The sphere immediately outside the capital zone consisted of 4 major provinces, governed by sons of the king from secondary centers situated in the cardinal directions. Beyond lay an outer ring of more or less independent kingdoms controlled by their own traditional rulers whose allegiance to the Sukhothai ruler was often problematic. For all that the layout of the Sukhothai realm in the cardinal directions signified a universal extension of the ruler's authority, the monarch's hegemonic ambitions exceeded his real political powers. For that matter, like all the Southeast Asian potentates claiming to be the king of kings, the Sukhothai monarch periodically sent tributes to the Chinese emperor for the purpose of legitimating his authority relative to rival princes and vassal kings within his own domains, as well as the rulers of rival galactic regimes who likewise affected cosmocratic titles. For example, the erstwhile tributary kingdom of Ayutthaya, reputedly founded by a Chinese merchant prince, which defeated and absorbed Sukhothai in the early 15th century. The Ayutthaya rulers created a Siamese imperium of their own, achieved recognition from the Chinese emperor, and claimed authority over such distant realms they could not rule as the important Sultanate of Malacca in the Malay Peninsula. A great commercial empire in its own right, Malacca was ruled by descendants of Alexander the Great in his Quranic persona of Iskandar di Zulkarnain. That is another story, illustrative of many aspects of stranger kingship, including the practice known in Mesoamerica where, rather than strangers becoming native kings sometimes become strangers, that is, they take on the identities of legendary world historical rulers. If you will forgive the English pun, galactic systems are marked by a politics of upward nobility, whereby the chiefs of satellite areas assume the political statuses, courtly styles, titles, and even genealogies of their superiors in the regional hierarchy, who for their part imitate the galactic hegemon, while the latter, in invidious contrast to ambitious vassals and rival emperors, claims to rule the world. In the event, the structural effect is a certain galactic mimesis, insofar as peripheral groups assume the polities and cosmologies of their regional superiors. Recall Edmund Leach's descriptions in the political systems of Highland Burma of hinterland Kachin chiefs who become Shan, acquiring the cultural trappings and political backing of Shan princes even as the Shan princes retire to their Burmese or Chinese palaces and the lifestyles of their own imperial paragons. For all the apparent delusions of grandeur, these pretensions could be calculated political moves, as when a Highland Kachin chief marries a daughter of a lowland Shan prince, perhaps acquiring a Shan title as well as making himself a client of his princely father-in-law. As Leach tells, this did not make him any less a Kachin chief, but potentially too much of one in the view of his countrymen, who would then be inclined to rebel and return to an egalitarian state. These upward moves in the galactic hierarchy are typically motivated by competition with immediate rivals in a given political field, who are thus trumped by the chief who goes beyond the shared structures of authority by adopting a politics of higher order. Gregory Bateson called this symmetrical schismogenesis, a type of conflict that works on the principle that anything you can do I can do better. Competition of this kind occurs within and between groups at all levels of the galactic system, including the attempts of subordinate groups to displace their superiors. As we shall see momentarily, it marks the ascent of the Mexica of Tenochtitlan from their contest for superiority with the fraternal town of Tlatelolco to the overthrow of their Tepanec imperial predecessors, the Mexica rulers taking progressively greater titles at critical junctures along the way. Such practices of galactic mimesis suggest that the upward and inward movement of groups such as the Mexica or Banyuro from the barbarian periphery to the imperial core may well be anticipated in structural form before it is achieved in historical practice. Indeed, the Mexica of the Long March from Estland were an agricultural people, not simply she-Shimek hunters, and they had paramount leaders before the institution of a Toltec kingship. Taken together with the imposition of kingly forms and practices from the center in the course of extending its rule, the dynamics of galactic polities are at once centrifugal and centripetal, involving displacements of power and culture in both directions. In the event, the galactic polity becomes a main forcing ground of stranger king formations, both as emanating from the politics of the center and as emulating the center from the peripheries. Regarding the former, the fallout from fratricidal battles royal among princes contending for the rule of the center is a major source of the spread of stranger kingdoms to outlying sectors of galactic regimes and beyond that, into the barbarian fringe. At least some of the princes who fail to win the crown, including some for whom discretion was always the better part of valor, are then likely to move to peripheral regions where they can establish kingdoms of their own, whether as dependencies of their homeland or as autonomous realms. Hence the constitution of society as previously implied, consisting of a single royal kindred or lineage spread over a set of diverse native communities. A similar effect is achieved where the galactic hegemon establishes his sons as rulers of dependent provinces. This practice is usually confined to areas in and near the capital. However, in the outer regions, particularly among peoples of other cultural and ethnic identities, the local kings are normally left in charge of their traditional domains. Here it is worth remarking that the greater galactic systems often called empires in the historical literature were primarily regional systems of tribute collection rather than unified, bureaucratically ruled regimes. Apart from the supervision of tributary dues, they were not directly administered by officials from the capital. Even in the aftermath of a conquest, it was often more politic to leave the kings and chiefs of the outlying sectors in place. 9 The only problems came when these chiefs did not know their place and defiantly took on great ambitions and exalted titles of their own. Another mode of stranger king formation from below is what Fijians call to beg a chief, that is, to solicit a ruling chief of their own from a higher and greater power, most commonly a son of a renowned ruler of the region. Perhaps the best-known African example concerns the ruling dynasty of Benin, founded by a Yoruba prince who had been granted by the ruler of fabled Isle Ife on the request of the Benin elders. Then there were the elders of Israel, who, when besieged by dissension within and enemies without, petitioned Samuel to have a king, that we may be like all other nations, and that our king may judge us, and go out before us, and fight our battles. Put out because he was not deemed sufficient to rule his own chosen people, God instructed Samuel to tell the Israelites if they got a king they'd be truly sorry, and although Samuel laid it on about the evils of kingly power, the Israelites insisted, and the omnipotent God had to give in. You will recognize the origins of the Mixteca stranger king in the person of Acamapictli, solicited by the elders from the ruler of Culhuacan in similar terms, we are all alone and forsaken by all nations. We are guided only by our God. We must have a ruler to guide us, to direct us, to show us how we are to live, who will free us, who will defend us and protect us from our enemies. Alternatively, a native chief may simply claim membership in a dominant or legendary foreign dynasty, the way that certain barbarian rulers on the Chinese borderlands took on prestigious Han ancestry, or certain Gaulish leaders claimed descent in the Julian or Augustan line of Roman emperors. Nor were the Mexica kings the only rulers of Shishimec origins to appropriate a Toltec identity, but as that ambitious move was most fateful for the history of Mexico, I conclude by considering it in a bit more detail. Point 10. Chichimeca and Tolteca. The stranger kingship developed by the Mexica in the 14th century was not only typical in form, it was motivated, at least in part, by a classic dynamic of galactic systems, a schismatic rivalry among compatriot adversaries, leading one faction to put down the other by appropriating a higher political form drawn from the larger region. I mean Tenochtitlan's conflict with the fellow Mexica community of Tlatelolco. That Tlatelolco originated by splitting off from Tenochtitlan indicates their relationship had been antagonistic from the beginning. As recounted in the Codex Ramirez, when the elders of Tenochtitlan decided they needed a king of their own, and such as they had never had, it was because of the seditious activities of their co-citizens at Tlatelolco. According to Fray Duran, the Tenochtca feared that Tlatelolco was out to dominate them, and by obtaining a king they proposed rather to turn the tables and rule their Mexica fellows. Although that didn't happen for some time, the Tlatelolco people refused to acknowledge Tenochtitlan's rule, and soon enough they solicited their own stranger king in the person of a son of the Tepaneca ruler Tezozamic. By a characteristic process of symmetrical schismogenesis, the Tenochtca did get a king like the other nations. And apart from the quarrel with Tlatelolco, this king could stand the Tenochtca in good stead in relation to the Tepaneca rulers of Azcapotzalco on whose land they were squatting. The problematic relation of the Mexica to their Tepaneca overlords in Azcapotzalco was the other part of the motivation of the Mexica elders in begging a ruler from Culhuacan. At least the Tepaneca must have thought so, for they promptly doubled the Tenochtitlan's tributary obligations, including imposing some peculiarly difficult forms of payment. Still, the Tenochtca elders would trump the Tepaneca as well as Tlatelolco by acquiring a ruler of supreme status in Mesoamerica, a ruler of Toltec descent through the Culhuacan monarch of that lineage, which thus connected the Mexica with the great Tolan of ancient memory and its own original king Quetzalcoatl. The Mexica elders, playing the paradigmatic native part of kingmakers, created a polity of imported Toltec rulers of indigenous Xiximec subjects, thus reproducing a recurrent Mesoamerican tradition of kingship. One might even say, the normative form of Mesoamerican kingship. Point 11. All the same, the historiography of the Mexica kingship has been vexed by the multiple versions of the lineage of the dynasty's ancestor, Acamapictli. While some of the alternatives are clearly outliers inspired by the chronicler's own civic loyalties, the more credible texts offer two contradictory versions which, by the prevailing norms of patrilineal descent and succession, would make Acamapictli either the Toltec king of the Mexica or the Mexica king of complementary Toltec filiation. As related notably by Motolania, the strong Toltec version includes another classic feature of stranger king traditions: the founder of the dynasty is a prince of a great land who fails to succeed his father and instead migrates to a country where his royal virtues are recognized by the native people, who thereupon install him as their ruler. In this text, Akamapictli's father, the 13th in the main line of the Toltec kings of Culhuacan, was assassinated by a rebel who then usurped his throne, forcing the young prince to flee the city and take refuge in Tenochtitlan. In the contrasting version, however, Akamapictli's father was a true Mexican notable who had remained in Culhuacan from the time his people sojourned there in the course of their migrations, and there he married a daughter of the Culhuacan, the mother of Akamapictli. Although this version may be the less plausible as by its implication of the existence of a high Mexican nobility before the letter, it has to be considered historically relevant, not least because it is the more popular of the two. Indeed, there is good reason to suppose both were current at the time of the conquest, since they have valid if different political values and would be functionally appropriate in different contexts. Each has its place. Point 12. Basically, the Toltec identity of Mexica kings looks outward, making a claim of higher pedigree against rival potentates. This is kingship in its foreign encompassing aspect. Whereas a dominantly Mexica identity looks inward, at the preeminence they achieved by the aid of their particular tutelary god, Huitzilopochtli. This is kingship in its indigenous exclusive aspect. Giving the Mexica rulers a purely Toltec genealogy clearly makes them different from and superior to their Xiximec subjects, not only in Tenochtitlan but in the whole region of Mesoamerica inhabited by peoples of that description. It gives the greatest legitimacy to the Mexicas' representations of themselves and their empire as Culhua, and to the title of their king as Lord of Culhua, notably by opposition to the Tepanuc ruler, who styled himself Lord of the Xiximecs. On the other hand, the Mexica paternity of the kingship remained relevant, insofar as it directly connected the rulers to the divine source of their sovereign power, their patron god Huitzilopochtli. The distinctive guardian of their fortunes from the time of their Xiximec origins in the barren north, Huitzilopochtli was also identified with the sun. In the latter capacity he was a central figure in the human sacrificial rites that at once sustained that celestial body and testified to the sovereign's earthly domination. In short, the Mexica paternity of King Akamapictli, thus linking him to Huitzilopochtli, was as critical for legitimacy of his royal descendants as his Toltec paternity. Indeed, as the source of Mexica rulers' power, the affiliation with Huitzilopochtli was the condition of the possibility of their Toltec hegemony. It follows that both genealogies remained historically relevant so long as the Mexica remained politically dominant, much to the consternation of the later professional scholars who need to know which one is true. If in fact one were true and the other not, it would only confirm Nigel Davies' astute observation that Mexica history can consist in the reenactment of legendary events that never took place, as in the return of Quetzalcoatl or Lono, for example. Indeed, to believe the Codex Ximalpayan, the dual genealogy of Akamapictli reenacts the ambiguous origins of earlier rulers, sometimes described as captains general, who presided over the last stages of the migration of the Mexica from the Xiximec homeland. Here again were stranger kings who may also have claimed affiliation with the Toltecs, for as the first of them, Huitzilopochtli descended from the ruler of Xaltocan, and Xaltocan by some accounts was founded by migrants from Tolan following the fall of that city. 13 Deemed the very first ruler of the Mexica in the Ximalpayan text, Huitzilopochtli was by one version the son of a Xaltocan prince, and a daughter accorded him as wife by the Mexica, among whom he had lived. 14 By the symmetrical and inverse version, Huitzilopochtli was the offspring of a daughter of the Xaltocan ruler and a Mexica man, hence Toltec in the maternal rather than the paternal line. Still, as the Codex indicates, one way or another the very first ruler of the Mexica was a grandson of a foreign king, and thereby set over the native priests and elders who were erstwhile leaders of the migration from Estlan. Serial stranger kingship. Returning to the kingship of Akamapictli, this Toltec-minted ruler inaugurated a new order of society, dominated by a newly formed aristocracy. As in stranger kingdoms in general, the contractual foundation was again the union of the foreign prince with daughters of the native leaders. The elders of Tenochtitlan, as many as 20 Calpuli heads, voluntarily provided wives for Akamapictli, out of sympathy, it is commonly said, for his principal wife, a Culhuacan princess, was barren. The effect would be a kingship that integrated in the royal persons the two fundamental components of the society, native and foreign, She-Shemek and Toltec. Descended from a common ancestor, the offspring of these alliances of Acomapictli with Mexica women would form a kinship integrated, Toltec-affiliated nobility. One might even speak of a royal lineage spread over a set of discrete groups of She-Shemek origins, each such group being the maternal kin of some subset of the nobility. If in the early period of Tenochtitlan these nobles, without lands of their own, went to live with their native maternal kin, this may account for the presence of persons of high rank in the several calpuli of the kingdom. But then, some of the native leaders who were involved in the establishment of Acomapictli's kingship themselves became lords under the new regime. As we have seen, this, too, is a normal feature of stranger king formations, the bestowal of offices of state on indigenous leaders, notably as the counselors of kings and major priests of the realm. Just so, the Codex Ramirez relates that at the time of Acomapictli's kingship there were still some of the old men who had made the pilgrimage from the distant country to Mexico, old men who became the elders, the lords, charged with grand offices and the conduct of the nation. At least through the succession of Acomapictli's son Huitzilopochtli, the native notables continued to act as kingmakers, operating as an electoral college of priests, elders, and calpuli officials. And they continued to be a major force in the government until the victory over the Tepanecs in 1427 ushered in the imperial era, at once enriching the nobility by the distribution of booty and patrimonial estates, and empowering them by military and political office. Although Acomapictli's sons and grandsons appear to have collaborated closely with traditional leaders until 1426, writes Edward Kalneck, they were evidently not permitted to make or execute important decisions until first obtaining consent of a strong popular assembly in which traditional leaders retained a dominant voice. Following the defeat of the Tepaneca at Azcapotzalco, the Tlatoani-Izicotl bestowed titles on the nobility and also burned the books so the common people would not need to know what did not concern them. Even so, until the end of Ahuitzotl's reign, commoners continued to hold powerful positions within the imperial court, and in some instances must have outranked hereditary noblemen by virtue of their offices. Moctezuma II abolished all that in a famous reform that restricted official service in the palace, the city, and the provinces to noblemen of unimpeachable pedigree, excluding persons born of a lowly woman, for he considered that anyone born of a lowly woman or a slave might take after his mother and be, therefore, ineligible for his service. What is here repudiated is the original formation of polity through the marriage of the stranger king with the daughters of the native leaders, thereby constituting a nobility of indigenous maternity. Still, the fundamental duality of the stranger kingdom, consisting of foreign newcomers and indigenous owners of complementary natures and functions, remains evident in many aspects of the culture, as witness the enduring notion of a world basically composed of She-Shemeks and Toltecs. 15. More generally than the native leaders' political powers, the chronicles speak of their presence in many parts of Mexico in terms that indicate their antiquity, their priestly functions, their kinship seniority, and especially their privileged relations to the land. Having given rise to the chiefly children through their daughters, they may be described as grandfathers of the rulers and the realm, the elders or fathers relative to the parvenu aristocracy, or the original leaders or founder chiefs. All these are again common attributes of the underlying autochthonous peoples in stranger kingdoms, but most significant in this regard is the association of the native people with the land, by contrast to the foreign come celestial aristocracy. I alluded earlier to the entry in the Codex Quimalpopoca referring to certain She-Shemeks as the landowners as well as the founders of the country. Another entry rehearses the opposition between foreign rulers and indigenous landholders in a Chalco town. This was the year a dynasty began in Chalco Tlaxcalco, starting with Itzcahuatzin, who was made lord at this time. Those who tolerated him there, since they had no ambitions of being princes themselves, were the land-holding Tlatkakiohuaquecalca. Analogously in practice if not also in name, the native calpuli of Tenochtitlan were the main landowners. Apparently the nobility were not a landed class until they acquired estates as spoils of Mexica conquests. The distribution of conquered lands by Izicotl to the noble captains of the early wars of Mexica expansion is described by Tizazamic as an act of charity, given the impoverished conditions of these prominent men and the necessity to provide for their families and descendants. As opposed to the estates together with their inhabitants awarded to the king and the warrior nobility, the booty of the Mexica commoners consisted only of common lands for the upkeep of the Calpulli temples. 16. Moreover, the opposition between an indigenous population associated with the land and a conquering aristocracy of foreign derivation was replicated by the two main gods, Tlaloc and Huitzilopochtli, and their respective priests, in the principal temple of Tenochtitlan. In contrast to the solar deity of the upstart Mixteca, Huitzilopochtli, Tlaloc was the chief among the old gods of the land, and indeed associated with earthly, agricultural fertility. Their double presence at the head of the religious world, comments Jacques Soutelli, consecrated the union of the two basic ideologies of Mexica, which the Mexica had brought together when they became the ruling nation. And more particularly, as Edward de J. Douglas observed, Tlaloc's half of the temple, like Huitzilopochtli's, represented a mountain, Tonacatepetl, mountain of our sustenance, the counterpart to Cotepetl. A diphrastic metaphor, the building's complementary opposites Cotepetl and Tonacatepetl, south and north, sky and earth, sun and rain, fire and water, young and old, foreign and native, Mexica/Xiximek and Pan-Mesoamerican/Toltec evoke the fundamental quality of being and, more specifically, war, the creative force of existence. Most striking is the way the basic dualism of the stranger kingship polity is recreated at the kingdom level in late pre-conquest times in the relations between the Texcoco-Xiximecs and the Mexica Toltecs. The Triple Alliance was rather more of a diarchy in which the Texcoco ruler, particularly the famous King Nezahualcoyotl, bearing the inherited title of Lord of the Xiximecs, appears as second in authority to the Mexica Lord of Culhua. The Texcoco kings adopted the Mexica tutelary god, Huitzilopochtli, and enshrined him alongside Tlaloc in the central temple of their own city. Moreover, at least from the time of the Moctezuma I, inaugurated in 1440, the Texcoco rulers were the kingmakers in Tenochtitlan. The Xiximek kings of Texcoco legitimate the Toltec kings of the Mexica. Nezahualcoyotl and his successor Nezahualpilli were the principal electors of the Mexica Tlatoani, and the ones who actually crowned the latter in the investiture ceremonies. The Texcoco rulers' claim as Lord of the Xiximecs represented their descent from the legendary Xiximek conqueror Coatlicue, said to have created a great empire in the Valley of Mexico. 17 True to classical stranger king traditions, the Texcoco people's own story is that the primitive Xiximecs led by Coatlicue predated the civilized Toltecs in the occupation of the valley. In Eduardo de J. Douglas' reading of the old Texcoco documents such as the Tlotzin map, the Xiximek ancestors are depicted as self-generating and autochthonous, like the Mixtec ancestors, while in the Codex Coatlicue and the Quinitzin map, the Toltecs are the migrants, and the Xiximecs, the native inhabitants. In thus depicting their ancestors as the autochthons, the Texcoco traditions differ from the common narratives of Xiximek migrations into the valley following the collapse of Tolan of the Toltecs. But that is not the only anomaly of Texcoco's Xiximek identity. The more interesting anomaly is that the Texcoco rulers, for all their Xiximek identity, were affiliated genealogically and assimilated culturally to the Toltecs in the same fundamental ways as the Mexica kings who claimed to be the lords of Culhua. Beginning with Coatlitle's immediate descendants, Nopaltzin and Tlotzin, the founders of Texcoco dynasty repeatedly married and fathered their successors by Toltec women, brides and mothers who, as Douglas notes, transmit civilization, and the Toltec legacy, to their daughters and eventually their male descendants. But only eventually to their male descendants, who rather follow their fathers as Xiximecs for some generations. Coatlitle's grandson Tholtzin was a Xiximek, although his mother, Nopaltzin's wife Ajcaxakitty, was a Toltec, a daughter of the royal house of Culhuacan, the same kind of alliance that produced Acamapictli and launched the Toltec heritage of Mexica kings. In another example, two members of Coatlitle's court move away and marry the daughters of the ruler of a Toltec city, Each couple has a daughter and a son, and the daughters are born Toltecs and the sons Shishimecs. The implication of ethnic affiliation descending in separate male and female lines, the former Shishimek and the latter Toltec, is what actually is pictured diagrammatically in Texcoco documents. Whether this was an expedient the illustrator devised for representing double descent patrilineal and matrilineal is hard to say. 18 But safe to say, the self-representation of the Texcoco aristocracy as Shishimek is arbitrary as it is politic. Do not forget that you are Shishimek, the dying Texcoco king Ixtlilxochitl told his son Nezhualcoyotl. It follows that the Toltec identity of Mexica kings is equally arbitrary, since their maternal descent from Culhuacan kings does not differentiate them from Shishimek rulers who could claim as much. Rather than some sort of prescriptive identity, the process in play is a high-stakes mode of complementary seismogenesis in which major kingdoms selectively position themselves vis-a-vis each other by adopting contrasting values from a common stock of cultural traditions. Texcoco was already involved with the Tepanecs of Azcapotzalco in a conflict of the symmetrical seismogenesis variety before the rise of the Mexica and the formation of the Triple Alliance. Not long after the Tepanec ruler Tezozamic proclaimed himself Lord of the Shishimecs, which was something of a usurpation in the Alcahua view, the Texcoco king Ixtlilxochitl went him one or two better by having himself installed as universal monarch and lord of all the earth. When the Mexica came along as Toltecs, their ruler assuming the title of Lord of Culhua, it was not so much a play of a symmetrical kind as what Bateson called complementary seismogenesis, which works rather on claiming a status different to and better than the other party. 19 By virtue of such oppositions, a complex set of values may come into operation, the way the Shishimecs are mere barbarians from the perspective of the civilized Toltecs, but in their own view hardy and great warriors of the hinterlands as opposed to the city-dwelling Toltec artists and craftsmen. On the other hand, as Bateson pointed out, insofar as such contrasting values are complementary and interdependent, the conflict between them may reach a point of equilibrium and reciprocal exchange. 20 It seems fair to say that this is what happened in the case of the Texcoco Shishimecs and the Mexica Toltecs, no doubt motivated by a political situation in which alliance was the better part of valor. I close, then, with one of the many anthropological lessons that could be drawn from such histories of interacting and interdependent societies. Clearly, these societies are formed in relation to one another, perhaps to the extent that the legitimacy of their own rulers depends on their foreign origins, stranger kingship, or that these rulers take on borrowed notions of authority that are beyond their own political means. Galactic mimesis. The lesson is that anthropology has long been implicated in a major theoretical scandal, insofar as it has been futilely engaged in various ways of explaining cultures from within, as if they were self-fashioning, although even their differences are formed in relationships to others. Seismogenesis. Human societies are never alone, as Levi Strauss said, although he might have added that anthropologists as others in the human sciences have generally acted as though they were. I won't go into the reasons, which range from the prevalence of nationalist concepts to the limitations of ethnographic practice, hence the habitual epistemological inclination to know cultures as isolated monads. Suffice it to note that, with some important exceptions such as globalization and world system studies, virtually all our received paradigms of cultural order and development, functionalism, structural functionalism, cultural materialism, evolutionism, Marxism of base and superstructure, the new ontology and the old ecology, patterns of culture, even postmodern discourses, epistemes, and subjectivities, all these paradigms suppose that the forms, relations, or configurations at issue are situated within a more or less coherent cultural scheme, and that the articulations and dynamics of that scheme are the theoretical matters at issue. French structuralism has had an interesting history in this respect, likewise interdirected so long it was based on Saussurean notions of a systematic semiotic field in which tout est essent, but from which it broke out in Levi Strauss intercultural permutations of mythical structures. By and large, however, as Frederick Barth succinctly put it decades ago, practically all anthropological reasoning rests on the premise that cultural variation is discontinuous, that there are aggregates of people who essentially share a common culture, and the interconnected differences that distinguish such culture from others. The scandal is that this is empirically not so and evidently never has been so. The great majority of societies known to ethnography and archaeology, as remote in space and far back in time as we can get, are formed by their situation within fields of cultural others. Even as Immanuel Wallerstein was developing the notion of a capitalist world system, Stanley Tumbia had worked out the galactic polity, and Kajsa Ekholm and Jonathan Friedman had discovered the 5,000-year-old history of regional core, periphery configurations focused on dominant civilizations. Not to forget Alfred Kroeber's similar discussion of the Eurasian ecumene and its underdeveloped margins, Morton Fried's arguments about the relations between pristine states, secondary states, and dependent tribes, and Aidan Southall's depiction of segmentary states. Early on, Kroeber and Clark Whistler were mapping Native American culture areas that were likewise centered on certain dominant cultures or marked by cultural climaxes. More recently, Deborah Joertz, Anthony Forge, and Simon Harrison, reporting on the peoples of the Middle Sepik, New Guinea, and Dan Jorgensen, on the Sepik headwaters, have ethnographically recorded just such regional systems, focused on the Ayatmal and Telefal peoples, respectively. These studies show that by means of the demonstration effects of punctuated warfare and the demonstrated efficacy of the spirits and rituals of the leading peoples, regional patterns of core, periphery relations analogous to the galactic polities of high cultures exist as well in the tribal zone. They may even involve a degree of economic domination, insofar as the agricultural prosperity of the peripheral peoples depends on rituals controlled by the central groups. In sum, this hierarchical system of interculturality, as it may be called, is the normal state of cultural affairs in many places. Perhaps everywhere. Certainly from my own limited knowledge of the primary texts on native Mesoamerica and the brilliant scholarly analyses made of them, I suspect that such interculturality is equally a feature of Mexica history. It seems appropriate, then, to leave the last word to the greatest student of intercultural relations among Native American peoples, Levi Strauss. It is high time that anthropology freed itself from the illusion gratuitously invented by the functionalists, who mistake the practical limitations imposed on them by the kind of studies they advocate for the absolute properties of the objects with which they are dealing. An anthropologist may confine himself for 1 or more years within a small social unit, group, or village, and endeavor to grasp it as a totality, but this is no reason for imagining that the unit, at levels other than the one at which convenience or necessity has placed him, does not merge in varying degrees with larger entities, the existence of which remains, more often than not, unsuspected. Chapter 5. The People as Nursemaids of the King. Notes on monarchs as children, women's uprisings, and the return of the ancestral dead in central Madagascar. David Graeber. The institution of kingship embodies a kind of paradox. Kings are both omnipotent and helpless. On the one hand, the essence of sovereignty is the sovereign's power to do as he likes with his subjects and their possessions, and the more absolute the monarchy, the more absolute, arbitrary, and unaccountable this power tends to be. On the other hand, kings are, in part for this very reason, dependent on their subjects. They are fed, clothed, housed, and have their basic physical needs attended to by those ostensibly under their power. And the more absolute their power, the greater that dependency will also tend to be. For those educated in European philosophy, this observation will immediately call to mind George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel's master-slave dialectic, where the conqueror, in reducing his rival to servitude, becomes dependent on him for his means of livelihood, while the conquered at least achieves a kind of paradoxical autonomy, and mastery, in work. But Hegel was by no means the first to have noticed this dynamic. There have been times and places, far from Hegel's Germany, where the paradox is seen as lying at the very center of the idea of kingship, not just in the reflections of philosophers but in the ritual life surrounding kings themselves. In this essay I'd like to explore one of them. In the Merina kingdom of the north-central plateau of Madagascar, kings were quite often represented as infants, toddlers, or petulant adolescents. They were assumed to be both willful, difficult, and utterly dependent on their subjects. Framing institutions of government in this fashion created a peculiar moral alchemy whereby selfishness, imperiousness, even occasional outbursts of vindictive violence, could actually be seen as endearing, or, at the very least, as reinforcing the feeling that it was the duty of commoners to attend to royal needs. Yet this way of imagining royal power clearly cut two ways. For one thing, it was accompanied by a sense that, while the living ruler could be seen as a kind of perpetual minor, it was dead kings, the royal ancestors, who really represented mature authority. For another, it gave subjects a language with which to chasten and admonish rulers, whether in their own names or the names of those ancestors, whenever they were seen to have gone too far. This aspect of Marina kingship has largely been ignored in the existing scholarly literature. But as soon as you start looking for it in the primary sources, it's everywhere. It is one of the unique pleasures of studying the Marina kingdom that these sources are so rich. After King Radama invited foreign missionaries into his kingdom to set up a system of primary education in 1820, literacy became widespread, and the result was an unprecedented outpouring of texts, official and unofficial, ranging from histories, compendia of customs, poetry, oratory, and folklore, including a 1,243-page collection called the Tantara New York Andriana Ito Madagascar, which consists of a detailed history and ethnography of 19th-century Marina I society in pretty much all of its aspects, drawn from a wide variety of authors. Infuriatingly, since most of this material only reaches us through missionary sources, almost none of the authors' names have been preserved. Still, combined with the detailed correspondence, legal records, and official registers preserved in the National Archives, they provide an almost unparalleled window on 19th-century Marina society. What I'm going to do in the following pages, then, is to examine how the theme of king as child works itself out in this literature. I'll start with a story that I heard while I was carrying out my own fieldwork in 1990 and 1991, about an arrogant prince who literally fell from power. Stories like his, it seems to me, raise obvious questions about the nature of authority in the Highlands. First and foremost, why, if kings really did receive the unquestioning devotion of their subjects, as all foreign observers insisted they did, are they now remembered largely as bullies and tyrants? To understand that, in turn, will require an examination of the overall organization of the kingdom itself, conceived as a vast structure of ritual labor, then, re-examining moments in the past when royal authority was challenged through that lens. Finally, I will ask whether the apparently exotic formulations of Marina kingship, in which the people regularly represented themselves as nursemaids of the king, might not also provide insights into more general questions about the nature of social authority. Introduction, Lilaza and the Prophet of Valilafatsi. Lilaza, the last prince of Imamo. I carried out my doctoral research in the northern hinterlands of the town of Ayavanimamo, in western Imarina. This is rolling country, dotted by small granite mountains, valleys full of tiny streams and terraced rice fields, broken by expanses of tapia forest, tapia being a tree that looks a little like a dwarf oak, and sports silkworms from whose webs a native cloth is manufactured. This is what the area has long been famous for. Until the very end of the 18th century, too, this territory, along with all the lands west of the Ambifatsi River, were part of an independent kingdom called Imamo, distinct from Imarina to the east. Or, to be more specific, they were considered to have once, long before, been unified under a great wise king named Andriambahoka, just as in the same time Imarina was considered to have been created by a great wise king named Andriamasine Valana. Such great wise kings always seem to have existed a few generations in the past, just beyond living memory. In the case of Imarina and Imamo, the same story was told. The great wise king, unwisely, split his territory between 4 sons, resulting in endless civil wars. In the case of Imamo, however, these rival princes did all share a single tomb. In the 19th century, This tomb was known as Fondanitra, a huge stone structure which sat atop the Sugar Loaf Mountain of Ambo Hitrambo, a mountain that dominates the landscape of the region, visible for miles around. The mountain, and the tomb, is still there, and it's still a place of pilgrimage. But now the tomb is remembered not as the burial place of the collectivity of Imamo's kings, just about all of these have been forgotten, but as the tomb of a boy named Leloza, or Lilaza, remembered as a childish, tyrannical young prince who, it is said, never actually came to the throne of Imamo. 2 Still, everyone knows his story. According to the legend, Lilaza was so literally high and mighty that he refused to walk along the hillside paths like ordinary humans, but instead employed the women of the kingdom constantly weaving silk, which he had turned into giant cable bridges between Ambo Hitrambo and other nearby mountains, bridges reserved for his personal use. This caused such suffering that one day, his father could no longer stand it, and cut the cable while his son was on the bridge, sending his only child plummeting to his death. The place where he is said to have fallen is a village now known as Manjakazaza, which literally means a child rules. Because he was just a child, people told me, but he bossed everyone around. These elements of the story appeared in every version I heard, or am aware of. Some added further embellishments, random executions, whimsical orders. In one version, the prince is even said to have forced all the women in the kingdom to cut off their hair to provide materials for his bridge. By at least the 1960s, such actions had become proverbial. One French ethnographer who worked in the region cites an informant as follows. This Lilaza loved to make the population suffer for his own pleasure. Now, he had a herd of cattle. Sometimes, he would give the order to take the entire herd up some hill for no reason, and then bring them down again, hence the saying A Caro Toy New York Andri Ombanai Lilaza. 3. When asked why Lilaza acted the way he did, people would usually just say that he was Maditra, a word that can probably be best translated as naughty, since it's mainly used for children who misbehave. In dictionaries it's sometimes translated stubborn, in the sense of actively resisting parental authority, rather in the way English-speaking parents will say a child won't listen when they mean won't do as he's told, for it's unusual to spend any length of time with a Malagasy woman taking care of, say, a toddler without hearing the word evoked at least once or twice, often called out in a chiding tone that seems simultaneously indignant and at least a little bit bemused. Yet the same word, Maditra, was also employed to refer to princes, kings, or other figures of high authority when they behaved unjustly and arbitrarily. In one early source, the bad prince of Ambo Hitrambo is actually referred to not as Lilaza, but simply as Rakatamaditra, or naughty young man. Lilaza, then, is the very embodiment of selfish, childish, royal behavior. The curious thing is that this term, Maditra, is not really a generic word for irresponsible or headstrong behavior. It's used when referring to children or figures of authority, especially royalty, but only rarely anybody else. When I was still doing my field work, I often wondered why this should be. What was it about powerful people, and recalcitrant children, that people found analogous? It also always struck me as curious that while one might think the real hero of the story was Lilaza's father, he, after all, was the one who was ultimately willing to sacrifice his own posterity for the sake of his subjects. His name was never mentioned. I often asked, but few were even willing to speculate as to what it might have been. 5 Lilaza's fame, in contrast, has only increased since his death. This is in part because his death redeemed him. He has become a royal ancestor, one of a pantheon of spirits called on to possess mediumistic curers, and help them to cure the sick, answer vows, and battle the designs of witches. His tomb has become a doni, a portal and a place of pilgrimage, perhaps not nearly so important a one as Andrian Sihanoukka, the most famous royal tomb in Imamo, located further to the west, but this is largely because Ambo Hitrambo is far from any paved road, and Andrian Sihanoukka is very close to the highway. Most large mountains are said to be marked by royal tombs of one sort or another, and many of these have become doni, a word which literally means customs office, opening on a kind of spectral universe inhabited by heroic figures from Malagasy times. They are referred to collectively as kings. But the stories associated with them tend to be, likely losses, markedly anti-monarchical in tone. Andrian Sihanoukka, for example, is remembered now as a descendant of a king who voluntarily abandoned his Andriana status and became a commoner because he didn't want to have slaves. Others were magicians who defied unjust royal power, women betrayed by royal friends or lovers, or simply notable historical figures, diviners, water nymphs with no particular relation to royalty at all. Some bear the names of documented historical rulers, but rarely, if ever, even in those cases did I hear anyone who frequented, made vows and offerings at, such rulers don't have anything good to say about their behavior when they were still alive. Perhaps few went so far as Rat Sizify, the old and venerable astrologer in the community where I did my own field work, who insisted that all the famous kings of Madagascar were actually witches, who only since their death had returned to cure the diseases they once had caused. But everyone seemed to feel that dead kings were very much preferable to live ones. Still, there was a universal acknowledgement that, however cruel and disastrous monarchs might have been in life, as soon as they were placed inside the stone chambers of the tomb, everything changed, and monarchs were immediately transformed into holy spirits capable of protecting the living from the very disasters they used to inflict on them in life. The uniformity of this attitude surprised me. Almost no one had anything good to say about past monarchs, this despite the fact that almost everyone had learned at least a little Malagasy history in primary school, where historical monarchs were presented in a far more favorable light. In fact, the only real exceptions I encountered were a handful of educated history buffs who had memorized the names and dates of ancient rulers from textbooks. They, at least, would often take the view common amongst the intelligentsia and see at least some of the past rulers as nationalist heroes of one sort or another. But I never heard such sentiments from anybody else. Ask an ordinary farmer, trader, or laborer, one would invariably hear some variation of the same story. The Andriana of Malagasy times had abused their authority, they had kept slaves, or treated their subjects like slaves, or both, and for this they had been punished, likely Laws's father, by the loss of their posterity. Even after they were deposed, many insisted, they often proved infertile, or their children came to bad ends, their numbers dwindled, the few left falling into madness or poverty. This was God's judgment, said those who considered themselves pious Christians. The less pious cited the famous Malagasy proverb, divine retribution may not exist, but what you do comes back. Such statements were all the more striking because in the 19th century there is simply no sign of such sentiments at all. They are nowhere to be found in the voluminous Malagasy literature of the time, which tended to represent ancient kings as wise and benevolent founders of contemporary institutions. Neither can one see anything like it in the observations of foreign visitors, who would uniformly remark on the absolute, unquestioning devotion of the Merina population to their queen. Yet as soon as the colonial period begins, such stories seem to pop up out of nowhere. So how did popular views of royalty change so rapidly? My first attempt at an answer to this question, the one I develop in my book Lost People, was that the change of attitudes had something to do with the shock of colonization. Practically the first thing the French colonial regime did after conquering Madagascar in 1895 was to dissolve the monarchy, but they also abolished slavery at the same time. The fact that under the police state regime that followed, Christianity became about the only institutional form in which it was possible to express nationalist sentiments, combined with the continued presence of a population of ex-slaves living in uncomfortable proximity to their former masters, created an environment where slavery became a continual source of guilt and embarrassment. It became the kind of issue that everyone didn't want to talk about, but almost invariably ended up talking about anyway, a reality that had to be so constantly hidden it ended up seeming the hidden reality behind everything. When I asked rural people about pre-colonial history, almost no matter what I asked about, my interlocutors would half the time assume I was really asking about slavery. All powers of command, whether royal or colonial power, seem to fuse together in people's minds as so many extensions of the principle of slavery, of making one person an extension of another's. 6 As a result, even wage labor was frowned upon, at least among adults. Curiously, this moral condemnation of relations of command was particularly marked among the descendants of the free population, the descendants of Hova, or Andriana. The actual descendants of slaves, who constituted roughly a third of the population, do not feel they are in a position to be nearly so punctilious about such matters. In fact, they were not only more likely to become Zanadrino, that is, mediumistic curers who still tended the tombs of royal ancestors, they were also the most willing to join the actual military, work for wages, or otherwise subordinate themselves to others in ways that would ultimately extricate themselves from poverty. In fact, the cult of the Zanadrino, which has also existed at least since the colonial period, has been dominated, from the beginning, by descendants of slaves. Royal tombs, for example, the kind that become places of cult, are almost invariably accompanied by small outlying tombs of figures who are usually referred to as the king's soldiers, who still serve their old masters, and whose spirits do the hard work of actually fighting the witches and retrieving the evil charms they have planted in patients' houses, fields, wells, and gardens. It would often be explained to me that the word soldier here was really just a polite way of saying slave. It was the presence of such slave tombs that marked the royal tomb as royal. But at the same time, the mediums, too, would refer to themselves as the soldiers of the divine spirits who, wicked in life, benevolent in death, possessed them and rendered them extensions of their will. Such was my reading at the time. I still stand by it. It's clear that the shock of colonization, and the end of slavery in particular, did play havoc with existing conceptions of authority. And there is certainly no precedent for any of this in the cult of the 12 sacred mountains, each with its purely benevolent royal ancestor, that existed under the monarchy. Still, political ideas don't come out of nowhere. It's all a matter of where you look. And if one turns back to the 19th century literature and looks in the right places, one can, I think, already find strong evidence that the nature and legitimacy of the power of kings was, indeed, being contested, and often quite openly. The most compelling evidence is the fact that almost all the foreign observations about subjects' unquestioning obedience to the sovereign referred not to kings, but to queens. In fact, during the 78 years where foreign observers were present, from roughly 1816 to 1895, only 2 men sat on the throne, for a total of 14 years between them, and both faced significant popular opposition. All other heads of state were women. Here is the canonical list of Marina monarchs, to give a sense. King Andriama C. Navalana. King Andrianum Puanamirana. King Radama I. Queen Ranavalona I. King Radama II. Queen Rasoirana. Queen Ranavalona II. Queen Ranavalona III. Now, the standard narrative of the Marina kingdom runs like this: once upon a time, there was a wise old king named Andriama C. Navalana, who managed to unify the numerous tiny kingdoms of the northern highlands into what was later to become the Marina state. After his death, the kingdom descended into civil wars, with his various male descendants vying for power. Up to this time, in fact, there is no record of female monarchs of any sort, other than legends about the very distant, misty past. Eventually, the ruler of one of these principalities managed to conquer the rest, took on the name Andrianum Puanamirana, and laid the foundations of the Marina state, insisting his ultimate goal was to bring the entire island of Madagascar under his suzerainty. His son, Radama, managed to accomplish his father's vision by entering into an alliance with British agents from Mauritius, who sent military aid and advisors to help him create a standing army, and invited foreign missionaries to enter his kingdom on condition they establish a school system on which he could train civil service. But Radama's early death threw the kingdom into crisis. Commoner General seized power, and placed his widow, Ranavalona, on the throne. Ranavalona reigned for the next 33 years, and is remembered both as a terrifying tyrant who fostered endless wars against coastal rebels, and a proto-nationalist who restored the ancient rituals, expelled missionaries and other foreign agents, and demanded world powers recognize Madagascar as a fully independent modern state. Her death provoked another crisis, and after a brief attempt by her son Radama II to open Madagascar to foreign powers once again, another military coup in 1863 led to a compromise where from then on, only women would actually sit on the Marina throne. The last three queens were all selected by, and secretly married to, the commoner prime minister, Rainalirivani, the general who actually held ultimate political authority. Such is the canonical version. The story is true as far as it goes. But one must ask, if what we are dealing with is essentially a ploy, a series of queens put up as figureheads by what was really a commoner military junta, what was it that made the generals think such a ploy would be effective? As I've noted, there was little precedent for women rulers in Marina history. 7 Even in world comparative terms, what they came up with was an extraordinarily unusual arrangement. In fact, it may well be unique. I am not aware of any other kingdom on record, anywhere in the world, where a clique of commoners seized power and legitimate their rule by placing a series of exclusively female monarchs on the throne. 8. Even more, one has to ask why the ploy actually was effective. Because while both Radamas faced strong popular resistance, by all accounts, the queens, however oppressive the military cliques that actually ran their governments, did not. Even the terrifying Ranavalonai seems to have inspired genuine devotion. ******. So far the story of Lilaza, which purports to explain the end of the monarchy in Imamo, has led us to a series of historical puzzles. Let me arrange them in reverse order. Why is it that in the 19th century, the legitimacy of male kings fell into question, but the legitimacy of female ones did not? Why is it that after the French conquest, popular history was quickly rewritten so that all ancient monarchs were represented as being oppressive or even outright evil during their lifetimes, but benevolent and protective after their deaths? 9. Why is it that when describing their unjust and oppressive behavior, kings are so often represented in their lifetimes as petulant, egotistical, naughty children? The best way to start to think about answers to these questions, it seems to me, would be to re-examine the history of Lilaza himself. Because there was a historically documented prince of Imamo named Lilaza, who did in fact fall from power, and it happened just around the time that the fabled Lilaza of Ambo Hitrambo is supposed to have tumbled from his bridge. It's actually rather remarkable we know the story, because most stories from Imamo have been irrevocably lost. By a peculiar historical accident, history has been preserved, in the unpublished journals of one James Hastie, a British infantry sergeant dispatched to the court of King Radama by the governor of Mauritius in 1817, and who was at the time acting as the king's chief military advisor. In this very early account, many of the key elements that were later to come together in Marina attitudes toward their rulers from mediumship to female rule are already very much present, and might be said provide a kind of structural foretaste of what was to come. Let me begin, then, with Hastie's account. The real Lilaza and the Bandit Queen. The Lilaza in Hastie's account was not from Ambo Hitrambo but from a small kingdom called Valilafatsi, also part of the region of Imamo, but on the very western fringes of the highlands, where it drifts into uninhabited no man's land. His story appears in account of the death of Lilaza's son, Rabivola, at the hands of the Marina king, Radama I. In October 1824, Radama's new British-trained army, fresh from its conquest of the Sakalava kingdom of Boina, was marching south through a territory called Mavamahame. It was largely open country, dotted with occasional forests, renowned for its dense herds of feral cattle, which the soldiers stopped to hunt. The only inhabitants of this desolate land were a band of several thousand runaways from the highlands, most of them Mainandi members of a famous warrior caste who had once served Radama's father. They had presented themselves at the court of the king of Boina, who granted them leave to establish themselves in this no man's land. There they formed what Hastie referred to as a Mainandi Republic, welcoming a variety of other refugees from the highlands, who ranged from escaped slaves to various unseated princes and their retainers. This motley crew soon became notorious for launching marauding raids on Radimus subjects in the highlands, and in the process, accumulating a great deal of movable wealth. In fact, the Mainandi Republic was only a republic in a certain very broad sense of the term. It had a supreme leader, a prophetess, as Hastie describes her, widely feared across the region. This woman went by the unwieldy name of Tri-Emanosinamami.10. This is where the story becomes relevant to us, because in describing the origins of this prophetess, Hastie begins telling stories, obviously culled from her followers, about events in the highlands several generations before. As it turns out, Sergeant Hastie explains, Tri-Emanosinamami was not originally the name of the prophetess, but the name of an earlier ruler of Valalafatsi, a kingdom on the very western marches of Imamo. What's more, the prophetess was the successor to the recently deceased former chieftain of the Mainandi Republic, who was, precisely, Lilaza. Lilaza had himself originally been king of Valalafatsi 11. It is said that 4 generations back, a chieftain named Tri-Emanosinamami governed the district Valalafatsi in so equitable and successful a manner as to render himself highly respected and even revered by all his subjects. His good actions had such an effect that they transferred his influence and popularity to his descendants and particularly to the chieftain from whom the late Lilaza was descended. During the reign of Lilaza, a slave boy that was sent for firewood returned with a dry faggot and placed it under the cave, outside his master's house, where it was soon discovered to grow luxuriantly, and the boy ran into a little building or cemetery which was erected over the remains of Tri-Emanosinamami, a place considered so sacred by the natives that they suppose any person not of noble blood would die immediately on entering it. The boy, however, soon began to sing, and roar loudly, and after singing, and roaring alternately for some time, he declared himself to be filled with spirit, and ultimately to be the absolute person of the long-deceased chief Tri-Emanosinamami, whose voice it was imagined by those on the outside he had assumed. Under this assumed title he issued from the tomb and was received by many as a true prophet, the miracle of the dry faggot growing being considered an incontrovertible proof, that he was not an impostor, and it so occurred that he gained confidence with the people by happening to foretell, with exactness in several instances, their success or defeat in marauding expeditions. Lilaza, finding his own power declining, and that of the prophet fast increasing, charged him with being an impostor and urged that his dark color and particularly his curly head proved that he could not be the personage that he represented himself to be. And Lilaza caused him to be put to death. At that period commenced the victorious career of Radimus' father Andrianampwanamirana, who, aiming at conquest, attacked the district of Valalafatsi, and met little opposition from Lilaza, who was deserted by the greater part of his subjects, it being their belief that in the prophet they had lost the only means by which the invaders could be restrained. And Lilaza, with a few followers, sought safety in the Boina district, where they were joined by the Mainandi and other immigrants or runaways from Imarina. They all settled at Mvamahame, where Lilaza died, leaving the settlement without a leader of distinction. Much confusion succeeded until a female of more than ordinary talent raised herself to notice among them, and in confidence told Rabivola that she was the identical person that his father had caused to be put to death, in testimony of which she showed the wounds inflicted on her former person, when in the character of a man, and this she asserted to be the cause of her now assuming the character of a female. Rabivola gave full credit to her story, and several of the persons who had witnessed the execution of the slave boy prophet testified that the report she made of the wounds was correct. She had no difficulty consequently in getting herself installed as the leader of the people. However, she always permitted Rabivola and Siafandrazana to appear to share the power of government with her, and the several petty chieftains that have since joined the population under her sway have been allowed to form their parties, and enjoy all the privileges of royalty, within their respective divisions, so that she has thus kept in favor with all. And though she had only 2 reputed husbands, she exercised her extensive prerogative in that respect as a true-born princess of the country is entitled to do. 12. After having defeated the main force of Mainandi a few days previous, Radama's soldiers had captured the prophetess and her chief followers red-handed, trying to make off with some royal cattle. Curious to meet so extraordinary a figure, Hasty accompanied 2 officers who had been sent to interrogate the captives. Her people, probably numbering not more than a few hundred, had, it would seem, established a certain reputation for themselves, not so much for military might, as for knowledge of dangerous medicines. Their forest camp, serving as temporary capital, was guarded only by odi, pieces of sticks, and roots in various forms, and rubbed with oils, were suspended on the trees around them without, to Hasty's surprise, any more conventional fortification. At the center of the camp, they encountered the prophetess herself. Hasty found her decidedly unimposing in appearance, about 25 years of age, short and fat, dark of complexion, with frizzy hair but excellent teeth. She appeared flanked by her 2 copper-colored husbands. Backed up by Lilaza's son Rabivola, she launched into vigorous protestations of innocence, swearing endless fidelity to the Marina king. Rabivola added that any accusations of their being in possession of Odi Mari, or evil medicine, were entirely unfounded. They had only such as were required to protect them from the envy of their enemies, but even those they would gladly abandon should it please the king. Radama assured Hasty he had abundant proof that they were lying in all these matters, and were guilty of numerous crimes. He ordered their immediate execution. When Radama's commands were communicated to the heroine, she stood up, and taking her spear and shield, both of which she handled with skill, she attempted to harangue her followers. She used much gesticulation and said that those who believed her to be the spirit of Triemanosinamami were right, and though her person might now again suffer, she would still be victorious, and she roared out, "Never despair, never despair." When the infatuated woman was conveyed to the place in which she was to suffer, she requested that she might be dispatched with a spear, as she had a great antipathy to being shot. Her wish was complied with, and Rabivola suffered at the same time. Such, then, was the real ignominious end of the line of Lilaza. Radama ordered the entire settlement razed, and the bulk of its population returned to Valilafatsi. 13. Hasty's text is particularly intriguing because it appears to represent the very earliest reference we have to spirit mediumship in the Malagasy highlands. Written in 1824, it refers mainly to events that must have taken place in the 1760s, 1770s, and 1780s. Hasty lacks the language to describe it, hence his talk of prophets and reincarnations, but, clearly, this is what he was talking about. The slave boy in the story was possessed by, and spoke with the voice of, the ancient king. When acting as his medium, he would have possessed all the authority the king would have had in life. What's especially interesting for present purposes is the fact that mediumship is clearly operating here as a form of political contestation. The people rally to the boy who speaks with the voice of their ancient king, though the boy himself is of the lowest possible social status. 14. The current king eventually reacts with simple violence, but thus delegitimizes his rule. After his fall, yet another prophet appears, this time, not just a former slave but also a woman who quickly becomes effective leader of the rambunctious Republic of Valilafatsi's refugees. Emblematic labor and the king as child. The historic Lilaza was a tyrant so jealous of the child possessed by the benevolent spirit of his grandfather that in the end he killed him. Thus did he lose the loyalty of his subjects and precipitate his fall from power. The legendary Lilaza of today is a tyrannical child who, after his fall, himself became a benevolent spirit that possesses mediums. Between the two stories, it seems to me, you have all the themes and elements required to start writing a proper history of Marina attitudes toward their rulers, that is, if one wishes to understand the crisis of authority that engulfed Marina kings from at least the beginning of the 19th century, these stories tell you precisely where to look. Let me give an example. One of the striking elements of the Lilaza story as it's told around Mount Ombo Hitrambo today is that it talks about forced labor. Under the Marina kingdom, Phanompana, or royal service, was the overarching principle of governance. Every subject was expected to perform some form of labor for the sovereign. And indeed the story echoes much of what ordinary subjects seem to have considered most obnoxious about phenomena at that time: the tending of vast herds of royal cattle, industrial projects, transporting lords too high and mighty to walk on the ground. All this is extremely unusual. While stories about kings told nowadays regularly emphasize their injustice and cruelty, those stories almost never have anything to say about phenomena. 15. 19th century sources, on the other hand, often seem to talk of nothing else. Foreign observers would regularly remark that the bulk of an adult Marina subject's waking hours was spent either performing phenomena for the Queen or avoiding doing so, and everything from school attendance to military service was considered a form of royal service. Not only was phenomena the central principle of governance, it was key to the status system and the animating principle of royal ritual as well, if, indeed, royal work and royal ritual can even be entirely distinguished. What I'm going to do in this next section, then, is explore the internal logic of that system of ritual labor that characterized the old Marina kingdom, since I think it's the key to understanding Marina kingship itself. Malagasy ritual provides an unusual challenge to the interpreter because ritual gestures often seem to be saying two quite contradictory things at exactly the same time. Malagasy rhetoric is quite similar. It often seems that everything is double-edged, in the sense that it can be read in at least two different ways, sometimes even three. Blessings can be curses in disguise, and curses, blessings, statements of submission are often covert challenges. Assertions of power often take the form of mock self-effacement. Anyone who has spent much time in a Malagasy community knows this is one of the things audiences find most enjoyable about good cabaret, observing the agility with which skillful rhetoricians use professions of support or agreement to subtly slice each other apart. Yet when analysts turn to ritual, they tend to assume, instead, that ritual statements must all be taken at literal face value. Marina royal ritual is a perfect case in point, since it's often subject to this kind of heavy-handed reading. Most existing literature on the subject emphasizes that the legitimacy of kings was bound up with a concept referred to as hasana. Here's a fairly typical example. Common to those kingdoms in old Madagascar which succeeded one another, rising and declining in the extent of their influence, was the notion of hasana. This designates the invisible essence of power and fertility that can be channeled to human beings, particularly through ancestors. Maintaining this life force demands respect for ritual obligations and taboos that in effect bind members of a family or a community to each other, to nature, and to the land. The foremost principle of political authorities throughout the island was that they should embody hasana and bestow it on their subjects. Statements like this are not so much incorrect as extraordinarily crude. They annihilate all the subtlety and ambiguity that, in Malagasy eyes, give concepts like hasana their conceptual power. The passage above would be a little like announcing that the English political system is organized around a notion of force or power, then explaining that English people assume force and power to be basic constituents of the natural universe, and finally concluding that English political and bureaucratic institutions exist primarily to channel force and power in benevolent directions. None of these statements are exactly false. But as with hasana, this, first, suggests a very naive understanding of what are in fact quite sophisticated concepts, and, second, assumes everything fits together in a far neater fashion than it actually does. In fact, if one examines how the term hasana is used in ritual contexts today, it is clear that it is in no sense some kind of liquid fertility or power that flows one way or another, let alone something that powerful figures bestow on anybody else. Hasana is first and foremost a way of talking about powers that no one fully understands. Royal rituals always play on this. Subjects are constantly giving hasana to the king, in the form of unbroken silver $16 which express their desire to create a unified kingdom, but it is utterly unclear, and indeed people seem to have been of very much two minds, as to whether those desires created the kingdom, or whether it was the mysterious allure of royal power that created the desire. Royal ritual often seems to be declaring that the people recognize the power of the king, and that the people create the power of the king, at exactly the same time. But this was simply typical of those domains that we would label magic or politics. They were precisely those domains where no one could ever completely understand what was going on. On ritual labor. How, then, might we attempt a less heavy-handed approach to Malagasy royal ritual? Until now, the most creative and insightful work on Marina royal ritual has surely been that of Maurice Bloch. I suspect his work stands out not just because of the quality of the theoretical insight, but also because Bloch is virtually the only writer on the subject who has comes at it armed with detailed first-hand knowledge of ritual life in the Northern Highlands today. 17 Bloch is most famous for his analysis of the Marina circumcision ritual, a ceremony that is typically performed on quite small children. Boys are usually circumcised between the ages of 2 and 4. His analysis of Fahasoavana, or circumcision rituals, is his starting point for analyzing the whole ritual system, royal ritual included. My own ethnographic work has focused more on mortuary ritual and curing rituals carried out by spirit mediums. But I think it's significant that even though these rituals aren't typically held for children, metaphors about children, and the raising of children, do also appear prominently in both of them as well. What I'm going to do in this next section, then, is to read 18th and 19th century royal ritual, as it were, backward through the kind of rituals I myself witnessed in the Marina countryside. First, mediums. Mediums, and curers in general, are often referred to as mpiteza olona, the nursemaids, nurturers, or carers for others. The verb mpiteza is ordinarily used for either breastfeeding an infant, or, by extension, taking care of a small, dependent child. 18 It can also be used for caring for the sick, as here, but in this context the implication is somewhat broader than simply taking care of. 19 Rather, as in the case of a child, it implies the benevolent, nurturant authority of someone more able and knowledgeable. In the case of mediumistic curing, of course, there are in effect two levels of such benevolent authority, the mediums, and the royal spirits that possess them. Ordinarily, mediums are simply pressed down by these spirits, which means that while in trance they remain at least partly conscious, yet hear disembodied voices, or even see visions, directing them. But if they fall deeper into trance, the metaphor reverses, they are no longer pressed down by something but carried by something, and they become the spirit, their ordinary personality entirely effaced. A similar reversal lies at the center of the Famadi-Hana ritual, where the bodies of ancestors are temporarily removed from tombs and rewrapped in native silk shrouds. When people talk casually about their communities, they often make it sound as if ancestors are the only real adults living. People are often referred to as ankaisi, children, in comparison. Yet during Famadi-Hana, ancestors themselves are turned into children. They are first placed across women's laps. The word used for this is myampafo, to nurse a child carried on one's lap, given candies and honey and small change, coddled as one would a child. Only then, once the ancestral relation has been thus reversed, can the bodies be taken up by everyone, danced with, rewrapped, and in the process, largely pulverized before being locked back in the ancestral tomb, where they can no longer trouble the living. A celebration of the ancestral dead thus ultimately turns into a war against death itself, and just as an unlocked or unattended tomb can lead to ghosts escaping to steal one's babies, the most appropriate response to locking one, I was often told, was to immediately go home and have sex, preferably with one's wife or husband, if not with anyone who's willing and available, since doing so at that moment was most likely to bring new babies into the world. These are obviously extremely abbreviated descriptions, but they serve to bring home 2 points I believe to be critical. The first is that the theme of nurture, and, especially, women's labor in the rearing of children, is a key way of imaging the creative power of ritual. The second, that such relations tend to become the locus of reversals of authority structures, where ancestors turn into children, or slaves turn into vehicles for kings. These reversals don't necessarily overthrow or challenge relations of authority, but they definitely become a way of negotiating such relations. All this is important when one turns back to royal ritual, because the moment one begins to look, one starts seeing all sorts of obvious parallels, even though these are precisely the elements that might otherwise be most likely to be overlooked if one did not have this larger ritual context in mind. Understanding the ritual logic is all the more crucial because Highland kingdoms, whether the various warring principalities of the 18th century or the great imperial state of the 19th, were essentially organized on ritual terms. This is not to deny that they were not also vast forms of labor extraction, rather, it is to suggest that within them no clear distinction between what we would call work and what we would call ritual could be made. Both were seen as necessary, and overlapping, aspects in the constant human efforts required to create and maintain the material and social universe. Point 20. We might state the matter this way: what we call societies are always vast coordinated systems of ritualized labor. Always, too, the elementary unit of any such system is some kind of household, however it might be configured. This household is the elementary unit of work, solidarity, domination, and the creation and fashioning of human beings. In this sense, women's labor, which tends to predominate within households, is also the most fundamental form of work itself. These statements, I think, can be made of any known human society. Obviously, this is never all. Anything we feel merits the name of a society will also have more encompassing structures through which all this is coordinated: clans, temple complexes, joint stock corporations, and so forth. Usually, these look quite different from households. What makes monarchies unique is that, much though there might be all sorts of things going on in the middle of the hierarchy, the very top almost exactly resembles the very bottom. Kingdoms not only begin with households, they also end with one. This apical household is, of course, the royal household. Now, certainly, royal households are almost invariably far more elaborate than any ordinary households, and often they are organized in ways that can only be described as intentionally perverse, in the sense of violating the basic moral principles that govern ordinary households, but they are considered households nonetheless. In the final analysis, they are the same sort of unit, a domestic unit creating, nurturing, and educating children, that is, producing people as the household units at the very base. The difference, of course, is that the royal household, in the vast majority of cases anyway, was only about the creation of people, and did not involve all those other forms of production of food, clothing, ironware, basketry, and so on that in ordinary households served as essential material elements for that process of tending, growing, and nurturing human beings. In fact, the tendency in those ordinary households is for what we would label work, play, ritual, and education to be, not indistinguishable perhaps, or not usually, but in every way entangled, overlapping, and mutually entailed. In contrast, royal households could be seen as the first prefiguration of the modern consumer household, which at least ideally is set in a sphere entirely opposed to the production of material goods, which is just about the creating and shaping and maintaining of people. Royal households largely divorce the making, shaping, and maintaining of people from the making, shaping, and maintaining of things. They also separate work, ritual, and play. At least, when royal figures do plow fields or lay the foundations of buildings, it's almost invariably as a form of ritual play, it's not considered actual labor. Royal households will tend to be full of servants and retainers, some of whose work is to continually teach members of the royal family how to behave like proper royalty, just as, say, presidents and prime ministers nowadays tend to be surrounded by hosts of aides and advisors whose function is to teach and remind them how to be proper heads of state. But rarely do they do a lot of what we'd consider productive work. What we'd call material production tends to be outsourced onto other households. This might seem an odd way to frame things. Surely, kingdoms are not run by a royal household. They're run by an individual called the king. Which is, of course, true. No kingdom has ever been ruled by a household collectively, and in principle, the entire purpose of the royal household is to produce that one single individual, the monarch, who is, properly speaking, the entire focus of all ritual labor. But the apparatus for the creation of such individuals is nonetheless crucial, since such individuals, for all their occasional insistence to the contrary, are mortal and can be replaced at any time. I'm emphasizing all of this, at least some of which might seem self-evident, because I think it's important to problematize received categories in order to understand what's really going on in monarchies, which are, after all, an extremely common form of government historically, even if they seem strange and exotic to most people today. The terms of political economy, invented in the North Atlantic world around the same time that modern republican forms of government were being instituted in the late 18th century, really don't seem adequate to describe them. These terms propose a very simple schematic version of what an economy is, one that has become so much a matter of common sense that we have to remind ourselves that for most people, the very idea of a division between spheres of production and consumption would simply make no sense. Some of the attendant political economy categories have been thoroughly critiqued by anthropologists. Others have not. Take, for instance, the commonplace notion that labor is basically about production, that it's typically directed at making things, transforming the world by combining raw materials into finished products. This is simply assumed in most theoretical literature. But it's a very odd assumption. Even a moment's reflection should make clear that nowhere in the world is most activity we would ordinarily refer to as work 21 directed at making anything. This is true even if we restrict ourselves to work directed at material objects. Most such labor isn't aimed at producing things, but at cleaning or maintaining them or moving them around. A ceramic coffee cup is produced just once, it's washed and stacked 1,000 times. Even if it's a disposable paper or styrofoam coffee cup, far more time and energy is spent transporting, storing, and disposing of it than in the relatively brief moment of its actual fabrication. Point 22. This blindness has any number of pernicious effects, but for present purposes I am just invoking it to make 3 points which I think are crucial to understand the organization of labor in marina kingdoms. The first is the obvious anthropological one, that we cannot presume Malagasy assumptions about what work is and what is important about it necessarily mirror our own. And they are indeed quite different. The second is that, as I've argued elsewhere, assumptions about the nature of work tend to be organized around certain forms of what I will call paradigmatic labor, that is, certain varieties of work effectively stand in the popular imagination, for a whole class of other ones. In contemporary social science, and, to a large extent, popular discourse as well, the two most important of these are factory work and child care. The first has become the paradigm for all paid work, the second, for unremunerated, domestic labor. This is the imagery lurking in the background, for instance, when Marxists speak of productive versus reproductive labor. This is what can allow popular commentators to blithely declare that the decline in the number of factories in Britain or America means there is no more working class in such countries, even though there's probably never been a single place in the history of the world where the majority of working class people were employed in factories. The third point is that in monarchies like the Marina Kingdom, the easiest way to understand how work was imagined is by examining the forms of ritualized labor surrounding kings. Let me introduce another distinction here, and cite a term I introduced in an earlier work, emblematic labor. If paradigmatic labor is what you imagine to be the model for work in general, or a whole broad category of work, emblematic labor is work seen as typical of a certain group of people, a kind of work that defines what sort of people they are seen ultimately to be. A fisherman might spend only a relatively small proportion of his time actually fishing. He might even get a larger proportion of his income from something else, but a fisherman is nonetheless what he is basically seen to be. In many societies, this emblematic labor is the kind of work that sort of person does in ceremonial contexts. Caste systems are an obvious case in point. Drummers or washermen or barbers in an Indian village do not spend most of their working days making music, washing, or cutting hair. Yet those activities define their role in the larger society, largely by determining what role they play in important cosmological rituals. A. M. Hocart in fact insisted that caste systems of this sort originate specifically in royal rituals, where, as in Fiji, different groups in a kingdom were defined by the kind of labor they performed specifically for the king. Thus in Fijian kingdoms, there were certain groups identified as fishermen not because they spent most of their time fishing, or even because they spent more of their time fishing than anyone else, but because it was their responsibility to provide fish to the court or royal rituals. Each Fijian clan was characterized by its own form of emblematic labor, and this was seen as establishing what kind of people they really were. 18th and 19th century marina arrangements have been referred to as caste-like for similar reasons. Different ancestries, and different orders of nobility, were defined by the work they performed for the royal household, and the role they played in building royal houses and royal tombs. I think examining emblematic labor in the Marina Kingdom in this fashion is the best way to understand the structure of the kingdom, and the role of the royal household. But in order to do so we first must say something about paradigmatic labor. In Highland Madagascar, the paradigm for work in general is not production or even, precisely, child care. When people think of work, they think first and foremost of the bearing of burdens, moving, dragging, and, especially, carrying things, which includes everything from carrying babies to dragging trunks of wood to moving earth with shovels. The semantic range and web of associations is quite different than we are used to. But once we understand this, a lot of other things begin to make much better sense. Speaking, carrying, and making. The essentials of the matter do not seem to have changed much since the 19th century. Then as now, work was seen as centered on the household, and was primarily the business of women. This is not to say men did not work at all. Often they worked very hard, but women spent more of their time in activities viewed as working, and women's general dispositions were seen as pragmatic, industrious, and generally work-oriented in a way that men simply were not. 23 If I were to guess what kind of paradigmatic image was called to mind by the idea of work parallel to the clock-punching industrial worker of our own imagination, it would most likely be a young woman, infant slung over her back, laboring in a rice field, or carrying water or produce on her head. Domestic labor here represents the perfect fusion of child rearing and physical work because women tend to attend to children and carry out other duties simultaneously. The paradigmatic form of work, then, was and is not seen as a making or building anything, or even maintaining anything, but, rather, lifting things up and moving them around. The importance of such matters can be seen in that fact that, traditionally, who carries what for whom in what circumstances is carefully regulated, at least in formal or ritual moments. Indeed, formal or ritual moments are above all those in which the niceties of etiquette in such matters are strictly enforced. 24 Who carries what for whom is probably the most important way of indicating rank. Even well-educated, not particularly traditional women, I found, would on trips occasionally make offers to carry my backpack, noting that, properly, if a man and woman are of roughly the same age, the man shouldn't be the one shouldering the burden. But mainly these rules applied to seniority. As elsewhere in Madagascar, the ranking of children by age is especially important. Indeed, insofar as one can speak of an atom of hierarchy in Highland society, it is embodied in the principle repeated in Proverbs that elder brothers or sisters should speak for their juniors, and juniors carry burdens for their seniors. 25 Often this is treated as a reciprocal obligation. A younger sibling has the right to demand an elder speak for them in court, or in a communal assembly. An elder sibling has the right to demand a younger one carry their bags. But it is also considered scandalous for a Zandri to speak for Zoka, a Zoka to carry a Zandri's things, at least, if the Zandri is old enough to carry anything. In fact, one could define the first stages of a child's life through the gradual application of this principle. I observed this even in contemporary households. Infants were themselves carried by their mothers or older sisters, toddlers were often sent off on play tasks of fetching and carrying things, greeted as heroes if they succeeded, or with indulgent laughter if they refused or wandered off. Then, gradually, play tasks turned into real ones, and as soon as a child is physically capable, she finds herself thrust into situations where the youngest sibling is, paradoxically, expected to carry the heaviest burdens. This happens earliest, again, for girls, and it's not uncommon to see girls even of 8 or 9 toting baskets on their heads or infants on their backs. But the same thing eventually happens to boys. By the age of about 10, children begin to help in the gardens and rice fields by carrying burdens and packages. What is remarkable about the practice is that, it is to the youngest that the heaviest parts usually fall. The Malagasy word for oppression is, precisely, tsindriana, to be pressed down. And it makes a great deal of intuitive sense that it should, since one can only imagine the first deep feeling of injustice a child will have is at precisely this moment when being a child suddenly pivots from having no responsibilities, to having the most onerous responsibilities of all. This opposition between speech and carrying is crucial. It runs through all political affairs. Speech, particularly formal speech, is seen as essentially constituting political society. Public assemblies are called kabari, which is also the word for formal rhetoric. On the level of the kingdom, the opposition between speaking and carrying was even further elaborated because speaking was paired with making, what we'd call production, and the carrying of burdens became instead the general figure for any sort of labor that, rather than being creative, was about nurturing, sustaining, and maintaining things. 26. *******. Highland kingdoms were organized around a figure called the Andriana. The word, as I've mentioned, literally means sovereign, or king. But as much as a quarter or third of the free population in the heartland of the kingdom were also called Andriana, either because they could claim descent from the royal line, or because their ancestors had been ennobled because of some outstanding service to royalty. By the end of the 18th century, these Andriana were divided into 7 ranked orders. Other free subjects were referred to as Hova, or commoners. Like the lesser Andriana, Hova were divided into ancestries, each with their own ancestral lands. While all but the very most exalted Andriana were expected to do some form of royal service, or phanompana, Hova were defined first and foremost as those who performed work in the service of the king. 27 Slaves were those who did not do so. Slaves served their masters. In fact, royal service was considered the primary mark of free status within the kingdom. Legally, if a slave could demonstrate that he or she had been part of a royal work crew, especially if it was engaged in something intimate like clearing ground for a royal palace, then that was considered grounds for manumission in itself. Almost everyone who writes about the Marina kingdom emphasizes the importance of phanompana, since it really was the central organizing principle of just about everything, the political system, the economic system, the status system as well. The rank and character of any given ancestry was determined by the kind of service it traditionally performed for the royal family. These traditional tasks were especially important because, while in theory a local king could demand most anything from his subjects, evidence suggests that at least before the 19th century a ruler's ability to extract goods and services from anyone who did not happen to live in the immediate vicinity of a royal residence was actually quite limited. Therefore, those services they did receive revolved largely around these traditional emblematic tasks, especially those involved in building and rebuilding royal houses and royal tombs, or participating in great public ceremonies like the circumcision of royal children or the annual New Year's festival. It's important to bear in mind that in terms of how they earned their livelihoods, nearly all of these groups were almost exactly the same. All devoted most of their energies to growing rice in the summer, and to handicrafts or petty trading in the agricultural off-season. It was largely during these rituals that each was assigned some specific task or set of tasks as emblematic labor, which was seen as defining their place in the kingdom, and, hence, what kind of people they ultimately were. 28 As a result, even though subjects might flee or mutiny if rounded up for certain tasks, like clearing out drainage ditches, the same subjects might come to physical blows over the privilege of carrying out other ones, say, being allowed to raise the central pillar in a royal house. So the next question is, How did emblematic labor define the nature of groups, and what did this say about the structure of the whole? Our material is uneven, but there's enough of it to see that the speaking/carrying division is indeed reproduced on the level of the kingdom. Andryana were seen as monopolizing powers of creativity. Andryana spoke first at council and were seen as being the masters of oratory and poetic speech. At the same time, Andryana also fashioned beautiful objects. Hova conveyed things from place to place. What this meant in practice is that while carrying out work for the king, tasks involving what we would consider productive labor, the actual making, shaping, or fashioning of material objects, were almost invariably assigned to those at the very top of the social hierarchy. The building and repair of royal tombs might serve as an example just because we happen to have a fairly good breakdown of how those tasks were divided up. Malagasy accounts written in the 1860s divide the necessary work into two broad categories. The first involved the actual building of the tomb and manufacture of the objects that would be placed inside. These tasks were monopolized by Andryana. The noble orders of the Andryamacine Valana and Andriantompokoindrindra, for example, provided the stonemasons and carpenters who made the tomb itself. The Andryanandranado provided the smiths who produced the huge silver coffin in which kings were buried, and, later, who made the tomb's tin roof. Women of the Andryamacine Valana and Zazamarolahi orders wove the mats that would be hung on the walls inside. 3 others were expected to provide the silk shrouds used for wrapping the dead. The second set of tasks were phrased as matters of carrying, especially, carrying off the tattered mats and other rubbish from inside a tomb when it was opened or repaired, and gathering and conveying baskets full of the red clay that was used to seal it afterward. These tasks were never assigned to Andryana but always to Hova, though, since having the right to do any sort of labor on royal tombs was considered an extraordinary privilege, generally only Hova ancestries who had rendered some extraordinary favor to royalty. 29. In such ritual moments, Andryana were indeed defined as the kind of people who make things, commoners, as those who fetch and carry them. These emblematic tasks could influence what people were considered apt to do outside of royal ritual as well. The Andryanandranado, for instance, the order of Andryana who provided the smiths for royal rituals, also produced all the gold and silver objects used at court. As a result, they eventually managed to win a formal monopoly on gold and silver working within the kingdom. During the 19th century, other branches of this same order provided almost all the tinsmiths and a large number of the skilled iron workers in the capital. Similarly, the Andryanam Boninalona, the Andryana group with whom I did my own field work, were famous as smiths, and iron work was considered not just an art but something of a privilege. While there was no formal monopoly and little way to enforce one, if anyone not of Andryana descent were to have taken it up, it would have been considered quite presumptuous. Similarly, Andryanam Boninalona women were seen as having a de facto monopoly of the weaving of native silk. But in other places such a monopoly did not exist. As a rule, Andryana were seen as producers, makers. It was their basic identity in the structure of the kingdom. This fact was perhaps most clearly revealed when, in 1817, British envoys asked King Radamai to choose a handful of boys from his kingdom to study artisanal trades in England. Every young man the king chose was Andryana. Royal service as principle of government. When we turn to actual governance, however, things get a bit more complicated. Like so many key Malagasy concepts, the notion of phenomena was double-edged. On the one hand, it refers to a meticulously graded system of ritual labor. On the other, it was the power of the sovereign to make anyone do anything at all. It's not hard to imagine how this situation might have come about. As I mentioned, for much of Highland history, rulers' powers of compulsion were fairly limited. Archaeologists confirm that from the 16th century, most lived on hilltop or mountaintop fortresses, the higher the better, since in principle a king's domains corresponded to everything he could see from the summit, and Maurice Bloch is probably right in adding that most were little more than successful brigands, which, as we've seen, is exactly the situation to which unsuccessful monarchs like Lilaza would be likely to revert. When a heavily armed band appears in a defenseless village, its leader can, of course, make anyone do pretty much anything he orders them to do. What he can make them do when he is not actually physically present is quite another matter. The apparent contradiction at the heart of phenomena no doubt originates in this very practical circumstance. But that hardly explains why this pragmatic circumstance should be preserved as a ritual principle, indeed, as the definition of sovereignty itself. It's also not hard to see how, if a ruler insists on building his house on the top of a mountain, the real challenge entailed in constructing and maintaining that house will not be finding skilled craftsmen to do the metalwork or carpentry, but rounding up people to do the really onerous work of dragging the building material, and, later, daily supplies of food, fuel, and water, up the slopes. This is what stories like that of Lilaza are clearly playing on. Given the cultural context in which all this took place, all those distinctions between speaking, making, carrying, which were already so important in the internal organization of families and households, it was hardly surprising that as a result, the production of material objects, and particularly magnificent objects, should have ended up becoming a special privilege to be allotted to kin and loyal followers, while bearing burdens should be seen as both the essence of real work and, in a broader sense, the key to the creation and maintenance of actual human beings. The fact that the arbitrary will of the sovereign remained the core of phenomena allowed the principle to regularly be put to new purposes, whenever sovereigns were, in fact, in a position to impose their will in any sort of systematic way. In the late 18th century, King Andrianampuanamirana used the principle of phenomena to marshal the manpower to reclaim thousands of hectares of arable land from swamps. In the 19th, his son Radama, to compel children to attend mission schools and teenagers to serve in a newly created standing army. At the same time, wars of expansion brought thousands of slaves into the country. All of this meant that in practice, actual labor arrangements transformed quickly and dramatically. Still, in principle, phenomena remained the basis of the monarchy. As I remarked, pretty much all observers made a point of emphasizing this. Here's a typical comment from a late 19th century missionary named Halder. He begins by noting actual power was held by a commoner prime minister named Rainialarivani, who was secretly the consort of the queen. Under the rule of this strong personality, as under that of his predecessors, no direct taxes, or next to none, were levied. In lieu thereof came phenomena, or compulsory unrequited service, such as a slave renders to his master, a very onerous duty and a very questionable exchange. Phenomena is the genius of the native government, and seemed to be its principal end. The rulers were most concerned, not with the promotion of the prosperity and happiness of the people, but with the proper carrying out of service to the queen. The whole of a native's life is taken up with doing phenomena of one sort or another. Anything in the nature of service was phenomena, from the superintendence of all the arrangements of Her Majesty's household down to the cleaning of her royal shoes, from presiding over the council of government, or the running of a province, to the shouldering of a musket in war, and the carrying of a stone or lump of earth in peace. Any and every labor could be exacted at any and every time at her sovereign will and pleasure. Phenomena for the government, whether civil or military, was bad enough, but it was made 100 times worse by the fact that the system involved, not only a multitude of petty oppressians and exactions by the persons duly appointed to carry it out, but also the phenomening of one another. The theory was that the unrequited service was rendered to the queen, but unfortunately it did not end with service to royalty. The organization requisite for getting work done for Her Majesty was a system of subordination, by means of which any person who had authority over another could make that person work for his own benefit, and the inevitable result was that there was infinitely more phenomena done for private individuals than there was for the government. The people's lives were often made a perfect misery to them. Most accounts by foreign observers from the period contain similar observations about the simultaneous legitimacy, universality, and abusiveness of phenomena. The principle that royal service was by its nature the unlimited personal power of the sovereign helps explain one of the more peculiar features of the archival record, the fact that, much though everyone who observed the functioning of the kingdom talks incessantly about it, there is almost nothing about forced labor in the government's administrative documents themselves. This never ceased to puzzle me while I was doing my own archival researches. Especially after the 1860s, almost everything has been preserved. The National Archives contains thousands and thousands of school and military registers, property censuses, court transcripts, grievances, audits, and administrative correspondence of every sort. By compiling everything I could find concerning the area immediately surrounding Laws's tomb in Ambo Hitrambo 30, I was able to reconstruct a quite detailed sense of how the government worked and what the day-to-day experience of governance was like. I was even able to reconstruct the organization of work brigades for Phanompena, since 100s and 1000s, that is, districts responsible for providing teams of either 100 or 1,000 male or female workers for royal labor projects, were the basic administrative units. The one thing on which I could get virtually no information was what those teams were actually made to do. It was all the more surprising since, for all the fact that, say, taxes were, as Halder remarked, very light and largely symbolic, tax assessments and receipts were meticulously registered, down to the penny. But on labor duties there was virtually nothing written down at all. 31. Apparently, then, the personalized, arbitrary nature of Phanompena was seen as so essential to its nature that to subsume it within the bureaucratic apparatus would have been seen as a violation of principle, so much so that even registering who was sent on what task might be considered to compromise the absolute power of the Queen. So, what did people actually do in service of the Queen at the height of the 19th century kingdom, and how did they conceive it? The question is important because, as foreign observers uniformly insisted, the sense of absolute legitimacy of Phanompena as personal service to the Queen was really what held an otherwise corrupt and often brutal government together. Here, we have to turn, I think, from lists of what people had to do which mostly don't exist to lists of what they didn't have to do, that is, lists of tasks from which especially privileged groups were considered to be exempt. These do exist, and they give us a sense of what generic Phanompena was thought to consist of. The lists of exemptions, in fact, are strikingly uniform. They almost always include four primary sorts of work which always occur in the following order. Maneo hazalava, or dragging trees. Since Imarina proper was largely devoid of timber, it was necessary to form crews of workmen to drag the vast trunks needed for royal houses and palisades from the edge of eastern forests up to the center of the country. Mihadi tani, or digging earth. This mainly refers to leveling and the making of embankments for royal building projects. Maneo arimanti, or making charcoal. In practice this mainly involved transporting baskets of charcoal produced in the eastern forests to the royal court in the capital, Antananarivo. Mitandra Antanandriana, or carrying royal baggage. Most often this involved transporting imports bound for the court from the port of Tamatave to the capital, but it could include any number of other transport duties, including literally carrying the palace baggage when the monarch was traveling. 32. Once again, in every case, we have tasks which centered on dragging or carrying heavy objects, usually in baskets on one's back or on one's head. Now, obviously, to some degree the list is just reflective of material realities. 19th century Imarina lacked beasts of burden or wheeled vehicles. Even the now ubiquitous ox carts had not yet come into general use. It was also notoriously lacking in decent roads. As a result, just about everything had to be moved by human beings, and often with great difficulty. But there's clearly more to it. Many of the more onerous tasks reported by foreign sources are conspicuously absent from the list. Choosing these tasks as paradigms of Phanompena clearly drew on a sense that, in the kingdom as in the household, carrying things for someone else was emblematic of subordination. Indeed, in the case of royalty the principle was taken even further, because, as noted above, royals and officers of state did not walk on the ground for long distances, Like foreign visitors, they were carried everywhere on palanquins borne on the shoulders of trained bearers. Royal bearers were themselves a class of relatively esteemed specialists, of a status similar to royal warriors. Important court figures, or local grandees, tended to keep specially trained bearers of their own, who usually formed an elite corps amongst their slaves. Still, bearing the palanquin remains one of the most potent symbols of oppression throughout Madagascar, as on the east coast, where memories of colonialism always seem to focus on the way local people were arbitrarily summoned to carry officials and missionaries and planters about. 33 Thus the lists of exemptions will, when they come to the fourth, occasionally write, instead of not to carry the royal baggage, Tsei Milangia Andriana, not to have to carry the king, or, even more colorfully, Tsei Me baby Andriana, not to have to carry the king like an infant on one's back. 34 And in 19th century Imarina, at least, one of the most dramatic images of royal power, and one which, as we'll see, made a profound impact on the popular imagination, was the rounding up of people to carry royal baggage when the monarch set out on a trip. This practice became particularly destructive during the reign of Queen Ranavalonai. Whenever the queen traveled abroad, she brought her entire court and enormous quantities of furniture and provisions with her, so much so that she was obliged to send ahead agents at each town along the way, calling up almost the entire able-bodied population as porters. This was a very ambivalent demand, since carrying royal baggage was indeed personal service to the crown and hence seen as inherently legitimate, but the results were usually frequently lethal. Since those recruited were not fed, and the Queen's party tended to absorb all available provisions in the regions through which it passed, hundreds if not thousands would perish of a combination of exhaustion, hunger, and disease. Never, wrote the Queen's secretary Rayambana, after one particularly disastrous trip to Mainarinara, was an excursion of pleasure more productive of famine and death. Reversals, the king as child. If there is an atom of hierarchy in Highland culture, I have suggested, it is the dichotomy between the elder child, who speaks, and the younger one, who carries. Children in fact learn about the nature of social rank largely through the experience of carrying burdens, of being literally oppressed, pressed down by the weight of objects balanced on their heads or backs or shoulders, objects which, significantly, belong to someone else. Carrying is thus both the paradigmatic form of work and emblematic of subordination. Production, creation, is, in contrast, seen as much more similar to speaking, which can create social realities, ex nihilo. One might say, in phenomenological terms, that the experience of physical compression implied by being pressed down by something contrasts here with the ability to expand, or extend oneself into the world. The contrast can be observed in the most important forms of work within the household itself. When a man is working a forge or a woman weaving, it is generally the most senior person who actually fashions the object, while younger ones scurry back and forth carrying supplies, and in formal settings it is meticulously applied, as elders speak first, and it is often considered strictly taboo for them to so much as pass a plate to their juniors. It recurs on the level of the kingdom, when the ruler assembled his people to pass down rulings or ask their permission to begin some project. It was the representatives of Andriana orders who had the privilege of speaking first. 35. So far, these arrangements seem simple enough. But we've already seen hints in the image of the mother carrying her baby, in the peculiar concept of the people carrying the sovereign, like a baby, that there might be something more subtle going on. That, as with the spirit mediums, at a certain point, subordination itself was seen as turning into a kind of covered power. And indeed, just as in the Famadihana and possession rituals mentioned earlier, the royal rituals also contained at least a potential element of reversal. The ritual emphasis on the people's support for the king shaded into the notion that the king was himself a dependent child cared for by the people. Much like a toddler, kings were assumed to be egocentric, irresponsible, petulant, given to destructive tantrums, certainly not entirely in control of themselves, and thus it was sometimes the responsibility of their subjects to chasten or admonish them. Some 19th century texts state the matter outright. Here is a quote from the Tantara New York Andriana about the immediate family of the king. The royal family are like infants nurtured by their parents. And it's just like taking care of children, this is why they're referred to as children and descendants. And it's the people who nurse, nourish, and support, and by doing so, honor the royal family. 36. The verb here translated nurture is again meteza, which literally means to nurse. Let me take this step by step. Even in ordinary usage, carrying has a double meaning. The verb mitandra means not only to bring or to carry, but also to lead. Hence one can say a person arrived carrying a shovel or leading a detachment of 100 soldiers, it's exactly the same word. Authority itself can be spoken of as a burden, so that one carries a certain responsibility or public office. Active governance is a matter of carrying the people, and the most common word for governance is in fact an abstract noun, fitandrana, which might here best be translated as the manner of carrying. This is also the word being used in the quote above for taking care of children, fitandrana, literally how one carries them around. These idioms, too, go back to relations of seniority in the family. In the household, the duties one owes to one's elders are often framed in terms of a kind of reciprocity. Let's return here to the woman with the baby on her back, which I've suggested is the primordial figure for labor. In speaking of child rearing, carrying children was often invoked as a paradigmatic image that summed up all the work of caring for, feeding, clothing, cleaning, teaching, and attending to a child's needs, which parents and of course particularly mothers were acknowledged to provide. Obligations of support which adult children later owe to their parents and ancestors, in turn, could be collectively referred to as valambabena, the answer for having been carried on the back. Alternately, they can be called laloha or lalohavana, things carried on one's head. The term lalohavana was used as way of referring to any responsibility to support others, but particularly the obligation to maintain ancestral tombs, and provide the ancestors with cloth and other gifts at Famadi Hana. 37. Perhaps unsurprisingly, some 19th century documents use the term filalohavana, things carried on the head, to refer both to one's responsibilities to one's ancestors, and to one's responsibilities to provide taxes and labor to the state. There's kind of a continuum here from carrying as pure subordination, to carrying as nurture, to carrying as outright authority. It's the second term, the woman with the baby on her back, that marks the point of transition between the other two. She is precisely the pivot around which one flips over, and turns into its opposite. I would argue that the exact same thing happens in royal ritual. If one returns to the most prestigious ceremonial moments of Phanomphena, where labor becomes most emblematic, and different ancestries define their place in the kingdom as a whole, one finds these are also the moments where the idiom of nursing or nurturing is most likely to be evoked. This is true above all in first fruits ceremonies, where various representatives of the kingdom's many ancestries carried not just the first of the rice crop. Once the first rice harvest is brought in, then the people present the first fruits to the Andriana, each variety of rice crop, and it's only once they have done so that the people can eat of it. This was the custom from olden times, to honor him, as he is the child nursed by the people, as he is the master of the land and the kingdom. 38. As in most Austronesian societies, sacrificial ritual is a way of invoking the god's power only to banish it again, most often, in order to lift some taboo those gods might otherwise impose. First fruits are a variation. In principle, the entire crop could be said to belong to the gods or the king. By accepting a small symbolic sample, the true owner releases his claim over the rest. This ritual, too, is modeled on household practice, where the eldest member of the family receives the same Santa berry from the family's lands after the harvest, and must taste it before anyone else is allowed to eat. Now, the process of the ripening and harvest of the rice crop is spoken of in much the same terms as the gestation and birth of infants, and the ceremony of first fruits, as several of my own informants emphasized, is identical in form to an infant's first haircut, conducted when he or she is 3 to 6 months old. This is the ceremony that marks the child's debut as an autonomous social being. Like the rice, the clipped hair is cooked with milk and honey, though while the rice is first eaten by the head of the household, who then releases the remainder of the harvest to everyone else, the hair is placed in a banana leaf spoon and sampled by everyone, particularly young women, since it is said to convey fertility. In the case of the rice, then, a release of ancestral authority; in the case of the haircut, a general distribution of human vitality. 39 Yet each implies the other, and in the case of the royal Santatra, the two are, at least rhetorically, combined. Much as in the Famadihana, where ancestors were turned into infants so as to free the living from their demands, here the monarch, owner of the land and the kingdom, is presented with the product of those lands in a way that transforms him into a dependent child, helpless but for the nurture and support of the kingdom's inhabitants. Reflections on the king as toddler. How, then, do we think about this notion of the king as child nurtured by the people? In much of Madagascar, kings typically represent themselves as foreigners. They trace their genealogies to faraway kingdoms, exotic half-forgotten lands like Mangalore or Mecca. As Marshal Solins has demonstrated, this circumstance is not at all unusual. Most kings insist they come from some place other than the lands they rule. In myth, and also ritual, the stranger king scenario, as Solins describes it, follows a fairly predictable narrative sequence. The king first arrives from far away as a kind of holy terror, an alien, outrageous power, whose absolute vitality is signified by a tendency to engage in arbitrary acts of violence. But in conquering his people, he is also, subtly, conquered by them. Often this culminates in his marriage to a daughter of the people of the land, who thus become the closest thing he has to parents. In the process, he is surrounded, incorporated, domesticated, even symbolically killed and reborn as a child of his people. 40. Might something like this be happening here? It's tempting to make the connection. But there's a problem: Merina sovereigns didn't really represent themselves that way. In other parts of Madagascar, royal lineages certainly did. They tended to see themselves as conquering outsiders, imposing their dominion on an autochthonous population who were seen as the true owners of the land and who therefore, nonetheless, maintained certain crucial ritual privileges, such as the right to nominate or install the king. While there are traces of such arrangements early in Merina history, by the late 18th century, at least, traces were all that remained. Official histories instead represented the entire Merina population, Andriana and Hova alike, as foreign invaders, and the country's true aboriginal inhabitants, the Vazimba, as elf-like primitives who had been defeated and driven from the country. Merina kings claimed absolute command of everything, including all land and labor, within their kingdoms. Still, one could say that the image of the king as child, and particularly the king as naughty child, likely Laza takes the two moments of the stranger king story, the king as extramoral outsider and king as tamed by the people, and effectively fuses them together. In my essay on the divine kingship of the Shilluk, I suggested a slightly different way these same pieces often come together. One can also pluck two more general principles out of the scenario that are always simultaneously present, and in constant mutual tension. I referred to these as divine and sacred kingship. The first applies not so much when kings are taken to be gods, but rather when they act like gods, that is, with arbitrary impunity. Divine kingship corresponds to sovereignty in Carl Schmitt's sense in political theology. It is something that stands entirely outside the legal order, and can therefore constitute it. Sacred kingship is very different. To be sacred is, as Durkheim long ago recognized, drawing on the logic of Polynesian taboo, to be set apart, and what setting the king apart as a sacred being always means in practice is surrounding him with such an elaborate system of restrictions, protocols, and taboos that it becomes extremely difficult for a sovereign to exercise that arbitrary divine power except in very carefully circumscribed ways. In fact, and this is true particularly in non-bureaucratized kingdoms, the more elaborate the court ceremonial, the less effective personal power the monarch was likely to wield. What I am suggesting here is that the pomp and protocol that surround powerful figures are rarely, if ever, the creations of those powerful figures themselves any more than King Togo, sometimes credited with having invented the Shilluk sacred kingship, is himself likely to have simply decided one day that it would be a neat idea to create a body of armed executioners with the power to kill him whenever his senior wives decided he was no longer capable of adequate sexual performance. Deference is always double-edged. On the one hand, violent men invariably demand respect, a certain kind of ritual deference. On the other, the more extreme forms of such respect can easily become ways of isolating and controlling such violent men. This continues to be true even if a monarch remains in other respects a despot, capable of ordering executions and similar acts of spectacular cruelty or destructiveness at whim. First of all, because all kings worthy of the name are to a certain degree despotic, sovereignty and despotism being at root the same thing, and, secondly, because the tension between the divine and sacred aspects of kingship is always to some degree constitutive of kingship itself. True, it is possible for ritualization to overwhelm and entirely hollow out the crown, leaving it a purely ceremonial or constitutional monarchy. But the opposite cannot really happen. Even in the case of Lilaza, who descended from monarch to something very like a simple bandit, his son's need to establish himself as something more than just the son of a bandit compelled him to quickly pass most of his power to someone else. One might well argue that both the classic Stranger King narrative and the Baby King image are two different ways of elucidating this fundamental tension. Within the Marina Kingdom, that tension was above all summed up in the phrase Mpiteza Andriana, literally, the nursemaids of the king. All major royal aides and advisors, that is, those who created and maintained that court ceremonial, were called this. The term was applied to the Tandopa, or palace attendants, to royal counselors, and to the diviners and keepers of the charms that protected the kingdom 41, as well as to the retainers assigned to support various lesser lords assigned to Minakali, or local estates. These latter were said to nurse or nurture these children of the royal line in the same way as the people did the king himself. 42 The term could thus be applied either to those who fed, cared for, and physically sustained the king, or to those who might be said to provide for the king's ongoing education, reminding him of his duties and responsibilities, guiding him toward appropriate conduct. 43 Neither were these simply metaphors. In the histories, Mpiteza regularly speak to kings using terms of address, notably the informal second person, Eolahi, or Lir Etsi, which would be utterly scandalous if directed at anyone of higher status in any other context, and kings respond with the terms of address a child would use for a father, guardian, or elder, Ikiaki or Idada. These same Mpiteza Andriana, of course, were those responsible for the actual creation of royal ritual as well. Earlier, I observed that royal households always stand at the pinnacle of an elaborate system of ritual labor. They also tend to be somewhat different from the households that make up the base of the kingdom, because while in ordinary households the creation and sustenance of people was inextricably bound up in the creation and maintenance of things, royal households, for the most part, produced only people. To this we can add, but they did not produce those people all by themselves. In a larger sense, and this is clearly the case here, the organization of kingdom-wide ritual labor was itself directed not just toward the material provisioning of royal households, but also toward the active shaping of those offspring royal families produced. Everyone, in their own way, contributed to the raising of royal children, not just in terms of feeding and clothing them, but even in the broader sense of bringing them to full maturity. Certain groups carried out the circumcision rituals for princes, others were assigned to play with princesses, and so on. Yet, as a paradoxical result of the enormous focus on the task of raising royal children, that task would always remain incomplete. Kings and queens never quite grew up and never quite became autonomous. They were, in a sense, permanent toddlers. This was both the key to their legitimacy. They were cherished, their health and well-being were the common project of the Ambanyandro, the common people or under the day, but also an obvious limit to the exercise of power, since while childish displays of petulance were only to be expected, as we shall see, The framing of the king as child allowed everyone, in principle, to step in and impose gentle but firm maternal discipline when the monarch was seen to have overstepped his bounds. 45. What I am suggesting is that this is precisely the idiom through which the relation between divine and sacred kingship here plays itself out. The idiom of the king as dependent child provides a framework through which the arbitrariness of power, even the arbitrary violence of individual kings, and there was quite a bit of that in Marina history, not only makes sense, but can itself become a token of legitimacy, if one that can also be easily contested. The ritual system seen from the perspective of the child king. So, why were Marina kings represented as children? One obvious reason was that, for all they might be occasionally be hailed as fathers of the kingdom, they ruled because they were children of someone else. A king is a king because his ancestors were kings. Hence the constant invocation, at every ritual event, of the names of the royal ancestors. In the case of commoners, this situation was reversed. Their importance for the kingdom was the fact that they produced and fostered children themselves. This was brought home most clearly in naming practices. Queen Ranavalonai, during her reign, was known as Rabadon Andrianampwanamirana, literally, King Andrianampwanamirana's little girl. Her son, who became Radamatu, is always referred to in official texts as Rakatan Dradama, which in turn means Radamai's little boy. These names continued in use even after the rulers themselves became quite advanced in years. Queen Ravanavalana was still being called the little girl when she was 80. Commoners, in contrast, tended as soon as they had offspring to name themselves after their children, adopting technonyms such as Renakoto or Renib. 46. Similar naming practices have been documented elsewhere in the Austronesian world. It seems a common side effect of the tendency of aristocratic lines to monopolize genealogies. Once the royal line becomes the core organizing principle of the kingdom, and local ancestors become unimportant, then only nobles are, properly speaking, descendants. Certainly this came to be the case in Imarina, where the ritual advisors of King Andrianampwanamirana, who reunified the kingdom after its period of civil wars and is generally regarded as the founder of the Marina state, first laid out the kingdom-wide arrangement of 12 sacred mountains, each with its royal ancestral tomb of one of the 12 who reigned, the great royal ancestors, which meant the memory of any local royal ancestor who was not integrated into the new system became simply irrelevant, for ritual purposes. The keepers of these royal tombs were, paradoxically, a group of men called the Vilundriamandreni, those whose mothers and fathers are still living, whose task it was to present various kinds of santatra, or first fruits, at royal ceremonies. From the late 18th century, they were drawn from 8 key ancestries, and these were considered to have the very highest and most exalted position in the great system of royal service that anyone could possibly have. These santatra were not limited to rice. Almost any object dedicated during a ritual was considered santatra. Santatra of one sort or another had to be brought for every major action or project the monarch undertook, from the building of a new cattle pen to a military expedition, every time the monarch appeared in public, and, crucially, at every major ritual marking the life course of royal offspring, birth, first haircut, circumcision, marriage, and so on. Hence those whose mothers and fathers are still living were sometimes said to care for the king when living, and bury him when dead. Whereas the cult of ancestors focused on the great kings of the past, first fruits were all about creating something new. Technically, all this followed from the logic of Malagasy astrology. 47. As our sources emphasize, all these rituals were created by court astrologers and followed the basic astrological principle that, just as the fate of a child is determined by the hour of its birth, so is the success or failure of any undertaking determined by the moment of its beginning. Still, destinies are never inexorable. Hence, much of the Malagasy astrologers' art, then as now, consisted of adjusting or repairing destinies, through the assembling, manipulation, preservation, or disposal of various symbolically potent objects, in this case, animals for sacrifice, rare woods and plants, incense, honey from a living hive, baskets, stones, and even the unbroken coins presented to the sovereign. These are the objects brought by those whose fathers and mothers are still living, and the Tantara provides us with elaborate lists of them. So, despite the fact that these are the same men and women who take care of the royal tombs, their principal work is not commemorating the past, but preparing the way for the future. Insofar as royal ancestors are relevant to these rituals, they, too, rather than the ancestors in Famadihana nowadays, are something to be propitiated and then shunted off to some place safe where they cannot interfere with everyday human affairs. As the French colonial ethnographer Charles Renal observed when speaking of Saint-Être, the ancestral order being seen as fixed, the creation of anything new was always a certain sense an act of defiance, and, therefore, seen as requiring an act of propitiation directed at the ancestors themselves. This is presumably why calling such actions first fruits made sense to begin with. In each case, there is a similar logic of appealing to authorities to lift some taboo or restriction they could otherwise impose, and in doing so, subtly, banishing them, at least temporarily. All this matters because presentation of Saint-Être was the apogee of the system of ritual labor as a whole. First fruits were presented either at moments when subjects performed some great project for the king, or when royal children were being shaped into proper adults. The obvious implication is that these two moments were in some sense equivalent, that royal service, even if it involves dragging trunks or making charcoal, extends the principle of caring labor for the royal household to the population at large, infantilizing the king at precisely the point where the royal will was, by definition, absolutely sovereign and unconditional. It might be helpful to turn again here to the above quoted passage about the presentation of first fruits of the rice harvest to the sovereign. In fact, it occurs at the very end of the exposition on Saint-Être in general in the Tantara, as if this is what everything is leading up to. Recall the language: this was the custom from olden times, to honor him, as he is the child nurtured by the people, as he is the master of the land and the kingdom. Tampo means both owner and master. It refers not only to command of land or other resources, but also to command over others' labor. It's also the root of phanompana, which literally means the action of making someone else an owner or a master. So even the king's mastery of his people, or ownership of the land, is not an intrinsic quality. The people make him the master and owner by doing whatever he says. 48 What's more, that willfulness, the tendency of the master to give orders, the pure arbitrariness of sovereign power, is also what reduces the sovereign to a permanent minor, and hence a cherished object of devotion. As representatives of Queen Ranavalonai's subjects announced to her in one famous speech, spoken on the occasion of her assembling her people for phanompana, royal service was a matter of performing whatever your heart desires, whatever sweetens your belly, whatever you wish to do with us, your playthings. 49 She was the sovereign with the power to do with her subjects what she would. But by that same token she was ultimately a beloved, but helpless, dependent child, and thus not fully responsible for her actions, because in a certain sense, like any child, she stood outside the adult moral order. If a toddler breaks the teapot, you might get angry, but you can't really say it was wrong of her to do so. Similarly, since it was the sovereign's right to do anything she liked, she could be naughty, but she couldn't actually be wrong. Popular contestation, women's rebellions, and the return of the ancestral dead. At this point, I think, it is possible to pull the threads of this essay together. The reader will recall that I began by describing how, after the abolition of the monarchy in 1895, almost all past kings were immediately recast in the popular imagination as oppressive and unjust, even as spoiled children, and suggesting that this apparent overnight transformation couldn't really have come out of nowhere. At this point, we can certainly understand where the notion of the king as child was coming from. It's the linchpin of the system of ritual labor on which the kingdom was founded. The question, instead, is how is it that royal immaturity came to be considered objectionable, and not endearing? The other question is why the uneasiness with royal power first manifested itself in a broad rejection of male kings in favor of female ones. Why did kings come to be viewed like the contemporary image of Lilaza, as self-indulgent child princes endlessly making up oppressive new tasks for their subjects, while even notoriously violent and tyrannical female sovereigns like Rana Valona continued to inspire the devotion of their subjects? It might not be possible to answer this last question definitively, but if we reread Marina history through the terms that have been laid out so far in this essay, it becomes a lot easier to understand. If nothing else, the story begins to look very different to the received official history. Because, in fact, at just about every point in that history where one finds an acute crisis of royal authority, one also finds these same themes cropping up: the childishness of displays of arbitrary royal power, the people as nursemaids, or as embodiments or avatars or royal ancestors, or both. Now, it's easy enough to see how the notion of the people as nursemaids could become a language of political protest. And indeed it regularly did. Here's a speech reported to have been made by representatives of the town of Alasara, appealing to King Andrianampwanamirana to remove the local lords who had been appointed to rule over them. Children are sweet, but when they bite the breast, they must be pushed away. Don't give us any more children to take care of, but if you please, let this become land directly under your own control. Alasara is a place of abundance, but those who've wound up here in the past have revealed the evil of their ways. Let us no longer take care of them, because you have naughty children, and we the people have been fooled. 50. Oral traditions suggest that in the 17th and 18th centuries, the nature and extent of royal power were under constant negotiation. While in principle, there were no limits at all on what a king might do, and kings did, often, act quite arbitrarily, the Mpateza Andriana had the power to admonish, chasten, or even mobilize the people to remove them. This was particularly true of royal councillors, who at the time acted as the principal representatives of the commoner population. The first record we have of a ruler actually being deposed was that of a monarch named Rajakat-Saitaka-Chandriana, long remembered as the quintessence of selfish, tyrannical irresponsibility. After 5 years in power, he was unseated at the instigation of his father's aged former chief counselor and astrologer, Andriamampandri. 51. There are several contradictory accounts of how the old man managed to effect this. All agree that it began with his summoning a great kabari, or assembly, to win popular consensus that the king must be removed, where it was agreed that his younger brother be placed on the throne in his stead. According to some accounts, Rajakat-Saitaka-Chandriana then simply collapsed before the power of the elders' imprecations. In others, he was tricked out of the palace by divination, yet others imply an actual uprising, since Andriamampandri is said to have set fire to the village of Andohalo just outside the royal precinct in order to drive away the king's most faithful followers. Andohalo was never rebuilt. Instead, the open space where the village once stood became the site of the great kabari held between kings and people from that point on. Later visitors describe it as natural amphitheater, in which some 80 to 100,000 persons may conveniently assemble, and in the 19th century, it was the scene of gaudy royal ritual and proclamations. The Tantara claims it was King Andriamasena, the ruler Andriamampandri placed on the throne after the rebellion, who first made a systematic practice of consulting with the people before making important decisions. Often these consultations seem to have been mere formalities. At other times they involved serious negotiations between well-balanced powers. It was at these kabari, as well, where Hasana was presented, oaths and vows of loyalty were pronounced, and the kingdom as a whole effectively created and recreated the kingdom, and thereby the king. Yet such actions could only have meaning if all were also aware that the people could, in the last instance, act otherwise. It was possible to withdraw one's oaths. And surely, the fact that all these oaths and consultations took place on the very site of an earlier popular insurrection could only have constantly underlined the possibility that such things could, in the last instance, happen again. ******. According to the tradition, Andriamacene lived long and wisely, but in his dotage made the unfortunate decision to divide his kingdom between his 4 favorite sons. The result was a chaotic descent into civil disorder. The histories refer to this as the period of civil wars. They ended only after a prince of Ambo Himanga, the one who was eventually to call himself Andrianampuanamirana, roughly the desire of Imarina, managed, through a skillful combination of brutal force and delicate diplomacy, to patch together the various warring kingdoms into a single, unified, state. It is especially difficult to assess Andrianampuanamirana in retrospect, since by the 1860s, when the histories were put down in writing, he had already become something of a folk hero, the paragon of the old wise king against whom contemporary monarchs and their counselors could be judged. Earlier sources present a much more ambivalent picture, of an enterprising monarch sincerely dedicated to the prosperity of his subjects, but who was also responsible for the deaths of thousands, both in calculated massacres, and in the constant submission of the populations of whole towns and villages to the poison ordeal, or tangina. Even in the idealized accounts preserved by Khalid, he is constantly threatening to kill lawbreakers and dissenters. And some later sources preserve popular memories of the king that must have circulated among his enemies of the time, as a brutal usurper, ally of foreign slave traders, and murderer of innocents, memories still vividly alive especially in Andriana circles long after his death. Case 1, Andrianum Botsimarophai, an unstable king. In the stories collected in the mid-19th century, Andrianampuanamirana is always represented as the stern but principled monarch, the one true adult on the throne. Since he is universally recognized as laying the foundations of the later Marina state, historians usually focus on him as the paradigm for kingship, but in fact, he seems to have tried to completely reinvent the institution. To get a sense of what early monarchs were like, it seems to me, it would be better to focus on his chief rival, King Andrianum Botsimarophai, king of Antananarivo. Tsimarophai, as he is sometimes called, is regularly contrasted to Andrianampuanamirana as an almost comical figure, an impulsive blowhard given to every sort of indulgence and vice. In the Tantara, his court is represented as a kind of madhouse, its denizens constantly wasted on rum, cannabis, and opium. One typical passage, there was one palace attendant who was smoking marijuana, and when high on marijuana chased a dog and fell into ditch, and for a while they didn't know if he would survive, but the king was not alarmed, neither did Tsimarophai forbid it but just let him carry on preparing the stuff anyway. 52. Typically, such passages are followed by declarations by Andrianampuanamirana that he would order the execution of anyone who indulged in such dangerous pastimes. For over a decade, Andrianampuanamirana and Tsimarophai fought a seesawing war over the control of the great city of Antananarivo, in which the capital repeatedly fell to the usurper's armies, only to be snatched back again by the Manasatra, Tsimarophai's most devoted troops. The Manasatra were a kind of military order or specialized warrior caste. The sources often refer to both as royal slaves. In reality, they were also a powerful descent group with their own ancestral towns and villages, and a peculiar relation of privileged familiarity with the royal household. Not only did the Manasatra lead and form the elite core of the king's armies, they alone were allowed to play with royal children. 53 There are long passages in the Tantara, many clearly meant for comic effect, purporting to record Tsimarophai's interactions with his protectors. The first time the Manasatra drove Andrianampuanamirana out of the city and recovered the capital, they brought their king to show him. And the Manasatra took Tsimarophai to Antananarivo, and they said, "Did we lie to you, Tsimarophai? Here is your land and your government, if you don't care for it, then give it to someone else." And Tsimarophai said, "I am happy, Daddy Manasatra, I put my faith in you. Yes. You truly did not deceive me, so I thank you for that. Because here is my son Maromanampo, who dwells together with you and lives in the same house as you. So I have absolute confidence in you that you should live with him." 54. The Manasatra then inform him that they are returning to their own ancestral lands of Ambo Hijiki, where they will be available in case the king should be so careless as to lose his capital again. They also propose he send his son Maromanampo with them, as he isn't settled happily here, he'll enjoy Ambo Hijiki, and Raveo too wants to play with the girls at Ambo Hijiki. It's not clear whether the king assents, but he does order a great celebration, presumably replete with rum and other intoxicants, and tells the Manasatra to bring their wives and children. The Manasatra women dance and rejoice, but while they do so, they gently chide the king, urging him not to fall asleep or become distracted once again. After a few years, Andrianampwanamirana again seizes the capital, and Cimarophai is once more forced to appeal to his servants, "Come again, Daddy Manasatra, because Antananarivo is lost once more, and once more I don't know what to do." 55 The Manasatra representatives immediately ask him, "Did not our women tell him not to fall asleep on the job?" A proper king doesn't play games but thinks about the government. Andrianampwanamirana only thinks about the government. If you prefer to play games, perhaps we should turn the government over to him and leave you to your games in peace. Cimarophai was roused up by this, and took up his shield and spear, fired off a shot of his musket, and declared, "If you still love me, then I myself shall fight at the head of my army. I will fight in the manner of the Sokolava, where the king himself leads the army, because the people may be powerful, but if the king is defeated then the people are defeated too." "God forbid," said the Manasatra, "and where exactly did you come up with this Sokolava manner of fighting, you with your bright ideas? You'll just hand the kingdom over to Andrianampwanamirana? Because that's all you'll accomplish with this let's do the Sokolava manner of fighting nonsense. It's not the ancestral way, the king is to be guarded. You think you're going to lead the army, boy? All you're going to do is get yourself killed." 56. The Manasatra leaders noted that great though their love was for the king, they were equally loyal to his ancestor, King Andriamasi who first granted them their lands in Ambo Hijiki, to which they were now inclined to return. When Cimarophai persisted in his plan to personally lead his army into combat, they finally turned to their sometime playmate, the little princess Raveo. "Goodbye Raveo. Your father has abandoned you. Your daddy doesn't want to be king anymore. So we must go home. Farewell." At this point Cimarophai conceded, "I'm sorry, fathers, I will not continue in my foolishness. I put my faith in you. Do what you must to recover Antananarivo." 57. Since all these stories are so clearly arranged to contrast the stern but efficient king of the north with the silly, feckless, self-indulgent king of the south, one might wonder how much of this is simply literary embellishment. But as a matter of fact there is good reason to believe the accounts are substantially correct. As it happens, a French slave trader named Nicolas Mayer personally visited Cimarophai's court on at least 2 occasions, and has left us 2 different descriptions of it, written 8 years apart. These accounts provide striking confirmation of some of the details of the account in the Tantara, while at the same time showing that Cimarophai's misconduct at one point became so outrageous it inspired an outright revolt. Mayer is, in fact, the first foreign observer to have left us any sort of detailed eyewitness account of the Marina Kingdom, which he called the Kingdom of Ankove. While visiting the small highland kingdom of Ankei in the spring of 1777, Mayer was, by his own account, approached by a small delegation who explained to him that they were agents of Cimarophai, and that the king would be very interested in establishing direct commercial relations with French traders operating on the coast. Mayer was, at first, hesitant. The king of Ankei was clearly very hostile to the project, and Mayer himself had not heard good things about Ankove. When the head of the delegation asked why he came to Ankei, rather than the much larger kingdom to the north, I responded that this preference was only natural, that several times, caravans of people from the coast had been pillaged by the subjects of his master, and this was reason enough to strictly avoid his province. It is true, he replied, that in the past the Manasatra have committed some excesses, because this class of men, who are slaves of the king, enjoy an unlimited liberty during such time as the king is not of age to govern. But he has now established order throughout his realm. I can assure you that foreigners will now enjoy the same security among us as they would enjoy in their own homes. 58. The next morning one of Mayer's bearers took him aside and explained to him in confidence that he recognized the man claiming to be Tsimirofai's chief envoy. He was not an envoy at all, he actually was Tsimirofai, who had traveled incognito into his enemy's kingdom, at great personal risk, in order to effect the alliance. If nothing else, this impressed Mayer of the man's seriousness. When the king admitted it was true, Mayer agreed to set out together with him to Ankove. Along the way, the two men struck up a friendship. Mayer ended up leaving an enthusiastic account of his capital, Antananarivo, a city that rose like a startling acropolis from the middle of a vast plain of terraced rice fields crowded with villages whose industrious inhabitants appeared, despite their complete lack of contact with foreigners, to have mastered the agricultural, industrial, and even administrative arts with far greater sophistication than any other inhabitants of Madagascar. The king took a great interest in promoting and regulating circulating weekly markets. The inhabitants of Ankove, Mayer observed, seemed a fundamentally peaceful people, more interested in commerce than in war, though he must also have noted with some professional interest that the division of the country into numerous warring principalities, and resultant instability, ensured it was in a position to supply unusually large numbers of slaves. When Mayer returned 8 years later, in late August 1785, matters were not going nearly so well for his old friend. The king was perpetually drunk, and had become addicted to opium purveyed by Arab merchants. Tsimirofai seemed at constant war with all his neighbors, especially Andrianampwanamirana, who seemed, Mayer estimated, at this point to be gaining the definite upper hand. Finally, Tsimirofai's own people had indicated there was a very definite limit to their patience with his behavior. 3 years before, Mayer reported, Tsimirofai had killed his chief wife in a drunken rage. His people, outraged, convoked a general assembly in order to decide whether to remove him from office and pass his formal title on to their pre-adolescent son. In the end, the answer was affirmative. Mayer summarizes the message presented to the king in the cabaret it was presumably held at Andohalo in his characteristic, slightly stuffy, style. "Prince, here is your legitimate successor. He is now under our watchful care. We wish to teach him how to govern us, because it is true that currently, if he remains with you, he will only witness bad examples. We wish for tranquility, far from the vexations which your continual inebriation has imposed on us. The innocence of your son, and the respect that the Hova have for their sovereign, mitigate against the vow we have already taken to change our ruler. Yet the crime you have committed against your wife, your own first cousin, which marks the very culmination of our indignation, cannot remain unavenged, so we have assembled to deliberate on the matter. It has been decided that you will no longer receive either our allegiance or our tribute, that we will regard all those among us as remain attached to you as enemies of the Hova people, up to such time as you solemnly declare that you have completely renounced the use of strong liquor. We have also taken a vow to allow you a fixed term to reflect on this matter. Until that term is expired, all authority you have over us shall be suspended. Our allegiance will be directed to your son." The declaration was followed by the firing of muskets, and the conferring of Maromanampo to the protection of the Manus Atra. After the appointed term was over, a second cabaret was held, and the king determined to have remained sober in the interim. His people therefore renewed their vows of fealty again. Still, according to Mayer, this newfound sobriety was short-lived. Before long the king had lapsed, Andrianampwanamirana returned, and the resulting popular disillusionment played no small role in his ultimate military defeat. ******* The role of the Manus Atra and Mainandi, collectively known as the Mainti and Andreni, the warrior orders of ancient Imarina, has always been something of puzzle for historians. While referred to as royal slaves, they have many of the same privileges as Andriana. They seem to rank in certain ways above, in other ways below, the bulk of the population. The understanding of the ritual structure of the Marina kingdom developed in the course of this essay suggests one way to understand this apparent paradox. Such warriors were a particularly intimate kind of Mpitesa and Andriana, not just because they protected the king in battle, but because even in ordinary times, the king's own children were relegated to their care. Hear their playful intimacy with little princesses like Raveo. As a result, if the monarch was not yet of an age to rule, or else if he was simply not acting as if he were, his sovereign power, that is, his right to engage in arbitrary, essentially lawless violence, devolved onto them. 59 This is why during Tsimirofai's minority, the Manus Atra could revert to simple banditry, preying on foreign caravans at whim. But even when, as an adult, he attempted to take full command of his armies, they treated him as a child again, and put him firmly back in his place, in such a way as to ensure he was aware their loyalty was as much to his family as it was to him. He was neither the eldest nor the youngest of his lineage. And in the end, what was true of the Manus Atra was, in an attenuated sense, true for all of his subjects as well, since, in the event of the king's proving himself utterly unfit to preside over the royal family, they were willing to temporarily convey power to a minor until he could prove himself capable of ruling even within those parameters to which he was allowed. If so, it makes it easier to understand the fate of the historical Lilaza, and his son Rabivola, as well. Having been expelled from his kingdom in Valilafatsi, Lilaza fell in with a faction of Mainandi, who took on exactly the same role. They offered him their nurture and protection, but at the same time used that relationship as the moral basis for effectively turning bandit and launching raids against all around. Case 2, Radama I and the First Women's Uprising. Andrianampwanamirana was ultimately victorious, and in his new united Marina kingdom, he marginalized both Manus Atra and Mainandi, relying instead for military support on two large Hova ancestries from his native Ambo Himanga, the Tsimahafatsi and Tsimiamboolahi. These were to provide his royal counselors, who were his own principal Mpitesa and Andriana, and the military commanders who were to effectively run the kingdom from then on. Yet, like his son Radama, who took power at the tender age of 17, Andrianampwanamirana allowed the Mpitesa only a modest role in government. Other than the counselors, his chief Mpitesa were the guardians of the royal Sampi. It was Andrianampwanamirana who seems to have systematized the elaborate ritual system outlined in the Tantara, with its pantheon of 12 royal ancestors, 12 sacred mountains, and 12 national charms. Radama, once he had entered into alliance with the British governor of Mauritius, who recognized him as king of Madagascar, threw everything into the creation of his new red-coated army, drilled and provisioned by British advisors, and no longer seemed to have found much use for Mpitesa of any kind. Radama also largely abandoned his father's habit of calling grand assemblies to consult with his subjects about policy issues. Increasingly, the great Kaberi at Andohalo became places to make proclamations and convey royal orders, or to make a display of military formations, but very little else. Radama was the ultimate adolescent king, and it's not hard to see him as a distant inspiration for the myth of Lilaza. 60 He fancied himself a new Napoleon, whose portrait he in fact kept in his private chambers. 61 An enlightened despot determined to employ his unlimited powers to reshape society in modern, progressive terms. He established a school system and a civil service. He sponsored industrial projects, and campaigns to modernize building techniques, clothing styles, and standards of public hygiene. He divided the entire male population of Imarina into two broad categories, military and civil, and invoked the principle of Phanompana to call the first up to service in the army, the second, to labor teams assigned to increasingly onerous royal corvée. At the same time, Radama played the enlightened skeptic in relation to the mumbo-jumbo of his father's ritual system. He was especially famous for entertaining himself by posing impossible tests for astrologers and magicians and trying to expose the various tricks and stage illusions employed by mediums. One of the king's most notorious comments was rendered to a French artist hired to paint his portrait, one André Copel, himself apparently an Enlightenment skeptic of sorts. Copel wrote the followed account of a conversation he had with the king, after the latter's return from a journey to the shrines of the royal ancestors, to petition them for rain. The prince was long returned from his pilgrimage, from which he had obtained all the success he had wished for. Radama, moreover, did not believe in these spells and devotions, and even less in the divine power which superstition attributed to them. He sometimes laughed at it, and told me, between us, that it was all just a matter of politics. He questioned me one day on my religious opinions, and, I having in my turn addressed several questions on the subject, replied to me among other things that religions were nothing but political institutions, fit to lead children of all ages. The latter remark takes on renewed significance coming from the mouth of a 30-year-old monarch in a political system where kings were regularly themselves treated as de facto minors. It sounds very much as if Radama was using his privileged relation with foreigners to reverse all this, to cast himself as a kind of stranger king in the making, and, by that very token, render those who might otherwise have been considered his mpateza as so many benighted children in their turn. 62. This attempted realignment did not go unchallenged. Matters came to a head, in fact, over precisely the sort of personal household issues, the care and nurturing of the king, and royal family more generally, that were the traditional focus of the system of ritual labor. It will be recalled that the act of bringing first fruits was also modeled on the ritual of a child's first haircut, the point where a child effectively begins to become a social being, capable of forming relations with others. In commoner households, this was a ceremony presided over primarily by women, and women continued to play a critical role in the care and maintenance of hair, their children's hair, their menfolks, and each other's throughout their adult lives. This is more important than it may seem because traditional Highland hairstyles were quite elaborate and required a significant investment of care and labor to maintain. From all accounts, the various styles of plaiting the hair were innumerable. Men seem to have fully appreciated this mode of ornament as well as the women, so much so that King Andrianampuanamirana is said to have had a special style for himself, which was called New York Boko Antampana, i.e. the knob on the top of the head, as all of his hair was gathered together into one big plate at the crown of the head. Another famous mode, called Salobita, consisted of plaiting the hair into an equal number of very fine plaits, which hung down in an even row. The special feature of this plate consisted in the addition of a row of coral beads, sewn along each of the exterior angles, if the person was of the Andriana, or noble class, whereas among the Hova, or commoners, it was the custom to sew on small silver chains or coins. The time spent in plaiting must have been very considerable. The careful maintenance of elaborate hairdos was, it seems, seen as one of the main preoccupations of women, and itself became a kind of paradigmatic labor, a synecdoche, one might say, for the broader process of shaping human beings. If responsibilities to one's parents and ancestors could be referred to as valimbabena, the answer having been carried on the back, the two main marriage payments to a bride's family were called the akinakate and the ilanavalo fatsi, in both cases a recognition of the loss of the services the daughter might otherwise have provided to her family, in the first carrying things again, in the second, carefully attending to the tresses of her aging parents. Second to bearing burdens, hairdressing seems to have been a paradigmatic form of female labor, just as female domestic labor was the paradigmatic form of labor itself. As on the domestic level, so on that of the kingdom as a whole. Andrianampuanamirana not only had a unique hairstyle, his hair had to be elaborately renewed before every major royal ritual. For instance, an early 20th century Jesuit source recalls this of the royal circumcision ritual, which was the occasion of one of the great national festivals. Under Andrianampuanamirana, when everyone wore their hair long, the first of the holy days was consecrated to the needs of coiffure. The sovereign's hair, along with that of the fathers and mothers having some infant to be circumcised, had to be plaited according to a particular rite, in the middle of the public plaza of the capital. This initial ceremony began with the sacrifice of a white-spotted ox, it ended with the firing of cannons. The dressing of the king's hair was itself a form of Santatra, performed at Andohalo by the most senior among those whose mothers and fathers are still living. Similarly, in the early part of Radama's reign, the king wore his hair long, in a style so full of plaits and curls it was said to take up to 3 days to properly dress it. In the spring of 1822, however, Radama made a momentous decision, to shear off his locks, and adopt a military-style crewcut in the European fashion. What's more, orders soon went out that all subjects of Miaramila status were to cut their hair in the same way. This order was the culmination of a series of reforms that had the cumulative effect of transforming Phanompena from a system of ritual labor, focused on the royal household, to the organizing principle of a modern state. The unlimited power of the sovereign to call his subjects up for labor was being used to justify everything from the responsibility of children to attend mission schools, to the calling up of recruits to be sent to war, or simply to be stationed for indefinite terms in coastal fortresses, the latter leading to serious rates of mortality from malaria and other diseases. Against the above innovations, a spirit of daring resistance was evinced by a number of females in a neighboring district, and a large meeting was held, to which the discontented repaired. Information of these proceedings soon reached the capital. About 2,000 soldiers were immediately summoned. They renewed their oaths of allegiance, promising that whoever should be found guilty of creating a disturbance, even if their own parents should be implicated, they required but the king's order or permission to put them to death. After these assurances of fidelity, the soldiers were ordered to guard the capital. On the following day, 4,000 or 5,000 females assembled at Ambataraca, a village to the east of Tananarivo, and sent a kabari, or message, to the king complaining of his having adopted foreign customs, and having allowed his people to be taught by Europeans. In reply, Radama sent to ask them what were their grievances, if they were too heavily taxed, or if they were displeased at having their sons employed in the army, whether he were their king or not, and whether they had chosen some other king in his stead. They replied to these questions in the negative, but said, they were the nurses of the king 63 and complained because he had adopted the customs of the foreigners, had allowed them to teach him and his people, had changed the customs of the ancestors, and finally, he had cut off his hair, and drank spirit-use liquors. Radama sent back a message to ask if, being king, he had not a right to do as he pleased with his hair without consulting women, reminding them, it was the inalienable right of the 12 monarchs to do as they pleased, and added, that he would presently give them a proof of this, by taking care that their hair should never grow again. According to Ellis, 5 ringleaders were identified and summarily executed with bayonets. Others were flogged to within an inch of their lives. The rest of the rebellious females were surrounded by troops, held for 3 days without food or water, and forced to watch the bodies of their companions be devoured by dogs and birds. Finally, the king proclaimed the survivors would be allowed to return to their homes to attend to their domestic duties, but must leave the business of government to himself. This was the most overt popular challenge to royal policy during Radama's reign, and it was quite in keeping with traditional forms. The protesters represented themselves as Mpiteza and Dryana. The fact that this was an all-women's assembly appears new, at least we have no record of earlier all-women's assemblies in the Highlands, but this might just be due to the bias of our sources, which overwhelmingly represent the perspectives of men. 64 At any rate, it's easy to see how, if the plaiting of hair was a major part of women's daily occupations, and was an intrinsic part of the gradual process of rendering and maintaining their children as fully human, then abruptly removing this responsibility by forcibly shearing their children's heads might seem the most vivid, and obviously outrageous, aspect of a series of royal edicts designed to remove them from domestic control and turn responsibility for their growth and development over to foreign-trained school teachers and drill sergeants working directly for the state. From their perspective, there simply was no meaningful distinction between domestic duties and the business of government, and reminding Radama of the people's role as Mpiteza and Dryana, and admonishing him over his own domestic misbehavior, drunkenness, consorting with foreigners, neglect of customary usages, making major changes in how his very physical person was to be maintained without prior consultation with those charged with maintaining it was the obvious way to make this point. In doing so, they also not only cast the king in the role of nursling, but also identified themselves, at least tacitly, with his own royal ancestors. In the Tantara, the delegates are instructed to appeal to the 12 kings, none of whom ever shaved their heads. We have come to admonish you, sir, do not cut your hair because this is not a custom observed by kings. King Andrian Simitavuminandriana did not cut his hair. Andriam Belamazina ruled and never cut his hair. Andrianum Puanamirana, too, ruled and never cut his hair. And now we have you, Radama, and you make soldiers, and you shear off all your hair. 65. Radama's personal reaction, as remembered inside the palace, is recorded by later court historian Rayambana. With the greatest brutality, he exclaimed that these abominable women want to stir a rebellion to upset him from his kingdom, but that he will disappoint them, for that he is not a child, and that he will be beforehand with them and cut short the rebellion which they meditate against him. Any act of mass political contestation, and this is true above all of nonviolent ones, is an act of political theater in which the audience is not just the government, but if anything, even more, those charged to carry out the government's orders. Successful rebels tend to be keenly aware of this. You win if you can either create a situation where those sent to shoot you refuse to do so, or else convince the government that those they would otherwise be inclined to send to shoot you cannot be relied on, and therefore that compromise is the only course. In Madagascar itself, movements of nonviolent resistance against standing governments, starting with the Forces Vives in 1990, have tended to prepare the ground beforehand by using family connections, or often church ties, to reach out to the commanders of the security forces to ensure their neutrality before street actions began. Clearly, the rebels of 1822 were employing a similar strategy. According to the Tantara, the Great Assembly that made the decision to hold a women's march on the capital also decided to send women primarily from the province of Avaradrano. This was, significantly, the home province of the bulk of Radama's officer corps and most loyal troops as well. This no doubt explains the king's initial panic, calling in thousands of troops and asking them to swear to follow his orders to execute dissidents even if their own parents should be implicated, since there was a very real prospect that this exact circumstance might arise. Once he did secure that loyalty, the game was effectively over. Or at least it was for the moment. In the longer term, it's not nearly so clear who really won. Case 3, Ranavalonai, the Toddler Queen and the Return of the Dead. On the surface, Radama's victory in April 1822 would appear to be absolute. The survivors were terrorized into silence, no further movements of public opposition occurred. In retrospect, some of the demands of the Women's Assembly, for instance, that all foreigners be immediately delivered over to them, seem so presumptuous that one wonders how those who made them could have imagined things might turn out any other way. But a mere 12 years later, their core program had been largely realized. A woman sat on Radama's throne, and she did indeed call in these same foreigners for ultimate expulsion. Ancestral customs put into abeyance by Radama were, indeed, restored. What's more, all of this was carried out under the aegis of the very officer corps to whom the women of Avaradrano had so apparently unsuccessfully appealed. What happened? According to the standard history, after Radama drank himself to death at the age of 36 in 1828, several high officials, led by a general named Andrea Mihaja and an old judge named Andrea Mamba, effected a kind of coup. Pretending the king had named his long-neglected senior wife as successor, they quickly moved to assassinate all rival claimants. The new queen, Ranavalona, already 51 at the time of her coronation, went on to reign for 33 years, the longest of any historical Marina monarch. 66 And while she maintained Radama's standing army and school system, she eventually effected a radical break with most of her ex-husband's other policies. Above all, she abandoned his attempt to open Madagascar to the larger world economy, adopting instead a policy of self-sufficiency which ultimately led to almost all foreign-born residents of the island being expelled. The only ones allowed to remain were a tiny handful of favored advisors, such as Jean Laborde, a wanted criminal from France who was therefore assumed to owe no loyalties to his homeland, and who, being in possession of a set of technical encyclopedias, was put in charge of the government's industrialization campaign. The expulsions, the proscription of Christianity, and subsequent execution of a number of Christian converts ensured that Ranavalona soon became the object of intensely hostile propaganda from abroad. Foreign histories came to depict her as a monster, a mad queen, even a female Caligula, whose endless wars and purges of suspected witches devastated the country according to some of the more surrealistic claims, killing off between a third and two-thirds of the entire Malagasy population. Such numbers are obviously absurd, and might be forgivable, perhaps, coming from the pens of angry exiles at the time, with access only to sensationalistic horror stories. The peculiar thing is that it's still possible to find them reproduced in the works of influential historians like Gwyn Campbell, who, completely ignoring the voluminous demographic material in the Royal Archives, treat the most extravagant claims of foreign observers as literal historical fact. 67. A real social and economic history of Ranavalana's reign thus remains to be written. What evidence we do have from sources inside the country suggests largely continuity with what was already happening under Radama. Young people continued to be drafted into the army and sent off on military campaigns against rebels in the provinces. These continued to lead to massacres and a constant flow of coastal women and children into highland slave markets, all much as before. Inside Imarina, the main change was a withdrawal of state authority. While the government kept a firm hand on the capital and major ports, it seems to have left small towns and rural communities in the highlands largely to themselves. The administrative apparatus set up under Andrianampuanamirana, and vastly increased under Radama, fell into abeyance. 68 True, when government intervention did occur, it was often spectacularly destructive. Much as under Andrianampuanamirana, whole communities were sometimes put to the poison ordeal on suspicion of being in possession of subversive magic. 69 And the Queen's notorious pleasure excursions, these were the ones which led to the rounding up of thousands of subjects as porters did wreak havoc on the communities through which they passed through. But state intervention of this sort was sporadic at best. There is no evidence that such depredations, when they did occur, were significantly worse than they had been under Andrianampuanamirana or Radama. The difference was that otherwise, for the most part, rural communities were largely left alone. Meanwhile, in the capital, the royal household became the focus of endlessly baroque and spectacular forms of public ritual. Since the unification of the island, Madagascar has witnessed a continual ebb and flow of state power in the countryside. In many ways, the regime of Ranavalona seems to most resemble that of President Didier Ratsirika between 1975 and 1993. He, too, cut off most external trade and expelled foreign Bhutan residents, while simultaneously withdrawing state authority from most of the countryside. What's important in Ranavalana's case, however, is the ideological formula through which such arrangements came to be justified. Because, say what you will about the Queen herself, the formula clearly worked. Her government was stable, successful, and long-lasting, and, in marked contrast to earlier reigns, it saw very little in the way of popular unrest. Now, certainly there have been other times and places where rule by arbitrary, spectacular, but occasional violence is considered preferable to more apparently gentle, systematic, but intrusive, forms of governance. My essay about the Shilluk addresses precisely this kind of situation. So Ranavalana's case is hardly unique. In kingdoms that take this path, royal power is often seen as analogous to powers of nature. The sovereign becomes a kind of divine force standing outside the moral order. There is some evidence something like that was happening here, too. Ranavalona, like other Marina kings, was often greeted on her public appearances by songs comparing her to God, or to the sun. Still, there is no reason to assume such effusions had much more significance than they might have in, say, the court of Louis XIV. No one appears to have evoked them when speaking of the Queen's actual conduct. 70 The arbitrary willfulness of the sovereign was instead directly identified with her childishness. As observed above, she was regularly referred to as Rabadon Andrianampuanamirana, King Andrianampuanamirana's little girl, or just Rabado, the little girl. Her advisors were her nursemaids, the people her playthings to do with as she pleased. Unlike the solar metaphors, these weren't mere rhetorical effusions. These terms cropped up regularly when people discussed the regular conduct of political affairs. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. We are fortunate enough to have a long and very detailed history of the reign of Ranavalona I, written by her personal secretary, Rayambana, in English so that no one else at court could read it. Rayambana, who had studied in London, considered the Queen's regime to be an utter catastrophe. His narrative reads like something halfway between Tacitus' Annals and Procopia's secret history. But it also makes clear that, despite many historians' claims to the contrary, Ranavalona was in no sense a mere figurehead. If anyone was in a position to know who was actually in charge at court, surely it was Rayambana, and in his version of events, Ranavalona makes all important decisions, from the general direction of policy to the exact wording of diplomatic correspondence or military communiques. Yet for all this, she's constantly treated like a self-indulgent child by everyone around her. Rayambana himself attributes much of the organization of Ranavalona's court to her previous sexual frustration. The queen had been named Radama's senior wife largely because Andrianampuanamirana had wanted to pay off a political debt to her father, being 10 years older than her husband and not at all pretty. Rayambana explains, she was almost completely neglected by the prince, though at the same time, she was avoided by other men who feared the king's wrath should they take up with her themselves. As a result, when she came to power, her first priority was to acquire a coterie of lovers. Such being the propensity of the queen, and not having for years been embraced by a man, no sooner therefore was she seated on his throne and before Radama was even buried when she formed the project of getting several paramours. Before Radama was consigned to his grave, she took to her bed Andrea Mihaja, Raini Haro, Raina Maharo, Raina Johari, and subsequently Raini Saheno etc., and by these paramours she got to be with child about 5 months after the death of the king, a thing which neither she nor anybody else in Madagascar ever expected, for she, as I have already stated, was about 55-71 years of age. During the first months of her pregnancy she was very ill and often had falling fits, and it was thought that she would not survive long. Whenever she recovered from these fits, she drank enormous quantities of rum and arrack, and lay with her paramours even in the daytimes and thus satisfied her lusts in an extraordinary manner. Obviously, Rayambana is taking a somewhat jaundiced view of things. For Malagasy royal women, establishing one's sexual freedom was clearly a key part of the establishment of one's political autonomy. We have seen the same thing in the case of Hasti's prophetess, formerly married to powerful political figures, but reserving the right to choose other lovers freely among their subjects. 2.72 Ranavalona's situation was actually slightly different from theirs, since her paramours were all, in fact, generals and men of state. Andrea Mihaja commanded the army, Raini Haro was prime minister, Raina Johari, as guardian of the Sampi Kelly Malaza, effectively became the kingdom's high priest. Rayambana observes that these men very quickly combined to convince the queen that expanding her circle of lovers beyond palace officials would open her up to mortal dangers of witchcraft. They took particular care to keep her away from any men who were not, like them, of commoner descent. So Ranavalona's taking on multiple lovers was in no way scandalous in itself. This was exactly how a woman in her circumstances was expected to behave. To convey a sense of scandal, then, Rayambana has to emphasize the extreme nature of the queen's behavior, and the degree to which it interfered with affairs of government, not to mention, endangered her own health and safety, which was the ostensible raison d'etre for the entire apparatus of state. Ranavalona, by his account, would veer from indulgence to illness, needing to be literally nursed back to health. Terrified of witchcraft, she continually forced those surrounding her to undergo the Tangina ordeal, falling into panic and depression when she feared her lovers might perish as a result, often rising from her sickbed to dance with joy on learning they'd survived. The queen is represented in his account as imperious, gullible, vindictive, quick to shame but equally quick to anger, that is, as very much the spoiled child. Rayambana, of course, is giving the view from inside the palace. He was also writing in English, presumably, for an imagined future audience abroad. The Tantara allows us to have some sense of how such matters were represented outside the walls of the Rova, or royal enclosure. The chapter on Rana Valana's government is entitled Lihai Laimpatesa New York Andriana, or, Men Who Were Nursemaids of the Queen, and in the official historical record, all the Queen's lovers are officially referred to as her nursemaids, or men taken by the Queen to nurture her. Here's, for instance, how Rayambana begins his account of the downfall of Andrea Mihaja, the general who was primarily responsible for placing Rana Valona on the throne, and who was widely assumed to be the real father of her infant son. According to European sources, the general represented a progressive faction, friendly to Christians, keen on pursuing Radama's modernizing project, and opposed to Rainiharo and Rainamaharo's traditionalists. Rayambana first notes his role in bringing the Queen to power. She was therefore fond of him, and trusted to him almost the whole management of the state affairs, so that in fact, he acted as the first judge or minister, as chief secretary of Her Majesty, and as commander-in-chief of the army, which business he managed in the most admirable manner. As a paramour, however, Her Majesty loved Rainiharo and his brother Rainamaharo more than him, especially Rainiharo, who was the best-looking man in Madagascar, and of the finest shape. Andrea Mihaja was not a very good-looking man, but he had more talent than his opponent, so that literally speaking Rainiharo ruled the will of the Queen while in bed with her, and Andrea Mihaja, while he was out of bed, and ruled almost as a sovereign when out of the palace, for he had the sole management of the different affairs of the kingdom, the continual sickness of Her Majesty, and she being continually in bed with her paramours both night and day, made her trust to Andrea Mihaja the affairs of her kingdom, as already stated. So that a few months before his death, he was very seldom admitted into the palace on account of his business. Besides, so enamored was Her Majesty with Rainiharo and her other paramours that she did not much want his presence in the palace, as his presence there awes them, and keeps them from mirth, and while he is admitted into the palace, he always lays at night with Her Majesty, for she was also afraid of him and dare not lay with the other paramours while he is in the palace. Therefore, in order that she may be more in the company of Rainiharo, etc., she said to Andrea Mihaja that the Sakiti or divination does not allow him to remain in the palace for some time, and that he is to remain outside of the palace and manage all the business there. Andrea Mihaja, he goes on to explain, was an intimidating presence who had the presumption of occasionally rebuking the Queen for dallying with other men. He felt he should really be her only lover. Early in Rana Valana's reign, the Queen's solution had been to send him off on frequent military expeditions. But finally, her lovers made common cause to remove him. They charged him with possession of Odimari, evil charms, claiming these were the real cause of the Queen's frequent illnesses, and, furthermore, that he had contrived to falsify the results of the poison ordeal. In addition, several testified that the general had come to refer to himself, among his friends, as Bonaparte, a very disturbing choice of nickname, they emphasized, considering that Napoleon Bonaparte was a commoner who had placed himself on the French throne after an uprising that led to the previous monarch's public execution. The Queen was still hesitant, so in the end, Rayambana says, her lovers were obliged to send an assassin to Andrea Mihaja's home to murder him with a butcher's knife, and then retroactively claim he had failed the Tangina ordeal. Such, anyway, was Rayambana's palace gossip version. The version preserved in the Tantara is entirely different. The author begins by observing that under Rabato, the chief men were her nursemaids, and Andrea Mihaja, from name Hannah, was chief among them. 73. Knowing he had the absolute support of the Queen, the author says, caused the general to engage in much high-handed behavior, and matters eventually came to a head when he decided to round up a number of slaves belonging to free subjects and put them to work manufacturing shoes and cartridge boxes for the army. This was considered a violation of the principle that only free subjects perform phenomena for the Queen, and therefore an outrageous precedent that threatened the very foundations of the social order. Important court figures, including Rana Valana's other Mpatesa and the 12 chief royal women, who were the still surviving widows of Andrianampwanamirana, began to meet in secret to decide how to respond. Local leaders were consulted. Finally, a decision was made to send a delegation to the Queen. Yet when this delegation approached Ranavalona, they chose not to frame the issue in terms of the employment of personal slaves for state purposes. Rather, they insisted, the general was violating the principle of Phanompana by his demand for exclusive sexual access to the Queen. We don't know what Andrea Mihaja is thinking, but no one has ever treated a monarch in the way he's treated you. No matter whom the Queen may love, there's never been anything like this. Look. What he's done to you is not like service, living with you and nurturing you, he is treating you like he would a wife in his own home, like a person of the same status. So we can't accept that, even if that is what you want. There's no lack of people for you to love in this land, for you are a queen for whom nothing is forbidden. Whoever you desire, take him. So here are our thoughts. Your fathers and your mothers pretend to be sick, and we will request the poison ordeal. 74. Presumably this was so as to arrange matters in such a way that Andrea Mihaja should be determined to be responsible. The author goes on to explain that the Queen first balked at the prospect of exposing her immediate circle to the Tangina, but finally the intervention of some of the old surviving wives of King Andrianampwanamirana was decisive, and she agreed. In other words, in this version, the entire story about the Queen's illness was actually a ruse, and what Rayambana represents as a purely bedroom affair was the result of extensive political consultation and debate among different powerful interests in the kingdom, with royal women playing the ultimately decisive role. The above passage is revealing, however, because it lays bare the ideological foundations of Rana Valana's reign. The entire apparatus of government up to and including the military was indeed seen as ultimately just a means of providing for the Queen's personal needs, whims, and indulgences. It was still all a vast system of nurturance. Yet as such it is necessarily a collective affair, involving every subject in the kingdom. The only thing the Queen could not do, then, was to violate the latter principle, by allowing any one of her Mpatesa to stake an exclusive claim. ******. It is telling, then, the closest there was to an overt popular challenge to Ranavalona during her 33 years in power played on that very image of the Queen as the old king's little girl. This was the event that, according to Rayambana, caused Ranavalona to make her final break with Christianity, and, ultimately, to ban the praying, as it was called, entirely. One of the effects of early Christian evangelizing was, in Madagascar as in so many other places, the appearance of millenarian movements prophesying the imminent end of the world. In 1834, a certain Rainatsiandavana, a minor Sampi guardian from Mandayavato to the north of Antananarivo, unlettered and with, our sources assure us, only indirect knowledge of Christian doctrine, began to claim to have learned in visions that the end times were near, and the dead would soon return to life. When that day came, he announced to his followers, Ranavalona would reign as queen of the entire world, the time of wars and recruitment drives and poison ordeals would be over, crops would grow of their own accord, and men and women would live in universal peace, harmony, and equality. Several hundred devotees marched with him to the capital, carrying the Sampi, to inform the Queen of the good news. According to the version of events that soon became canonical in the Christian literature, Ranavalona sent envoys to interrogate the prophet, until, finally, he was asked whether the story of Adam and Eve implied that the Queen was of the same descent as Mozambican slaves and was outraged when Rainatsiandavana affirmed that it did. Rayambana, as usual, gives us a rather different view. The way the story was remembered inside the palace was that what really terrified the Queen were the political implications of the return of the dead. Before they could arrive in town, news was immediately spread in it, that Rainatsiandavana has received power from God to raise the dead up to life again, and that his object in coming to town is to raise them up, and that he will first raise up Radama, and the sovereigns who are interred in the palace, after which he will go about all Imarina and raise up all the dead. These reports were received with avidity and joy by the superstitious populace of Antananarivo, who fully expected that they will soon see and embrace all their dead relations again. They whispered and asked one another who will reign when all the dead sovereigns are raised up, whether it will be Her Majesty, or Radama, or Andrianampwanamirana, or Andriamacinavalana, or who. Some said that Her Majesty would not deliver the kingdom to any of them but will retain it, as she has felt and enjoyed the sweetness of reigning. Others said that she will be obliged to resign the throne to one of the old sovereigns who has reigned better than her. And others in the gravest manner said that they fear there will be civil wars in Imarina again between these sovereigns, for that each will have their partisans. The queen ordered Rainatziandavana and his main confederates be placed head down in a ditch and drowned in boiling water. Others were made to undergo the Tangina ordeal, many died, the survivors were sold into slavery. It would appear that one critical weakness of any monarchy where the ruler is conceived as a child whose legitimacy derives from royal ancestors is what might happen if those ancestors actually reappear. It's not a danger that most kings have to worry much about. But in the northern highlands of Madagascar from at least the time of Lilaza onward, dead monarchs were to begin appearing among the living with increasing frequency. Case 4, Radama II and the Second Women's Rebellion. About a year into her reign, Ranavalona gave birth to a son who, despite the circumstances of his birth, was declared to be Radama's offspring by some form of mysterious spiritual conception. He was given the name Akatisheno, though in official documents he is universally referred to as Rakatondradama, or King Radama's little boy. From his teenage years onward, the prince began to take more and more after Andrea Mihaja, who was widely rumored to be his actual father, aligning himself with the progressive faction at court, and becoming the devoted companion of the few foreigners allowed to remain in the city, and protector of the kingdom's Christians. The queen had by this point swung decisively into the camp of traditionalists, but in her eyes, the prince could do no wrong. By the 1850s, they were operating openly at cross purposes. Rakatondradama began cultivating a circle of liberally minded young companions, known as the Minamaso, or Red Eyes, purportedly because of their fondness for wild late-night parties. As the queen relied more and more on the pantheon of royal Sampi, her son began openly ridiculing the cult, even once setting fire to the shrine of Kalimalaza. As the queen, increasingly ill-tempered and arbitrary, began flying into rages at the slightest provocation and sentencing dozens at a time to death, her son adopted the habit of simply walking into prisons holding those he considered unjustly accused, releasing their fetters, and providing them money for a safe trip home. Some claimed he'd released literally thousands in this way. It's not clear whether his mother simply wrote it all off as youthful hijinks, or whether her advisors were afraid to tell her this was even happening. In 1855, 6 years before his mother's death, Rakatondradama had already signed a secret entente with French representatives promising to open the country to foreign investment once he came to power. He also began putting his Minamaso companions into positions of authority, particularly in the judiciary, as counterweights to the traditionalist military elite who controlled public affairs. And when he did finally come to power, in 1861, at the age of 31, he moved swiftly to reverse almost all of his mother's policies. Indeed, if Queen Ranavalona might be said, on taking power, to have attempted to put into effect the demands of the women's uprising of 1822, the new King Radama II might well be said to have tried to institute a kind of liberal, this worldly version of Rainatziandavana's millenarian vision of 1834, the one his mother so brutally suppressed. Radama called an end to military recruitment, he sharply reduced the employment of forced labor, abolishing capital punishment and the poison ordeal, he declared freedom of religion, abandoned most spectacular public ritual, eliminated customs tariffs, and opened the country to foreign trade. He also made clear his ultimate aim was to abolish slavery, and to dissolve the kingdom's standing army entirely. Within a very short period of time, this did indeed lead to something very like an apocalyptic scenario. The problem with Radames' project was that while his mother's isolationist strategy might have seemed cruel and barbaric, given Madagascar's larger geopolitical situation, it actually made a lot of sense. The moment the country was opened, and particularly the moment it was made legal for foreigners to buy land, Antananarivo was instantly invaded by a small army of corporate agents, diplomats, speculators, purveyors of get-rich-quick schemes, and flim-flam artists pretending to be any of the above. The kingdom's infrastructural development, even its mint, was turned over to one giant French conglomerate that under Napoleon III's encouragement proposed to give itself the historically unpromising name of the French East India Company. Foreigners began buying up slaves and establishing sugar plantations in the plains surrounding the capital, and word began to spread that foreign interests were preparing to acquire large chunks of the island wholesale. Before long the capital was subsumed by a sense of social breakdown and rampant criminality. None of this was helped by the fact that, under the influence of the Minamaso and some French advisors, the young king's own court began to very much resemble that of Tsimarofi. Marijuana, hashish, and opium, now being produced in quantity alongside the rum being distilled at the new sugar plantations, were openly consumed in nightly champagne orgies at the palace. Again, sexual indulgence of this sort, for all it disconcerted the missionaries 75 was not in itself considered particularly scandalous. This was more or less the way a young prince was expected to behave, but in the context of the times, the combination of intoxication, foreign influence, erratic policy decisions, and immature self-indulgence clearly must have been seen as a repetition of just the sort of behavior that sparked rebellions against male monarchs in the past, only now, writ. Exceptionally large. In the late winter of 1863, rumors began to reach the capital of an epidemic of spirit possession, a dancing mania as the missionaries came to call it. Those affected first felt stiffness and fever, and reported feeling as if they were struggling under a heavy weight. Gradually, they fell into a trance-like state, marked by the constant need to dance. Here is how its beginnings were described by Radames' court physician, one Dr. Davidson, assigned at the time to diagnose the phenomenon, in an article he was later to publish in the Edinburgh Medical Journal. In the month of February 1863, the Europeans resident at Antananarivo, the capital, began to hear rumors of a new disease, which was said to have appeared in the west or southwest. The name given to it by the natives was Imananjana, and the dancers were called Raymananjana, a word which probably comes from a root signifying to make tense. After a time, however, it reached the capital, and in the month of March began to be common. At first, parties of twos or threes were to be seen, accompanied by musicians and other attendants, dancing in the public places, and in a few weeks these had increased to hundreds, so that one could not go out of doors without meeting bands of these dancers. It spread rapidly, as by a sort of infection, even to the most remote villages in the central province of Imarina, so that having occasion to visit a distant part of the country, we found that even in remote hamlets, and more wonderful still, near solitary cottages, the sound of music, indicating the mania had spread even there. Those affected belonged chiefly, but by no means exclusively, to the lower classes. The great majority were young women between 14 and 25 years of age. There were however a considerable number of men to be seen among the dancers, but they certainly did not exceed 1/4 of the entire number, and these also belonged mostly to the lower orders of society. The sudden appearance of musicians everywhere might seem puzzling, but there is a long-standing tradition, throughout Madagascar, of musical diagnosis and cure. If there's any reason to believe an illness might be caused by some invisible being wishing to make itself known, and there are many such, Bilo, Tromba, Salamanga, etc., it is necessary first of all to determine what sort of spirit it is by the sort of music it responds to, then, if possible, to allow the intruder to dance itself out, and in the process, to express any message it might be intending to convey. The latter is important. A frustrated spirit might well prove fatal to its host. The Imananjana soon took on a character halfway between an epidemic and a popular uprising. One French historian has even labeled what happened a kind of revolution through spectral theater, which seems about right. I would only add, one that soon came to combine the most salient themes of 1822 and 1834. Certainly, women, slaves, and enslaved women in particular had the most to lose if Madagascar really did become a plantation economy under the aegis of foreign corporations and investors. 76 Yet anyone contemplating open defiance of the government would surely also be aware of the fate of the women who marched on Antananarivo under the last Radama, or, for that matter, of what had happened to Rainetsiandavana himself. Somehow, in the visions and trances of the dancers, in the stories reconstructed by those who tried to cure them, in subterranean political alliances that thus began to be made, a form of rebellion began to take shape that proved utterly impossible for the government to suppress. We do not know precisely how the pieces came together, but we know what happened when they did. At first, the kingdom filled with rumors. Neither Western medicine nor Christian exorcism seemed to have any effect on those afflicted. Royal ancestors, it was said, were returning in some form, but there was not yet a consistent narrative as to why and which. William Ellis, envoy of the London Missionary Society, caught the king at a point, quite early on, when rumors were just beginning to reach the palace. When I went to the king, I found him greatly excited by some reports of a new kind of sickness which had made its appearance in some of the villages at a distance from the capital. These reports had been coming in from different parts for 2 or 3 days past. The people, he said, had seen strange sights in the air, and heard unearthly sounds. The spirits of his ancestors had been seen in the heavens, and were coming to Antananarivo, and some great events were about to occur, but what, he did not know. He did not believe, he said, in ghosts, but since the reports came from such a number of people, nearly 40, and continued for 3 days, he did not know what to think of it. Was it a sign, he asked, of the end of the world? Ellis assured him it was not, since that would only come after all nations were converted to Christianity. Gradually, the stories did begin to coalesce. Women were being possessed by the spirits of royal baggage carriers. It will be recalled that one of the most dramatic forms of oppression under the old regime had been the Queen's periodic pleasure excursions, for which all the finery of court had to be transported, and thousands of villagers swept up to be employed as porters, given no food or provisions, until many collapsed and died. Now the spirits of these unfortunate victims were descending from Ambandrambe, the mountain of the dead, because Ranavalonai was determined to come and admonish her son for having allowed the Christians to return to the capital. The Tantara gives us a sampling of the kind of stories that began to circulate, some that spoke of just the kind of civil war between former monarchs some had feared in the days of Rainetsiandavana. The following account, for instance, appears to have been partly occasioned by the sighting of distant forest fires along the slopes of Ambandrambe. When Mother Ranavalona died and came to Ambandrambe, the Andriana and commoners on Ambandrambe were happy and rejoiced, and the people cried out for joy, and soldiers stood in formation, and music played, and cannons fired all around. The celebrations lasted over half a month. Many oxen were presented to Mother Ranavalona, and many cannon, so even on Ambandrambe the whole town was agog at the grandeur of the Queen's ascent. After a while some palace attendants from Antananarivo came to Ambandrambe, and told Mother Ranavalona, Radamatu and the people are praying. And Mother Ranavalona was furious and spoke with Radama, saying, They say that Akatis Heno and my subjects in Antananarivo are praying. And, purportedly, Father Radama told her, he belongs to both of us. Let him do what he likes, because he's our only child. When Mother Ranavalona heard what Radama said, she cried out in a rage, So what mortal person is it who's caused Akatis Heno to start praying? Calling here to the people of Antananarivo. Furious, she set out for the capital. Radama tried to stop her, but she wouldn't let him. Radama tried to block off the road, but he wasn't able to block it. Radama ordered the forest around the highway set on fire, but even then he couldn't stop her. She was determined to seize her son anyway, because there was absolutely nothing she hated so much as praying. And when she'd gone, Radama was frustrated, because he hadn't been given many soldiers. There were a mere handful consigned to follow him when he set out for Antananarivo. So Mother Ranavalona in her anger said, I put my faith in you, you army that follow me, and you others who refuse to abandon your mistress. We must set out this very night. 77. Neither monarch had, apparently, managed to scrounge up sufficient forces in the land of the dead to support a march on the capital. The queen, however, knew how to gather reinforcements, and so, the account goes on to say, when the next day her followers began to flag under the weight of her baggage, she ordered them to seize anyone they passed on the road as porters apparently, since Radama plays no further part in the story, leaving her late husband languishing helplessly behind. Before long, possessed women and their escorts were occupying the sites of tombs and tops of sacred mountains, where they danced with bottles of water on their heads, or flung themselves from heights, to return unscathed. Others were donning their finest apparel and marching in processions toward the capital, snatching the hats of all men they passed, claiming they had to be removed out of respect for the passing queen. Often they'd eat nothing for days on end, yet still showed themselves capable of impossible feats of strength. Slaves joined the caravans, some shackled in invisible chains, others would suddenly fall writhing as they were lashed by unseen overseers, stripes from spectral whips appearing mysteriously on their flesh. Numerous raids were carried out on the new plantations around the capital, cash crops were seized and deposited on tombs, and dancers descended on the city from all directions carrying stalks of sugar cane. Many converged on the plain of Mahamasina, a wide open space at the foot of the hill of Antananarivo, containing the sacred stone on which Marina kings are traditionally invested in office. This stone, Davidson noted, was a favorite rendezvous for them. They danced here for hours on end, and concluded by placing the sugar cane, as a sort of offering, upon the stone. The king, increasingly drug-addled and confused, wavered between paternalistic indulgence and occasional ineffective attempts at police repression. Conveyed the fruits of the land, they seized whatever they liked, whether oranges, or sugar cane, or bananas. And they didn't have the slightest fear of the thorns, as often owners would surround such fields with thorny hedges, but they just walked across the thorns, and no part of their bodies were injured in the process. They did whatever was required to seize the fruit of the land to carry to the king. Even if it was land guarded by its owner, they just took it, and their kin would pay money later, because Radama II put out an edict, whoever stands in the way of those who are sick, I declare guilty, do not stand in their way, let them take what they want to take, for they are ill. And there at the sacred stone at Mahamasina they took the things they'd appropriated, they didn't eat it, not at all, they placed it atop the sacred stone, or on top of mountains, or at the head of tombs, and every now and then, one would carry it home to place in the corner of the ancestors. And when they presented the sugar cane and other fruits of the land, sometimes, their fevers would abate. 78. And they say there were some, ill with the Raymanenjana, who entered the Rova saying, where is Radama II? And the guards said, he's here inside the Rova. And the sick women spoke again, let us enter, as his mother has sent us here to see him. The guards relayed those words to Radama, and he allowed the sick women to enter, and once before him the sick women said, be well, my lord. Live long, my lord. May you grow old beside your mother. And Radama was taken aback by the words, may you grow old beside your mother. But, he asked himself, isn't my mother dead? Then the sick woman spoke, and said, my lord. Your mother is waiting for you over in Mahamasina. Radama II was shocked again to hear that, but then he ordered the woman arrested, because there wasn't anything at all at Mahamasina, aside from innumerable sick people around the sacred stone, and those singing for them. And when Radama saw the sick woman, having been tied up, was on the point of dying, ordered her released. 79. The fruit of the land referred to here were treated exactly as Santatra, which were conveyed to the king as a gesture of homage, which also recognized him as a child, nurtured by the people. In fact, every aspect of the proceedings conducted almost exclusively by the laboring classes might have been designed to reinforce the message that human labor is properly directed to that larger ritual system which nourishes the sovereign. The carrying of sugarcane, for instance, recalls processions carried out during circumcision rituals. The prince's own circumcision, many years before, had been a nationwide festival of unparalleled magnificence, but these were precisely the kinds of great public ceremonial he was currently abandoning. The fact that the women who now filled the streets of the city, surrounding the palace, claimed to have been sent there by the king's own mother to admonish him only made the message unusually transparent. Even when the king tried to propitiate the Ramenenjana, his gestures tended to backfire. According to one foreign observer, after the crazy dancers had descended on the palace, Radama even issued an edict that all who passed them on the road should, indeed, doff their hats as to his mother, an order which then caused no slight indignation on the part of members of the elite, now obliged to render respect to what many considered mere mobs of rebellious female slaves. Before long, the Sampi guardians, stalwarts of the anti-Christian faction, began to come out into the streets in support of the dancers. The Christians tried to mobilize their own marches against them. The city began to experience something like a general insurrection. Whole regiments of soldiers seized by the disease marched on the city, bringing their guns and even toting pieces of artillery. Companies of workers summoned for Phanompana abandoned their assignments and converged on Mahamasina. The military high command, who were mostly from the traditionalist faction, became increasingly restless as the king's behavior seemed to grow ever more unhinged and bizarre. Finally, in mid-May 1863, they found a pretext in a royal order legalizing dueling. Considering the state of the capital, this must have seemed like a veritable invitation to civil war. The commander-in-chief, the later Prime Minister Ranelagh ordered 2,000 troops into the city to besiege the Rova and slaughter the Minamaso. A few days later, the king himself was strangled with a red silk cord, and the kingship allowed to pass to his wife, but only on condition she agreed to reverse her late husband's decision to allow foreigners to buy land in the country. That August, the new Queen Rasoirana duly appeared on the stone of Mahamasina to accept the people's vows. So ended the brief reign of the last of Madagascar's would-be Napoleonic reformers. In a cabaret held on April 24 of the next year, her new prime minister introduced Rasoirana to the Ambanalanatra, the below the sky, or people of the country, in the following fashion. And as for the common people, whether white or black, may you live. But also, do not be the nurses of many, because it is Queen Rasoirana who is the nursling of the people. 80. Conclusions. If half of wisdom is knowing how to ask the right questions, then we are, perhaps, roughly halfway there. It would seem that something about the integration of the Marina Kingdom into the larger world economy triggered a crisis in its very conception of sovereignty. Traditionally, monarchs were seen as very much like children, willful, egocentric, yet totally dependent on the people, whose willingness to tend to their needs made their lives possible, and whose willingness to obey even their most arbitrary orders made them sovereigns. Infantilizing rulers in this way had a double effect. On the one hand, it made it possible for their subjects to forgive even the most occasionally brutal behavior. On the other, it provided a language through which those subjects, as the king's nursemaids, could intervene when a consensus arose among them that things had gone too far. One might argue that it was really King Andrianampwanamirana who first marked a break with this tradition. But matters seem to have really come to a head in 1816, shortly after his death, once European missionaries and advisors appeared on the scene. From that moment on, an unmistakable pattern appears. All male sovereigns, including near or apparent would-be ones like Andrea Mihaja, see themselves as Napoleonic reformers. 81. And each is directly challenged by women, Radama I by the Women's Assembly of 1822, Andrea Mihaja by the former wives of Andrianampwanamirana who convinced Ranavalona to destroy her ambitious lover, Radama II by the trance dancers of 1863. Radama seems to have been most effective in fending such challenges off, but in fact it wasn't long before he fell into the drunken malaise that destroyed him, one could argue, as a direct result of the dismantling of the ritual system which was, ultimately, designed to nurture and sustain the king. Why did this happen? In the existing literature, such overly ambitious kings tend to be identified with a mythic figure, derived from Highland folk tales, of the Andriambahoka or universal sovereigns from the center of the four quarters of the cosmos 82, and hence a revival of heroic figures of the past, even kings who took seriously the notion that they were gods seen by the eye. They represent a kind of bursting into the present of mythological times. Worldwide, this is not at all an uncommon conception, but in this context it seems particularly inappropriate. What's unusual about the vision of history that emerges from the Tantara and other 19th century texts is that it does not follow the common pattern where time is, as it were, layered. Accounts do not begin with some great cosmological epic full of gods and primordial beings, where fundamental institutions such as cooking or marriage or death came into existence, move on to a heroic world where cities and nations are founded, and only then, finally, to the more modest imitations of such primordial gestures by the lesser beings of today. Quite the contrary. The earliest beings, in such stories, were disorganized primitives known as Vazimba, and the conquering invaders who displaced them, ancestors of the Hova and Andriana, were led by rulers who were said to have gradually created the basic institutions of society, everything from ironworking to circumcision rituals to the protocols of deliberative assemblies, all by themselves. Kings were thus expected to be innovators and inventors. All this is familiar enough to scholars of Malagasy, but it seems to me few are willing to consider the full implications. If it is possible for kings to be innovators and inventors on this scale, it is because the powers of creativity that in so many traditions exist only in a distant illo tempore, that is, in mythological times, are distributed evenly across history. But if this is true, that means that for all intents and purposes, Malagasy people were still living in mythological times. I think the same is true today. It took me a while to come to grips with the situation when I was conducting my own research in Betafo. I had been taught to look for cosmological myths, and then try to understand ritual as small-scale, latter-day imitations of the great primordial gestures they encode. I found it quite impossible to apply this sort of cosmological analysis. Almost no one knew anything that might be described as a cosmological myth, and if they did not take them in any way seriously. It was only gradually I came to realize that any wondrous powers to cast lightning, become invisible, transform landscapes, speak with animals, turn bullets into water, etc., that might have featured in such stories, and that still featured in historical stories about Malagasy times, were still believed to exist today. Now as then, they were simply a matter of knowing how to manipulate medicine. 83 And such knowledge could be acquired, if one knew where to look, had a knack or natural facility, or were just willing to pay a great deal of money. There was no fundamental difference between the present and the mythic past. In such a world, the role of ancestors is necessarily ambivalent. On the one hand, who one is in the world depends largely on the status and location of one's ancestors. On the other hand, to achieve anything significant in life, one must break away from one's ancestors' shadow at least to some degree. This is all the more the case for royalty. In fact, most of them Pitesa and Andriana who created royal ritual, the astrologers, diviners, keepers of charms, were technicians of the future, not guardians of the past. And as Charles Rennell astutely pointed out, the secret of the Saint-Être borne by the guardians of the royal tombs was the desire to propitiate the royal ancestors, to effectively get them out of the way, so that one could create something radically new. But since one is living in mythological times, one also must accept the possibility that the ancestors might not accept this, even that the dead might personally intervene to bring matters back under their control. This is the final implication of the king as child, sheer potentiality. One does not really know yet what a child might become. Royal children were expected to do something new and surprising. Thus perhaps it only stands to reason that once the Marina Court was in direct contact with Europeans offering new and powerful social and mechanical technologies, young princes would tend to eagerly embrace them, identify with them, fancy themselves enlightened despots, toss aside old technologies for new. Neither is it particularly surprising that women regularly appeared to remind them that these old technologies they were tossing away were an intrinsic element of a vast system of caring labor that began with commoner households, but culminated in their own. What is surprising, perhaps, is that so many of the men in power were forced to acknowledge this. Placing queens on the throne, then, was above all a way of acknowledging this. Even the traditionalists who supported Ranavalonai were not conservatives in the strict sense of the term. The queen didn't abandon the tradition of royalty as a source of innovation, she even sponsored her own crash industrialization program, but they ensured that no one in the kingdom could forget what the kingdom ultimately was, an intricate system of ritualized caring labor. That we may still live in mythic times, but, as women know and men tend to forget, myth is founded on work. In part, this was effected by a startling reversal. The royal household at the very pinnacle of the kingdom became an exact inversion of the households on the bottom, being composed of a child queen served and supported by her male nursemaids. That arrangement itself operated as a kind of magical charm that transformed even the most onerous unpaid male work assignments, dragging trees, toting fuel, digging ditches, carrying baggage, military service in distant garrisons, into caring labor, analogous to their own mothers' or mpitazes when they had been infants carried on a woman's back. In the end, this was not successful as a geopolitical formula to fend off European aggression, but it's not clear that any other approach would have worked particularly better. The resulting system was certainly oppressive. But if nothing else, reformulating all free labor as care and nurture to the queen, that is, establishing principles that were exactly the opposite of those of European political economy, also made it absolutely impossible for such commercial, agricultural, or industrial relations to make any significant headway while the island did remain independent. Even after Queen Ranavalonai's conversion to Protestantism in 1869, which led to Christianity effectively becoming the state religion, British missionaries tried in vain to explain concepts such as capital and wage labor to their parishioners, and complained endlessly of the impossibility of convincing the Queen's freeborn subjects that working for wages was fit for anyone but slaves. 84 Even after 65 years of French colonial rule, and over a half-century of independence, many are still convinced this is the case. It would be interesting to consider the case of the Marina Kingdom in relation to contemporary theories of caring labor. Feminist theories of caring labor, from Nancy Falber to Sylvia Federici to Evelyn Glenn Nakano, have tended, for obvious reasons, to examine how these matters are framed in the terms of political economy, since this is the logic behind the institutions that affect the vast majority of women today. In the world as imagined by political economy, productive labor is always assumed to be the primary form, and caring or reproductive labor becomes its usually unacknowledged mirror image. Still, even if one does acknowledge both sides of the equation, that primary division remains. This is by no means the only way to divide things up. In the highlands of Madagascar, everything was different. Labor was assumed to be first and foremost women's business. The paradigm for work was bearing burdens, but bearing burdens was seen as combining a range of activities that we would classify into such different domains as transport, building, digging, and nurturance. Moreover, labor was also seen as continuous with ritual. The ritual element was seen as making it truly creative, and the ritualization of labor and the most ritualized forms of labor as well was preponderantly the domain of men. Even under the queens, powerful men were obviously the primary beneficiaries of the system. One would not wish to idealize it. But it was only because it was based on fundamentally different assumptions about what labor, and what we call an economy, is basically about that it both allowed women such powerful ways to influence politics, and managed to resist the incursions of those who would have reduced Madagascar to a plantation economy so effectively for so long. ******* Once the queens were no more, the entire ritual apparatus simply disintegrated, and the concept of phenomena as caring labor appears to have been forgotten almost instantly. 85 Memories of the Old Kingdom quickly came to center on male figures like Laza, unjust oppressors who, insofar as they were seen as children, were anything but lovable. I've been emphasizing relations with the outside world as crucial in setting off the crisis in Marina kingship. But one could make the argument it all really began with Andrianum Puanamirina, who knit the various principalities into something that is universally acknowledged to qualify as a state. Maurice Bloch has made a case that, historically, something about the creation of states in particular had the effect of disorganizing domestic ritual, causing it to become partial and incomplete, and that, at least in the case of powerful and successful states, matters simply could not be put back again the way they had been, and that this remained the case if those states themselves collapsed or otherwise passed from history. The Marina Kingdom is one of his prime examples. The more elaborate and beautiful its royal palaces became, Bloch argues, the less care and ritual attention subjects tended to invest in their own houses, until, finally, when the kingdom collapsed, houses never recovered their former ritual importance, but instead, the ritual focus shifted to ancestral tombs. It's a compelling argument. In fact, one could argue that the two great contemporary ritual complexes around which I first framed my analysis of royal ritual, Famedi Hana, and the network of Doni with their mediumistic cures, are both transformations and reappropriations of royal ritual itself. Already in the waning days of the kingdom, commoners had begun shifting their focus from royal ancestors to their own, the habit of periodically opening tombs to rewrap the dead and defining themselves as descendants rather than ancestors. 86 But the deep, hidden logic of royal ancestral ritual was preserved. Just as those bearing Santatra effected a double reversal, first neutralizing the ancestors so that the living king could create or do something new, then infantilizing and thereby neutralizing the king himself so that living commoners could enjoy the fruits of their labor, so too did Famedi Hana rituals honor the dead so as to ultimately lock them away and prevent their interfering with the living. At the same time, the spectral theater created by the Ramanenjana has now become permanent. The old cult of the 12 sacred mountains has been definitively appropriated by the descendants of commoners and slaves, who have turned its cast of characters, once celebrated in the Tantara New York Andriana, into a kind of prolonged meditation on the moral perils of arbitrary, coercive power. Asterisk. Outside of Madagascar, the notion that kings are a little bit like children is unusual, but the notion that children, especially infants and toddlers, are a little bit like kings is commonplace. In China they speak of little emperors. Freud referred to His Majesty the baby. It's not hard to see why, it's for all the reasons outlined in this essay. Monarchs are regularly expected to behave in ways that, were any of their ordinary adult subjects to imitate them, would be likely to be taken as profoundly immature. And all of us women especially, of course, but everyone to some extent, are also used to reacting with love and affection to egocentric tantrums or even outright cruelty on the part of actual children. This is true whether our culture teaches us that the proper way to respond is with nurturant indulgence or by stern rebuke. There's no need to appeal to evolutionary arguments here, it's necessary to do this, on a fairly regular basis, in order to bring children to maturity at all. And endlessly repeated, it can only become something of a habit. I have suggested, in this essay, that herein lies the secret of the ideological power of monarchy. Because it cannot be denied that monarchy is, in world historical terms, a very common form of government, and often a stubbornly effective one. Apparently, there is something about taking one single household, with all its inevitable household dramas, and placing it at the pinnacle of a political system that manages to grab hold of the imagination and affections of subject populations in a way that few others manage to do. Part of the reason is, of course, that monarchs actually produce babies. In almost any other form of government, children and babies are definitively offstage. It's not far from here to suggest that monarchs in many ways are babies. Childishness, childish indulgence, Childish self-aggrandizement is what court life is largely about. In the first chapter of this volume, Marshall Sahlins makes the argument that insofar as there is a primordial political state, it is authoritarianism. Most hunter-gatherers actually do see themselves as living under a state-like regime, even under terrifying despots. It's just that since we see their rulers as imaginary creatures, as gods and spirits and not actual flesh and blood rulers, we do not recognize them as real. But they're real enough for those who live under them. We need to look for the origins of liberty, then, in a primal revolt against such authorities. I do not mean to argue that ontogeny exactly reproduces phylogeny in this case, but it's easy to see how the argument being developed here might be seen as complementary in a sense. Every human being has a primordial experience of autocracy, far earlier than any experience of equal relations could possibly be, and here I refer not, as usually supposed, to the apparent absolute power of mothers or other adults, but in their own behavior. Children are would-be autocrats. They are at first incapable of anything else, since they lack the capacity to even comprehend another's point of view. Perhaps these truths are unusually apparent in a place like Madagascar with an explicit ethos of consensus-based communal decision-making. In local assemblies, Fokano Lona, really this word just refers to any meeting that brings together everyone affected by some common problem. The only criterion for participation is if one is mature enough to formulate a reasonable argument. But they also explicitly reject any principle of representation or leadership. Children, and kings, are thus the only people who are in a sense incapable of the mutual understanding and compromise that defines mature deliberation. It's helpful to bear this in mind when we think about what raising children actually consists of. The text in the Tantara says that taking care of the royal family is just like taking care of children, but really it isn't, since the point of raising children is that they eventually grow up. The people's nurture, in contrast, traps rulers in permanent immaturity. Time after time, in my own circles, I've heard parents with anti-authoritarian politics agonize over to what degree it is appropriate to discipline children, or even, sometimes, to control or guide their behavior in any way. It obviously can't be avoided to some degree. Does that mean that on a certain level authoritarian behavior is not just legitimate but inevitable? I myself puzzled over the problem for many years until one day it occurred to me, is it necessarily authoritarian to intervene to stop a child from behaving in an egocentric and harmful fashion? Surely it all depends on how you do it. There's nothing intrinsically authoritarian about doing so because it's normally only really required when children themselves behave like would-be autocrats. If it is done in such a way as to gently guide a child toward the eventual capacity to engage in mutually considerate, mature, egalitarian behavior, it's not authoritarian at all, it's actually anti-authoritarian. This would suggest that not only do we all share a primordial experience of autocracy, but we've all experienced a form of love designed to allow us to transcend it, and move us on to at least the capacity for something else. Chapter 6. The Cultural Politics of Core, Periphery Relations. Marshall Sahlins. My intent is to put the issue of soft power in a world historical frame. I speak here of the anthropological experience of core, periphery systems, which are much more extensive, ethnographically and historically, than the modern world system of capitalism described by Wallerstein and colleagues. Similar configurations of domination are in fact planetary in scope. They are common even in tribal zones and are doubtless even older than the history that began at Sumer. The effect is a multicultural order of intercultural relations in which no participating society is sui generis. So, for example, the relations between valley civilizations and the upland tribals of Southeast Asia, a major focus of this essay as described by James C. Scott. Both hill and valley peoples were planets in a larger galactic system of mutual influence. Hill peoples may not have been subjects of valley states, but they were active participants in the economic system of exchange and in the even wider cosmopolitan circulation of ideas, symbols, cosmology, titles, political formulas, medical recipes, and legends. And conversely, histories of the classical lowland court states, Taken in isolation, risk being unintelligible or vastly misleading. Lowland states have always existed in symbiosis with hill society. I hasten to add that although they are often recognized, these multicultural orders are rarely theorized. They are largely ignored by a normal anthropological science of autonomous and self-fashioning cultures, each a world unto itself. There is a radical disjunction between functionalist, structuralist, evolutionist, and other such paradigms of cultural self-determination, and the often observed fact that the cultural differences which distinguish interacting peoples, not to mention the similarities that unite them, are largely dependent on the relations between them. Consider this notice of Randall Collins, from the introduction to an article on the geopolitical and economic world systems of kinship-based and agrarian coercive societies. I want to suggest that there is no type of society in any period of human existence in which world system relationships do not affect its structure and dynamics. That is to say, economic and political/military connections among organized social units affect these units as an overall pattern. All societies are in important respects structure from the outside in. Not to mention spiritual connections. Human societies the world over are not only interdependent with societies of other kinds, they are also dependent for their own existence on relations with humans of other kinds. I mean the gods, ancestors, ghosts, demons, species masters, and other such meta-persons, including those inhabiting plants, animals, and natural features. In sum, the host of spirits wrongly so called, they are this worldly and indeed have the attributes of persons, the host of whom are endowed with life and death powers over the human population. Each society, writes Georges Ballandier, links its own order to an order beyond itself, and, in the case of traditional societies, to the cosmos. Lest you think I am going astray, everything I now say on this score is in support of the observation that the cultural political authority of dominant societies in many traditional core, periphery formations, notably as this authority extends as soft power into regions beyond the coercive reach of the center, is based rather on an indigenous anthropology of the meta-human sources of human welfare. No battle is won, no child is born, no gardens flourish or pots come whole from the kill without the intervention of the metapersonal powers that be, to whom the human powers that be have privileged relations. The kingly gifts of fertility and victory, wealth and health, beauty and monumentality manifested in the center resound in the peripheries as so many demonstration effects of divine life-giving powers. Unlike their material manifestations, such powers are discursively communicable, socially transmissible, and ritually accessible. In the event, hinterland peoples may be attracted and subordinated to the center culturally while they are still independent politically. Point 1. As noted previously, this soft power of acculturation appears by definition in Aidan Southall's discussion of the segmentary state, a multicultural order of the core, periphery kind found in many parts of Africa, in which, however, the spheres of ritual suzerainty and political sovereignty do not coincide. The former extends widely towards a flexible, changing periphery. The latter is confined to a central core domain. Described in fine detail by Southall, the Alur chiefdoms in Uganda west of the Nile, where immigrant rulers of Nilotic Luo origin dominate a variety of Sudanic, Bantu, and Nilotic communities, are classic examples of the segmentary state. Southall's succinct characterization of the spatial structure of Alur rule could indeed serve as a model of core, periphery systems in general, even the imperial systems of cosmocratic ambitions, including the East Asian world systems that will occupy much of this essay. In Alurland, the greater chiefs are focal points of rudimentary political specialization, from which an almost spatial zoning of authority spheres radiates, from that of chiefship in the center, through that of chieflets with non-Alur subjects, to that of peripheral non-Alur groups vaguely recognizing some aspects of the charisma of chiefship but continuing with their own autonomous kinship authorities. Also exemplary, and more pertinent for the moment, are the spiritual sources of the Alur chief's domination of peripheral groups. Alur rule was not established by conquest or sustained by force. Had his position depended on the command of force or on personal prowess in war, it appears that many units of Alur domination of other peoples would never have come into existence, for no irresistible force was brought to bear in their establishment. Rather the reverse, it is the Eller chief who is effectively conquered by the subordinate people, as happens often enough in practice and prescriptively in ritual, when chiefly Eller men are kidnapped and carried off by other ethnic communities who have their own reasons for wanting a chief to rule them. Prominent among these reasons is Rain. Rain stood for material well-being in general, and a chief's ability to demonstrate his control over it was a crucial test of his efficacy. The chief's control of rain and weather, together with his conduct of sacrifice and worship, stood for his general and ultimate responsibility in the minds of his subjects for both their material and moral well-being. As Fraser, Hocart, and numerous ethnographers have taught, the world around, the king is the condition of the possibility of the people's welfare by virtue of his privileged access to the divine sources of prosperity and life itself. Note, in particular, Southall's observation that the Eller chief gains authority over the minds of his subjects, not their bodies. This is a political economy of social subjugation rather than material coercion. Here, as in many such chiefdoms and kingdoms of political ideological identity, to at least select outside groups and or acquires resources from some portion of the geographical outside realm. Just so, the dominance respectively achieved by the Ayatmal and Abalam peoples over other groups in the Middle Sepik region of New Guinea peoples was essentially similar to the reign of the great Aller chief over Bantu and Sudanic villagers, or for that matter the superiority of the celestial emperor over the raw barbarians of the Chinese borderlands. Indeed, speaking of the Sepik regional systems, Deborah Joertz specifically likened them to a world system predicated on power asymmetries. But, of course, the asymmetries of power did not entail the Ayatmal's governance of the peoples who respected it and desired to share its benefits. Working from secondary centers subordinate to Ayatmal, Joertz from among the nearby Chambri and Simon Harrison from the Manambu people, the ethnographers describe a regional system quite like Southall recorded for the Eller, a series of concentric zones of decreasing cultural influence emanating from the dominant Ayatmal core, as conveyed by intermediate groups to the less powerful hinterlands. The Manambu seem to have imported throughout their history very many elements of Ayatmal culture, particularly ritual, magic, totemism, and myth. To the Manambu, the cultural forms of the Ayatmal are surrounded by an aura of especially dangerous power, and are therefore valuable to acquire. The Ayatmal seem to have a similar domineering influence on all the groups they traded with. They exported many elements of their culture to the Sawo and Chambri, for instance, as well as to the Manambu, while the Chambri and the Manambu were in turn exporters of their culture to their respective Sago suppliers to the south. The intermediately situated peoples, notably the Chambri, also appropriated powers and even ancestors from the marginal bush groups, but throughout the region it was particularly Ayatmal metapersonal potency that was highly coveted. In many ways, Harrison explains, the Ayatmal were deemed by Manambu to be associated with the invisible world of spirits. Such spirits spoke through their Manambu shaman mediums in a language laced with extraordinary Ayatmal features, a language that conveyed the beings and forces of a widespread totemic cosmology. More than any other of their neighbors, Harrison says, the Ayatmal embody this hidden realm which is the perceived source of all power. It perhaps goes without saying that the power thus imported, as it gave access to the life-giving totemic ancestors, included the indispensable means of human fertility and material livelihood. So run the reports of the Abalam hegemony as well. The extraordinary cultural achievements of the Abalam represented spiritual powers that were themselves dangerous, attractive, and useful to others. These were all-purpose achievements, not just material or military but also aesthetic and demographic distinctions that by invidious contrasts to surrounding societies could engender an indigenous anthropology of cultural evolution. In Anthony Forge's summary, effectiveness in warfare and skill in growing yams, particularly the phallic long yams, were in local terms merely the material manifestations of a more fundamental Abalam domination, that of power conceived fundamentally in magical and ritual terms. The Abalam were admired and feared for what was believed to be superior access to supernatural power in all forms and the concrete expression of this command in rituals, buildings, and an immense array of objects, decorations, and styles loosely classifiable as art. In Sepik terms, it was the Abalam's superior access to supernatural power that made their longyams larger, their gardens more productive, and their occupation of land previously the undoubted property of others so conclusive. This emphasis on the superior access to supernatural power, which underwrites also the dominant status of major Alur chiefs among peripheral groups of various ethnicities, will be a recurrent theme in the pages that follow in regard to the similar reach of even major kingdoms into hinterland realms that they have neither conquered nor directly rule. The anthropology of core, periphery relations. For all their ethnographic and theoretical obsession with self-determining socio-cultural monads, anthropologists have long recognized that societies were never alone and were always interdependent. Long before world systems theory made core, periphery relations a critical issue in the human sciences, it was a common anthropological observation if not common cultural theory that societies were set in regional systems of dominant centers and dependent hinterlands, hence adapted to one another in structural form and cultural content. By all evidence, cultural order has always been regional, or at least since the Neolithic, it has been marked everywhere by gradients of political cultural authority focused on apical centers thereof. As in the Native Americas, North and South, tribal to imperial, where one could not go far in the study of an area, as Clark Whistler wrote, before recognizing that one or more tribes dominate. Along with Alfred Kroeber, Whistler was a key figure in the development of the largely forgotten and little lamented culture area studies of the early 20th century. Although their primary interest was in the reconstruction of history from the distribution of culture traits, both Whistler and Kroeber were thereby led to recognize the core, periphery relations in play among the societies of a given region. Conscious of their power, the dominant tribes of the area, Whistler wrote, were centers of influence. For his part, Kroeber, in the cultural and natural areas of native North America, endorsed Whistler's contention that the dominant center was the integral thing about the area. The center was a cultural climax, whence radiated the forms and practices that united and distinguished the societies of the region. Both Kroeber and Whistler also recognized certain dynamic features that only many decades later were comprehended as recurrent and systemic properties of these multicultural configurations, that the centers rise and fall, competitively expanding and contracting, to the extent that erstwhile peripheral societies often become focal, even as the thresholds of the culture area prove unstable, which is also to say that important political forces are in play at the peripheries as well as the core of the system. Whistler made the point particularly in discussing the rise of the Teton Dakota and Cheyenne from marginal positions to dominance in the Great Plains during the 19th century. They formed a focus for a central cluster of tribes whose influence is seen throughout the area and its corresponding regional development. Nor, then, was such domination characteristic only of the greater American civilizations such as the Inca, Maya, or Mexica. We have found the higher centers of culture in Mexico and Peru to be not really unique growths but to possess many of the fundamental traits common to the wilder folks in the marginal areas of both continents. The decades following World War II saw several increasingly sophisticated though apparently unrelated anthropologies of cultural order radiating outward from dominant centers on a regional or world scale, the latest of these in dialogue with modern globalization paradigms. Besides Southall on segmentary states, there was Kroeber on the Old World oikoumene of interconnected high civilizations developing from around 1000 BC from the Straits of Gibraltar to Java, each with their culturally dependent hinterlands. In a related discussion in his encyclopedic textbook Anthropology, Kroeber noted the reduction of culture as it spread from the more developed regions, the basic idea being that culture gradually radiates from creative focal centers to backward marginal areas, without the original dependence of the peripheries precluding their subsequent independent development. And in the latter connection, he drew attention again to the instability of these regional hierarchies, noting that the high centers may shift as new ones emerge, even at the edges, until what was peripheral has become focal. Then there was Morton Fried's critique of anthropological notions of the tribe as a self-determined indigenous form, contending rather that all tribes ancient and recent were created by colonial impulses of already existing states, even as most states were likewise secondary formations, constituted directly or indirectly by influences emanating from the pristine few that had evolved independently. Supposing this derivation of secondary states from the original ones, together with the derivation of tribes from existing states, the world according to Fried would again consist of multicultural constellations of core, periphery form. Speaking of intercultural relations, in the Middle Sepik region of New Guinea, Deborah Joertz was hardly the only anthropologist to find a world system among tribal societies in the wake of Emanuel Wallerstein's celebrated analysis of the modern capitalist world system in the 1970s. Some were put in mind of the earlier culture area discussions, yet even those who rejected the comparison described regional configurations of stateless societies in much the same terms. Barry Craig and George E. B. Morin, Jr. preferred to speak of culture spheres in their survey of the several regional systems of lowland and highland New Guinea, but in a way quite reminiscent of Whistlerian culture areas. A sphere is a politically expansive, segmentary, reticulated mosaic of local groups that, notwithstanding observable ethno-linguistic diversity, share a common tradition and are strongly influenced by one or more core populations at the historic geographic center of their region. In such terms, the authors describe the Mountain OK sphere, whose ritually sustained core, periphery relations were a subject of interest in Chapter 1 above. In an extensive study of relations between the Wintu and neighboring peoples of the Aboriginal California region, Christopher Chase Dunn and Kelly M. Mann also reject the analogy to classic culture areas, although taken in larger compass what they describe is an even greater multicultural order centered in the Pomo and Patwin peoples. Nor would it be altogether an oxymoron to speak of such regional hierarchies as world systems, inasmuch as for the peoples concerned they are the human world. The centers from which cultural influences spread were typically superior to the outlying societies in wealth, population, ritual powers, ceremonial pageantry, artistic and architectural achievements, and military prowess, and would be so acknowledged by the hinterland peoples. But when it comes to the economic exploitation of the peripheral societies by dominant ones, or the material dependency of the former on the latter in the manner of a global industrial order, here the resemblances end. Introducing a collection of papers on world systems theory and archaeology, Peter Peregrine writes, "What all these redefinitions of core/periphery relations seem to have in common is the notion that world systems did exist in prehistoric, pre-capitalist situations, but that Wallerstein's definitions of core/periphery relations are too strict to be directly applied to them. Most of the scholars have argued in one way or another that dependency or exploitation is a basic characteristic of the capitalist world system but may not have been for pre-capitalist world systems. Models of core/periphery relations in the absence of this dependency open the world system perspective to a variety of pre-capitalist and non-capitalist situations. The ethnographic argument as in the Sepik and Mountain OK regions would be that the cultural attainments of the dominant peoples function as demonstration effects of their superior relations to the meta-person powers of human welfare. Hence the movement of rituals and other cultural forms of cosmological import from the center to outlying peoples, including even gods, ancestors, clans, and totems. In another critical reflex of world systems theory, Kajsa Ekholm, Jonathan Friedman, and colleagues have argued in a series of ambitious works that a political economy of planetary or at least hemispheric dimensions has been in existence since its origins in the Mesopotamian civilizations of 5,000 years ago. There may have been some other original civilizations, as in China, but they were integrated into a single historically connected global network of regional polities. The modern European-based world system included, having been a late relay from the Middle East. Although Friedman has explicitly argued against the explanation of particular cultural formations as such by their mode of production, his analysis of core, periphery relations reproduces classical utilitarian arguments. In fact, the lineaments of the modern world system of industrial capital at this intercultural level. The dominant regional centers are manufacturing hubs exploiting peripheral societies organized as specialized suppliers of raw materials, until a surfeit of capital wealth at the center causes a production crisis, a rise in the price of raw materials, the flight of capital to outside societies, followed by the collapse of the core and its replacement often by one or another external group. Without subscribing to Friedman's economics of core, periphery relations, we should retain the observation of their unstable, competitive character, especially the challenges to the center from the margins, a process typically preceded and made possible by a soft power assimilation of the margins to the center. Of the several extant anthropologies of core, periphery relations, the one I believe best serves as a general model is the galactic polity as formulated by Stanley Tumbiah in the late 1970s and early 1980s and complemented by Mary Helm's discussions of the like. 3 Tumbiah coined the term in reference to pre-modern Southeast Asian civilizations such as Sukhothai, Ayutthaya, Angkor Wat, Pagan, Srivijaya, and Majapahit, but as we already know, similar constellations of apical centers reproducing themselves in diminishing versions as they spread into underdeveloped hinterlands have been ubiquitous modes of intercultural order from the beginnings of recorded history and anthropology. Unlike the Ekholm, Friedman economic model, however, the galactic polity was for Tumbiah a cosmopolitical order, cosmology and polity being two modalities of the same fundamental structure. Just as in the classic mandala system of the universe, the states ruled by Buddhist and Hindu kings of kings realized in another register the creative force and moral virtue radiating with progressively declining effect from an original, refined center to the gross beings of the world's outer reaches. We are told that the wheel-rolling emperor solemnly invokes the will to roll outward, the wheel rolls successively toward the east, the south, the north, and the west. As the mighty monarch with his fourfold army appeared in each quarter following the wheel, the rival kings prostrate themselves in submission. The Kakavati allowed them to retain their possessions on condition of their obedience of the 5 moral principles binding on Buddhist laymen. Tumbiah makes the important observation that the galactic polity was centered rather than centralized, inasmuch as the authority of the sovereign, although in principle extending indefinitely through the world in all directions, in practice was limited to the governance of the capital and surrounding provinces, beyond which were self-governing, tributary-paying principalities, and beyond these, an untamed zone at best linked to the core by raid and trade. While it is often noticed that the cosmocratic reach of galactic kings exceeds their administrative grasp, we should not forget that the repute of their divinely endowed potency does indeed extend beyond their ability to enforce it, thereby creating a far-reaching cultural subordination among hinterland peoples without the benefit of real political coercion. This map was originally created for Sheldon Pollock's The Language of the Gods in the World of Men and is reproduced here with some modification with permission. Soft power thus begins at the cosmic center, which in these Southeast Asian kingdoms was the center of the world, an axis mundi running through the royal palace and the nearby temples of the dominant kingdom cults. In many of the major realms, this central establishment was identified with the famous cosmic mountain of the Indian tradition, Mt. Meru, through which were transmitted the divine powers that enabled the sacred ruler to conquer in all directions. Here also were housed the regalia and palladia of rule, statues of the Buddha, linga of Shiva, famous krises, sacred jewels, and other royal heirlooms whose subjective powers of sovereignty were as much objectified in the kingship as the kingship was objectified in them, the moi subtil of the king, as some ancient texts have it. 4 Or else, as in the case of the Emerald Buddha, the Sinhala Buddha, and other historic palladia of Thai kingship, the statue was animated by the presence of the Buddha himself, whence radiated a fiery energy that blessed and fecundated the world. Tumbiah meticulously documents the process by which the images are linked by a series of reincarnations to the Buddha himself, then consecrated in rituals that render him immanent in the statue, as by recitations that inject his biography into it, culminating in ceremonies for opening the statue's eyes. Prominent among the other fructifying effects that could now be spread abroad by the Buddha's fiery energy was rain. The pervasive animeism of the outlying hill tribes of Southeast Asia thus had its counterpart in what might be called the political animeism of the civilized centers. Apart from the dynastic heroes, Indic gods, or the Buddha who might be enshrined in such sovereign objects, giving them agentive powers of prosperity and protective force, some might have come from the hinterlands like the amulets of Thai forest monks, which, as Tumbai also documented, conveyed potencies of the wild to the kingdom's civilized centers. 5. The capital of the exemplary 14th century kingdom of Sukhothai was something of a mandala in itself, the royal palace and principal Wat at the center, set within 3 concentric ramparts with gates situated at the cardinal directions. Surrounding the capital, which was under the king's direct control, was a zone of 4 major provinces ruled by sons of the galactic sovereign from secondary centers aligned with the capital by their location in the cardinal directions. In structure and courtly practice, these semi-autonomous princely establishments replicated the galactic center in reduced form. Beyond lay an outer ring of more or less independent principalities, populated by diverse ethnic groups, and governed by their own traditional rulers. Some of these rulers acknowledged the overlordship of the Sukhothai king and rendered him tribute, whereas the inclusion of others ranging as far off as the Malay Peninsula in the Sukhothai domain was evidently more nominal than political. The successor Siamese kingdom of Ayutthaya had essentially the same structure during its early history, with sons of the rulers in charge in the 4 major domains east, west, north, and south of the capital, and an outer zone of sovereignty extending eventually into cosmocratic ideology but also effectively encompassing Sukhothai among the tributary vassal states in 1385, and its satellites in 1438. Not incidentally, this galactic pattern of 3 circles and 4 directions is a common one and not only in Southeast Asia. 6. Cultural dynamics of galactic polities. Galactic polities are never alone. Constitutionally inspired by hegemonic pretensions of indefinite extent, each is engaged in a wider competitive field of galactic and would-be galactic powers whose rulers were ever prepared to defend their own claims of world superiority. Whoever he may be, he shall be my enemy in the world if he is an equal on earth, is a statement attributed to Hayam Wuruk, ruler of the Javanese Empire of Majapahit at the acme of its power in the 14th century. At about the same time, Sukhothai on the mainland was surrounded by just such world conquerors contending with each other for the lesser kingdoms and principalities between them. Besides Ayutthaya to the south, there was the other Thai realm of Lan Na to the north, the Burmese power of Pagan to the southwest, and the famous Khmer Empire of Angkor to the southeast, from which Sukhothai had won its independence in the late 13th century and which Ayutthaya would invade and defeat in 1431–32. This competition engaged a characteristic dialectics of theocratic regimes, in the course of which Sukhothai made a state cult of Theravada Buddhism, thereby opposing its singularly empowered Chukhavadin kings to the primarily Brahmanic rulers of first its Angkor overlords, and then its Ayutthayan successors. Not only is there God in these details but a general politics of cultural order, endemic in core, periphery systems, with the effect of bringing a transcendent series of encompassing cosmopolitical authorities into the regional conflicts between galactic sovereigns. Reading from this same Southeast Asian context, James C. Scott took some note also of the wider distribution of the phenomenon, much as the Romans used Greek, the early French court used Latin, and the Vietnamese court used Chinese script and Confucianism, so the rise of Sanskritic forms staked a claim to participation in a trans-ethnic, trans-regional, trans-historical civilization. O. W. Wolters talks of a process of self-Hinduzation, by which the early Khmer courts of Cambodia, the Malay kingdoms known as Srivijaya, and the Javanese powers of Kandari and Majapahit, among others, took on the gods, cosmology, protocol, ritual, art, architecture, and Sanskrit vocabulary of southern Indian states of grand repute. In his magisterial work on the Sanskrit Cosmopolis, Sheldon Pollock emphasizes the historic singularity of this process by which, beginning in central India early in the first millennium AD, such regimes spread in a few centuries through Southeast Asia as far as Java without the benefit of outside political impositions of any kind. There is no evidence of the colonization of Southeast Asian regions from India, Pollock observes, nor of ties of political subservience to the South Asian subcontinent, nor of forms of material exploitation or dependency relations, nor of large-scale settlement by Indian peoples, or anything resembling military conquest and occupation. And yet, all across mainland and maritime Southeast Asia, people who spoke radically different languages, such as Hmong Khmer and Malayo-Polynesian, and lived in vastly different cultural worlds, adopted suddenly, widely, and long-lastingly a new language along with the new political vision and literary aesthetic that were inseparable from it and unthinkable without it for the production of what were often defining forms of political culture. In itself this was a remarkable development, but given the manner in which it occurred without the enforcement of military power, the pressure of an imperial administrative or legal apparatus, or the promptings of religious evangelism, it is one without obvious parallel in history, except indeed for South Asia itself. Subsumed thus in realms of universal power, the Southeast galactic regimes would assert their superiority to any and all worldly rivals. Moreover, this is only one of many examples in these pages of why the famous determination by the economic basis, or for that matter any such internal functional dynamic, is an inadequate explanation of the cultural order, inasmuch as the cosmopolitical superstructure is of historically distinct and structurally surpassing attributes relative to the infrastructure. We see the like at every level of core, periphery systems. When the Biak Islanders of Western New Guinea returned from their long voyages carrying tribute to the Sultan of Tidore, they passed the Barak, the life-giving potency they had absorbed from the Sultan's presence, to their relatives by shaking their hands, upon which the latter promptly rubbed their faces with it. As Danelin Rutherford has documented in rich ethnographic works on Biak, these same powers, indwelling in the titles, silver jewels, fine cloth, and other wealth bestowed by the Sultan, amounted in Biak to a currency of value, in both its functions, in the form of objects that reflected a person's past achievements, and in the form of an invisible substance that conveyed the capacity to act. Passed on locally, notably in affinal exchanges in which human reproduction appeared as the sequitur to foreign wealth, these things from a great and distant realm bestowed the honorable status of foreigner on the donors, as well as productive and reproductive talents on the recipients, the children so empowered becoming ardent lovers as well as exceptional fishers, hunters, smiths, or singers. There is a considerable history to this traffic in Malayakan goods, titles, and power along the western New Guinea coasts, a network of exchange relations also involving islands in between, altogether comprising a provincial galactic polity of its own 7. It has been speculated that the tributes to sultans were set up in the wake of an Islamic holy war in which the local peoples purchased exemption from the depredations of the Malayaka fleets at the price of an annual tribute in Papuan goods. Biak apparently was involved in some such arrangement by the end of the 15th century, receiving among the other returns for its tributes certain Tidore titles that suggested actual administrative authority, the Malay Raja for the head of an independent domain, and others for district chief and village chief. Alternatively, and more likely, the titles referred particularly to tribute collecting functions in these places. In time the titles became incorporeal property which, like the various forms of esoteric knowledge and personal names, constituted part of the status of the individual and his descendants. But in still another use, Biak Islanders themselves bestowed these Malayakan titles on trading partners on the New Guinea coast in return for exotic goods obtained by the latter from interior peoples, goods that could then be conveyed to Tidore on Biak canoes. A similar tributary and status system reached the western New Guinea shores from Tidore via the intermediate Raja Ampat Islands and eastern Ceram. At least some Ceramese people settled as rulers of local Papuan groups, and it was reported as late as 1902 that some still spoke their ancestral Ceram language. In a classic competitive move, however, one of their stranger chiefs reckoned his lineage from a Javanese ship's captain who had married a local woman. Meanwhile, back in the Malayakas, the sultans of the Clove Islands of Tidore and Ternate had been taking on the trappings of the renowned rulers of distant realms whose presence in the form of impressive commercial and naval vessels had long reached their shores. European realms were not excluded. Toward the end of the 16th century, Sultan Harun of Ternate dressed like a Portuguese, spoke their language fluently, and governed his kingdom with the assurance of long familiarity and friendship with Portuguese officials. Whereas in the 17th century, a Ternate sultan who owed his power rather to Dutch support, named two of his sons Amsterdam and Rotterdam. But as is obvious from the title of sultan, this was not the first time the Malayucan rulers had assumed foreign identities. Indeed, their European imports adorned an Islamized royalty that for its part had long been fitted out with Chinese attributes. Call it the real politics of the marvelous. Not only because, in line with our own sense of the political, it is motivated by competitive ambitions of domination, but because in the local anthropologies these exotic forms of power are effective means thereof, transcendent sources of human prosperity and victory, whose human agents are thus worthy of the deference of others. When the sultans of the flourishing 15th century commercial empire of Malacca in the Malay Peninsula claimed descent from Alexander the Great, that is, in his Quranic manifestation as Iskandar di Zulkarnain, it made an invidious contrast to the important rival state of Melayu Jambi in Sumatra. For Malacca thereby laid claim to the legacy of the fabled ancient kingdom of Srivijaya, where the prince, Sri Tribuana, who was the sultan's Alexandrian ancestor, first appeared, and along with two of his brothers turned the rice fields into silver and gold. A few generations later, Sri Tribuana's descendants converted to Islam and metaphorically repeated the miracle by the commercial enrichment of Malacca. Melayu Jambi, however, may have gained the last word, according to an edict issued in the 18th century by the sultan of its successor state of Minangkabau. On it were three seals representing three descendants of Alexander, the Sultan of Rum, the Sultan of China, and, himself, the Sultan of Minangkabau. As the youngest, the Minangkabau ruler was the privileged successor, fulsomely described in the edict as King of Kings, Lord of the air and clouds, possessor of the crown of heaven brought by the prophet Adam. In the same connection, it is notable that during the Tiang dynasty Srivijaya sent multiple missions to the Chinese emperor, which apparently were intended to legitimate that realm's successful subordination of Melayu. Likewise in the Sung dynasty, the Srivijaya dispatched several missions to China, which, according to Wolders, were certainly occasions when the rulers could trade with China, but I believe the rulers had another and more important intention. Foreign rulers in Sung times were anxious for imperial favors which signified their superiority vis-a-vis other Chinese vassals, and especially those that were their neighbors and political rivals. Distinctions of rank were part of the political culture of Southeast Asia, and, when granted by the emperors, helped to establish status among Southeast Asian rulers whose spheres of influence overlapped. Status, yes, but should we not add that the indwelling aura of the celestial emperor transmitted in these imperial favors not only differentiates the recipient from his rivals but also commands the loyalty of his followers? Clearly we have to do with a long-standing Greater East Asian galactic polity centered in the Middle Kingdom. China was similarly the high-stakes, soft power arbiter of political legitimacy in Ayutthaya and other distant kingdoms which it neither reached nor feared militarily. Still, China was present commercially and politically. By the common tradition, Ayutthaya was founded by a local Chinese merchant prince who strategically married the royal daughters of two important kingdom centers in the region. His descendants by these women would then compete bitterly for the encompassing kingship of Ayutthaya for decades as by means of tributary submissions to the Chinese court. Between 1369 and 1433, Ayutthaya royals sent 58 such embassies to the emperor or members of his family, mainly in the interest of promoting their chances of succession in Ayutthaya. In the period 1370 to 1482, the Chinese court dispatched eunuch officials on 17 celestial embassies to Ayutthaya, not all of them friendly. Among their functions, conveying condolence on the death of the Ayutthaya king, investing the new king, presenting royal gifts, and declaring imperial edicts, including instructions on conduct toward other states. This kind of diplomacy was not that unusual, considering that the strategic demand for soft power in high places is common in galactic settings. Marked by the civilizing mission of the celestial emperor and manifest in the petitions and tributes of distant peoples, a huge East Asian force field of Chinese influence was created, extending even to the island kingdoms and principalities of Java, Borneo, and beyond, where Sina was a political identity to conjure with. Chinese commerce has been long and widely spread beyond the borders of the Middle Kingdom. Chinese monks and other religious figures also traveled early and far. Chinese military might has been demonstrated periodically on the northern frontiers, and regarding the southern borderlands of particular interest here, the Mongol invasion and famous voyages of the Ming Admiral Cheng Ho penetrated deep into Indonesia. Yet the greater East Asian galactic polity centered in the imperial capital has endured longer in time and space than the presence of any Chinese coercive force. In AD 484, a petition reached the southern Qi imperial court from the ruler of the original Khmer kingdom in the lower Mekong Delta, a distant Cambodian place that had never known the presence of the Chinese arms it now solicited. True, northern Vietnam had been successfully invaded by Chinese forces in Han times, but in Cambodia, as Keith Taylor comments, there was no experience with the soldiers and officials of a neighboring empire, nor the awareness of boundaries in terrain and culture, that such an experience produced among the Viets and Chams. Information about the outside world arrived to Khmer leaders as news about Hindu gods and forms of Buddhist and Hindu devotion, as well as cosmological notions of political space that were expounded in the Sanskrit language. Still, King Kundanya Jayavarman of the Khmer realm the Chinese knew as Funan must have been aware of the Son of Heaven's might when he complained to him about a certain slave who had rebelled against his own authority and enlisted support from a neighboring kingdom. The Chinese ruler in question was probably the Emperor Wu of the short-lived southern Qi dynasty. The mission is recorded at the beginning of the 6th century in the history of the southern Qi dynasty, and accordingly presents a Chinese indeed Confucian perspective on what transpired. Jayavarman did not lead the embassy in person, although some Funan kings did so act. He sent a Hindu bonze as his representative. His petition begins properly with a profession of submission to the sage and saintly celestial emperor. Your subject, Jayavarman, it reads, bows his forehead to the earth and fulsomely praises the divine civilizing virtue of the saintly master, wishing him all kinds of happiness, including that the concubines of the 6 palaces be perfectly beautiful, and voicing confidence that earth will know peace, harmony, and prosperity because of the brilliant civilizing influence of your majesty. Such is the preamble to King Jayavarman's complaint about his slave rival, followed by the offering of meager presents in tribute to the saintly and virtuous majesty, including a golden image of the King of Dragons. Jayavarman asks the emperor for troops to put down the rebel, promising in return to aid the imperial throne in repressing the realms that border the sea. Or if not an army, would the Divine Majesty issue a special edict authorizing a small number of Chinese troops to join his own forces in order to exterminate this nefarious lowly one? The emperor's response is equivocal. Taking note of his benevolence, his reform of Buddhism, and his own resemblance to Indra, king of the gods, the emperor declares that, for me, it is only by culture and virtue that I attract the distant peoples. I do not wish to have recourse to arms. However, considering that King Jayavarman comes from afar and with a loyal heart to ask for the aid of the imperial forces, the emperor will refer the matter to his tribunal where, as far as I can determine, the request for military aid died. Apparently it was soft power from beginning to end. In AD 252, the Chinese military did intervene in Yunnan, an event that was inscribed in ritual memories and tribal polities for many centuries beyond, even as its political impulses also rippled further than the actual extent of the invasion. The famous Shuhan minister and strategist Zhuge led the campaign in the aim of restoring the imperial authority that had lapsed with the decline of the Han dynasty. Sensing he could not rule what he had conquered, Zhuge withdrew, leaving the area in charge of the leaders of indigenous ethnic groups on whom he had bestowed Chinese offices and surnames, a practice of letting barbarians rule barbarians apparently in effect since Western Zhou times, later commonly known as the bridle and halter policy, and, since UN, as the Tasi system. 4 centuries after Zhuge's withdrawal, he was numbered among local deities in temples built in his honor. As late as the 20th century, Bai peasants, reputed to be the aborigines of Yunnan, were using a carrying yoke whose design was attributed to Zhuge, claiming their ancestors had learned the style when serving in his armies. Other long-standing traditions of local non-Han peoples related that their chieftains' bronze drums not merely a symbol of their authority, as often reported, but an active animistic agent thereof had been given their predecessors by Zudge. Richard Van Glan tells that when a drum of this kind was forcibly surrendered to an invading Ming army in 1573, the chief lamented, "With 2 or 3 of such drums, one could proclaim himself king. Striking the drum at the summit of a hill will cause all the tribes to assemble. But now, all is lost." Various signs and traditions of Zudge's conquests were long preserved in central Yunnan, some into modern times, although his forces had never reached that far. And in a phenomenon of the kind frequently recorded in the Sino-Southeast Asian borderlands, important chiefs of non-Han peoples in the areas he did pacify were known to convert their Chinese surnames into claims of Han ancestry. Stranger kingship, the cultural politics of core, periphery relations have real political effects. Galactic mimesis, uneven development in core, periphery systems. Barbarian chiefs of Chinese ancestry, New Guinea villagers who adopt clans, totems, ancestors, and rituals of their dominant neighboring peoples, Cambodian or Javanese kingdoms ruled in Sanskrit terms by Hinduized kings, Indonesian rulers become Islamic sultans who assume a Portuguese lifestyle, in sum, a recurrent impulse of upward mobility, more exactly upward nobility, runs through these galactic systems, no less at the peripheries than at the center, as well as among the several secondary and tertiary societies in between. Even the kingdoms at the apex of the regional hierarchy aspire to a hegemony of yet higher order, a project that also engages them with exotic hinterland groups, thereby opening prospects of grandeur at the underdeveloped galactic margins. The world over, would-be kings of kings would institute something approaching a cosmocratic regime by laying claim to ancient or current predecessors of widespread and exalted renown, whether by descent, incarnation, or other privileged association, and whether these paragons be great gods such as Shiva, world historical heroes such as Alexander, fabled cities such as Rome, or mighty empires such as the Chinese. Buddhist rulers in Southeast Asia invoke Ashoka. West African Islamic rulers and their nearby pagan counterparts trace their dynasties to Mecca, the former often to descendants of the Prophet, the latter to his reputed enemies. The Gauls and Spartan kings come from Heracles, although after the Roman conquest some Gaulish chiefs had Julian or Augustan ancestors. The kings of the Banyuro, Baganda, and several other East African realms claim to be heirs of the Bakwezu rulers of the fabled Kidara Empire. Later Mexica emperors overlaid their barbaric Shimek origins with an exalted Toltec identity by importing a ruler of known descent from that legendary civilization and its renowned god King Quetzalcoatl. Aeneas of Troy, stranger king of the Latins, became the ancestor of Roman emperors through Romulus, and thereby of the Holy Roman Emperors and the Habsburgs, among others, whereas the Greek heroes who returned from the Trojan War, the Nostoi, particularly Odysseus, gave rise to the ruling aristocracy in city-states of northern Greece, Italy, and Sicily. Enough said, except that the ambitions of galactic sovereigns which thus impel an upward cosmic reach are complemented by a policy of outward expansion through war, trade, and diplomacy, going even beyond the strategic material returns with the aim of encompassing the potent animistic powers of the barbaric wild. Point 8. These upward and outward ambitions were interrelated. Everything happens as if the appropriation of the diverse earthly powers of the galactic hinterlands would thus validate the claims of universal hegemony entailed in the ruler's privileged relations to transcendent cosmic authorities. Consider, for example, Lorraine Gasic's description of Southeast Asian galactic orders. Linked with the conviction that living things were ordered along a continuum from the bestial to the sacred, we found a circular conception of space in which politically charged centers were thought to radiate power outward and downward toward the less charged peripheries. In the landscape, palaces, temples, sacred mountains, and capital cities were similarly surrounded by secondary and tertiary centers and villages, all of which participated in and reflected, in varying degrees, the power of the center. Finally, at the extreme periphery, civilized, cultivated lands and villages gave way to jungles and mountain ranges, wild territory beyond the reach of the center's power. These territories were by no means impotent, On the contrary, they were filled with power, but it was anarchic, chaotic, primeval. Only a person who was extremely civilized in himself could, by meditation and self-discipline, subdue these forces. Underlying it all, the reach for both celestial and terrestrial powers beyond the cosmocrator's own, is the alterity of the sources of human life and death, and thereby of the welfare of the social totality. Speaking of traditional societies in general, Mary Helms refers to a cosmologically charged outside from which are drawn materials, intangible energies, and original knowledge and culture that allow the production of human life and social being. And among a series of astute observations on the dynamics of core, periphery systems in general, Helms notes that in taming the wild hinterlands with their cultivated exports, the civilizing mission of dominant centers has a counterpart in the center's acquisition of naturally endowed imports that increase their ideological and political potency by virtue of the autochthonous forces believed to be inherent in that which is exotic, curious, or different. Here again is a real politics of the marvelous, in the course of which the untamed forces of the periphery are transformed into the potency and prosperity of the center. As Helms describes, by trade and tribute from the hinterlands come rare animals, strange foreigners, precious stones and minerals, rare woods, spices, and drugs, and the horns, tails, furs, and feathers of exotic beasts and birds. One is of course reminded of the celestial emperor's mission of bringing order to all under heaven, and particularly of the demonstration of his virtue by incorporating the tributary wonders and monsters brought from afar by the barbarian inhabitants of fabulous countries. So likewise would the tribute-bearing peoples be culturally transformed, domesticated, and civilized by coming into the imperial presence and thereby under its power as manifested and transmitted by his person, that is, bodily as well as ritually, architecturally, and in the banquets, gifts, and honors the outlanders receive and consume. The overall effect is a two-way traffic in animistic potencies, political and wild, in which the subjective forces of things endow vitality on both the central and outlying societies and notably elevate and empower their leaders. The center desires the resources, the potency, and the potentiality, the alien powers of the periphery, the wild, the forest. Both center and periphery seek to restore vitality in the exchange of powers. So Andrew Turton describes the exchanges between lowland Shan states and the hill peoples they call Ka, serfs, although typically the hill peoples are the residual autochthonous owners of the fertile lowlands. For their part, the Shan states, historically tributary to Burmese or Chinese potentates, were included in the greater East Asian galactic system that stretched southward from the Middle Kingdom into Malaya, Sumatra, Java, and beyond. Edward Schaeffer tells that the aromatics and other exotica from Southeast Asia that reached China partook of the godly and the beneficial, and at the same time the deadly and the devilish. The animistic force was not merely a Chinese sense of the exotic, it was quite familiar to the tribal people who collected these potent things. Something like the divine and the deadly were already ensouled in the camphor crystals and other aromatics sought out by the indigenous peoples of the Indonesian forests. In his useful compendium of Malay magic, Walter William Skeet relates that camphor was controlled by indwelling spirits who had to be propitiated so that it could be discovered and harvested. Communication with these meta-persons, moreover, required a special language, ordinary Malay being taboo. Transmitted thence to the Chinese court, the ensouled forces of the Malay wild redoubled the political animaism of the emperor. As Schaeffer observed, incense from Southeast Asian aromatics marked the presence of the royal afflatus, breathing supernatural wisdom through the worlds of nature and human affairs. In imperial levees of the Tiang ministers, a table of these aromatics was placed before the Son of Heaven. Inhaled then by the court officials, the scent of camphor from Malaya or sandalwood from Borneo insinuated the emperor's virtue into the persons of his officials, whereupon it could be realized in statecraft and disseminated through the world to ultimately subdue and civilize the barbarians who had originally appropriated these powers. 9. On being informed that the Chinese Protector General had been chased from Vietnam by a rebellion, an imperial court official and poet wrote, "Remember when the North was on good terms with the UAH. For a long time both were nourished by the southern fragrance. All the same, the ensuing Lý dynasty, having established an independent Viet state, proceeded to organize the kingdom on basic principles of the Chinese Imperium, a Vietnamized version of Chinese political theory, as Keith Taylor characterized it, with a southern emperor counterposed to the Chinese northern emperor, ruling his southern kingdom by the grace of his own mandate of heaven. Chinese sources identify the third Lý ruler, Lý Nhat Tun, as the first Viet king who had the presumption to claim imperial status. Vietnamese sources corroborate that he adopted many of the formalities of China's imperial court, from the official name of the realm, to the attire of his officials, to the ranks and titles conferred upon officials, upon members of the royal family, and upon the royal ancestors. For all that the Viet opposed imperial China, they did so by replicating it just as certain Molucca rulers took on Chinese, Portuguese, or Dutch attributes. The Prussian court imitated the French, the Nilotic rulers of Nero assimilated to their Bantu predecessors of fabled Kittara, many a Khmer, Siamese, or Malay ruler became an Indic king, and some of the latter became Islamic sultans, and so on. As already noted, the phenomenon is endemic in core, periphery relations. A certain impetus of galactic mimesis runs through the regional system, whereby outlying rulers assume the political culture of the higher powers with which they are engaged. Virtually a law of political science, this dynamic is in play at every level of the intersocietal hierarchy, down to the pretensions of peripheral tribal headmen like the Kachin chiefs who famously become Shan, whereas, for their part, the Shan princes rule in the style of Burmese or Chinese kings, which perhaps accounts for the rudimentary forms of the imperial Chinese temples of heaven and earth in certain villages of Kachin Hill people. The same acculturation from below is current even in purely tribal zones, absent a dominant civilization, as in the avidity of various epic peoples for the cultural powers of the Abalam or the Ayat Mul. In any case and every place, however, the spread of the cultural forms of dominant societies is not all of their own doing. Something has to be said for this demand of higher culture from below. This mimetic process is notably in evidence in the Greater East Asian Galactic Polity. James C. Scott documents many particular instances in his treatise on relations between the greater states of the region and upland tribal peoples. More generally he writes, "We have often noted what might be called the great chain of mimicry that extends from Angkor and Pagan through pettier and pettier states right down to hamlets with the slightest pretensions among, say, the Lahu or Kachin. The classical states similarly modeled themselves after the states in South Asia." 10. The cultural exchanges in core, periphery systems do not emanate from the higher centers alone. Motivated especially by local political conflicts, there is agency at every level of the galactic hierarchy in the course of which politico-religious forms of ruling societies are appropriated by subordinate ones, thus migrating downward through the system without the benefit of compelling initiatives from above. The soft power of dominant societies may thus be potentiated by the people subject to it inasmuch as it also empowers them. This galactic mimesis develops either as a mode or resistance to the encroachment of a higher power, a dynamic George Devereux and Edwin Loeb called antagonistic acculturation, or by something like the symmetrical schismogenesis of Gregory Battison's devising, wherein local rivals try to outdo each other by scaling up the competition to another level. We have already seen instances of both, some of which suggest both were in play at once. Antagonistic acculturation, by matching point for point a southern empire against the Chinese northern empire, Vietnamese rulers of the 11th century took the contrarian process to a remarkable structural extent. Making their own polity the same as and yet different from the ostensibly superior Chinese realm, the Lý dynasty kings thus undertook to separate from the latter and ward off its colonizing ambitions. Subsequent Vietnamese dynasties continued to differentiate their realm from the Chinese by the fact that they had their own Chinese imperium, as in this 1428 proclamation by a Lý dynasty official, upon the eviction of a Ming administration of 2 decades standing. Now our Great Viet is truly a cultured country. The features of our mountains and our rivers are different. Just as the customs of the north and south are also different. From the time of the Viet, Trieu, Dinh, Lý, and Tran dynasties' establishment of our state, and from the time of the Han, Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties of the north. Each emperor has ruled over his own quarter. Not that antagonistic acculturation is imperial politics only, for it is also encountered in the outlying tribal societies which in the Southeast Asian uplands may resist lowland states with their own kingdoms, whether legendary ones of the past, messianic ones of the future, or current imitations of the greater regional powers. Like the Karen of Burma, whose history, writes James C. Scott, seems to illuminate the preservation of a culture liberation and dignity fashioned, for the most part, from the cosmology of lowland states. He cites verse from a prophetic tradition. That a Karen king would yet appear. The Taban kings have had their season. The Burmese kings have had their season. And the foreign kings will have their season. But the Karen king will yet appear. When the Karen king arrives, there will only be one monarch. Just so, F. K. Lehman describes the characteristic polity of the Kaya, a Karen people of eastern Burma, as a quasi-state level political system developed among an essentially tribal people as an adaptation to the Shan Burmese environment. By common local traditions, these states were formed when a Kaya chief was victorious in a skirmish with a Burmese force, whereupon an honorable peace was negotiated, recognizing the boundaries of the Kaya domain and of its ruler under the title of a Shan prince or lord. Over time the differences and similarities increased together. The Kaya founders' victory over the Burmese was celebrated as a miraculous feat, even as this charter narrative was coupled to a Kaya regime with a Burmese caste including courts that interfered in otherwise independent affairs of the villages. As Lehman observed, this was essentially an exercise in foreign power within or attached to Kaya society. It was an imitation of Shan princely practice, including the organization of the Kaya chief's house in the ritual form of a Sabwa's palace, with the aim of contracting marriages between Kaya and Shan ruling families. Seeking alliances with lowland Shan nobility, however, suggests something other than resistance is in play. Consider the common report that the pretensions of Kaya chiefs to Shan princely status are a matter of competition within their own communities, something the leaders and would-be leaders were constantly contending for. The suggestion is that beside the opposition to foreign superior others that drives imitation of them by way of antagonistic acculturation, competition with similars likewise drives identification with foreign superior others by way of symmetrical schismogenesis. The acquaintance with foreign social and economic techniques of organization gave the Kaya leaders several sorts of advantage at home. In the first place, it gave them charismatic authority among their Kaya followers. That is, insofar as they remained successful in dealing with the Shan and Burmans with some measure of economic advantage to their Kaya subjects, they came to be thought of as Phra. This expression means wonder worker, miraculous person, seer, prophet, supernaturally endowed, and of miraculous birth. As a result, those villages and persons who acknowledge a particular Sogwe often had a considerable attachment to him, and in principle to his line. Miraculous person, wonder worker, notice that this is still a real politics of the marvelous, in which the dividend of successful upward nobility is the assimilation of the meta-human powers of the cosmological outside, giving a hold, then, on the people inside. Where antagonistic acculturation involved conflictual relations between lower and higher or outer and inner peoples, symmetrical schismogenesis is typical of the competition between more or less equivalent parties at a given level of the regional hierarchy. The adversaries may be individuals or factions within the same group with the leadership thereof at stake, or they may be groups of the same order in the galactic hierarchy contending for a superior position therein. The way Bateson described it, symmetrical schismogenesis works on the principle of anything you can do, I can do better, as in an arms race where each side strives to accumulate more destructive power than the other. Rather than the same as and different from, the favored competitive move here is equal to and better than. Indeed, the best move is to go outside the box, to introduce an unprecedented lethal weapon into the conflict, thereby trumping any and all adversaries competing by only conventional means. Or as Clifford Sather reported of Ibn of Kalimantan, competition among members of the community is essentially waged outside of it, it is largely through deeds performed beyond the boundaries of the Longhouse that unequal status within it was, and continues to be, measured. In the context of galactic systems, the privileged tactic is to go above and beyond one's own group to acquire the cosmopolitical powers of proximate superiors, whether by identification, alliance, predation, or some such mode of cultural assimilation. Motivated thus by internal competition, these aspirations for the marvelous powers of galactic superiors have been effective means of cultural mimesis in core-periphery relations. As has been noted elsewhere, they are a recurrent mode of stranger king formation worldwide, native rulers who become foreigners rather than foreigners who become native rulers. The self-Hinduzation of Southeast Asian kings is a case in point. Another is the Malay sultans contending for local supremacy by adopting Alexandrian bona fides. An example so good I have already used it more than once concerns Hawaii, where, within a decade of Cook's death in 1779, 3 of the island paramounts had named their sons and heirs King George, and even before the great conqueror Kamehameha ceded the archipelago to his brother King George in 1793, he was flying the Union Jack from his house and canoe. Early in the 19th century, the Prime Minister of the Sandwich Island Kingdom was Billy Pitt Kalaimoku, the Governor of Maui was Cox Keeaumoku, and John Adams Kuakini ruled Hawaii Island. Instances could easily be multiplied, but for convenience I cite one of James C. Scott's general notices of the phenomenon in Southeast Asia with the added indication of the major powers' own interest in the politicization of the uplands. The state's desire for chiefs and the ambitions of upland local strongmen coincided often enough to create imitative state-making in the hills, though such achievements were seldom durable. Local chiefs had ample reasons to seek the seals, regalia, and letters conferred by a more powerful ruler. They might overcome rivals, and confer lucrative trade and tribute monopolies. Recognition of a lowland ruler's implied charisma was, at the same time, entirely compatible with remaining entirely outside its administrative reach. Like Scott, virtually all the scholarly chroniclers of the region have stressed the endemic instabilities of core-periphery relations, egalitarian revolts against the pretensions and exactions of local chiefs who assume the style of superior foreign rulers, underlying villages or principalities that switch allegiance from declining to rising outside powers, the overthrow of local rulers affiliated with an external power by a rival party affiliated with a different realm, high-level competition, resulting in the defeat and displacement of one apical state by another. As many of these shifts suggest, an intrinsic evolutionary impulse is generated throughout the system by the cultural politics of galactic mimesis. Indeed, there is always the potential that marginal societies, by virtue of some strategic advantage military, commercial, or other, will fully realize in practice the greater foreign regime they had previously identified with by now overcoming and succeeding it. It may be that as a general rule, all great civilizations were peripheral ones, outliers of galactic polities, like the Mongols and the Manchus were to China, or the Siamese kingdoms were to Khmer predecessors, who were themselves marginal to South Asian realms. For that matter, the Greeks were marginal relative to the Persians, the Romans to the Greeks, and the Gauls, Franks, and Britons to the Romans, and so on. Virtually all of this begins in soft power politics, moreover, set up by the demonstrable cosmic potency of dominant centers, to which peripheral societies are oriented and subordinated culturally while they are still independent politically. Recall, moreover, that there is a reciprocal search for vital power, from above as well as from below, a centrifugal expansion from the center outward toward the peripheries, as well as a centripetal movement from the peripheries toward the center. As Tumbaya observed, while the central kingdom moves outward to incorporate the lower standing territories of the wild hinterlands, in the opposite direction, the lower attempts to raise itself by emulation of, and contact with, the immediately superior. Except that typically there is no political incorporation of the hinterlands by the central kingdom, although, as a consequence of diffusion of its high culture, there is an interesting disconformity between the cosmopolitical superstructures and the material infrastructures of societies throughout the field of core-periphery relations. Given the pervasive operation of galactic mimesis, the political and cosmological order of the greater states is more or less replicated beyond their borders through a wider domain of effective influence than their practical means of domination could reach, whereas, by the same mimetic token, the lesser societies know more developed institutions of governance than their own economic basis could generate. One major characteristic of any of the hill societies of Southeast Asia that live in symbiosis with civilizations, as F. K. Lehman observed, is the marked disparity between what their supervillage political system attempts to be, on the models provided it by its civilized neighbors, and what its resources and organizational capacity readily permit it to achieve. All this is to say that the conventional notions of the systematic coherence of the socio-cultural totality, these paradigms of anthropology cultures or national cultures, whether Marxist, Durkheimian, structural functional, cultural materialist, or whatever, supposing as they do in one way or another that the political and spiritual forms of any given society are reflexes of more fundamental social or material realities, are inappropriate to the uneven development of structural registers in societies situated in galactic polities. We are back to the beginning of this essay and a repeated theme of this book, the specious assumption that societies are all alone and self-generating, and, accordingly, left thus to their own devices, they develop functionally consistent cultural wholes. But the diverse societies set in hierarchical core, periphery systems are neither isolated nor sui generis. They are interdependent structurally to the extent that their cosmological and political forms are in significant respects not of their own making, and accordingly without basis in the coexisting infrastructures. Uneven development is the structural norm in galactic polities. And since, as far as we know, human societies virtually everywhere and everywhen have been situated in such fields of core, periphery interactions, our main theories of cultural order are, to put it benignly, in need of revision. Also worthy of reconsideration are the pre-modern empires so-called, which, the world around, are not extraterritorial governments of colonized societies so much as predatory overlordships, ruled typically by hubristic kings of divine potency exacting tributes from subordinated proxy regimes. In other words, galactic polities as described here for Southeast Asian civilizations. The lineaments of the same also appear in earlier pages on Africa and Middle America. And the argument can be extended to famous empires of Mediterranean and Western Asian antiquity, Median, Achaemenid, Seleucid, Sasanian, Parthian, Egyptian, Akkadian, Assyrian, and their like, even the Roman, particularly during the Republic. Of course they vary considerably in structure, but all take the form of a core region under the direct administration of the dominant ethnic group, whose powers and cultural influences diminish in proportion to distance from the center and inversely to the self-determination of the outlying peoples. As has been noted of the Roman Imperium and is true of these galactic orders more generally, the relations of the center to subordinate peoples are effected in severalty, as so many bilateral arrangements. Hence, unlike the uniform government of national states, these empires are characterized by heterogeneous forms of submission of peripheral collectivities to the galactic core. Generally, however, the effect is a system of three concentric zones, the circle beyond the ruling core consisting of vassal polities obedient to it, and a further region where submission to the center is nominal and tributary obligations are minimal. All the same, the pretensions of the galactic rulers are typically world-encompassing, figured as extending indefinitely along the cardinal directions, the whole taking the form of three circles and four quarters. Characteristically also, the cultural achievements and cosmic powers of the dominant people and their famous kings are respected beyond any actual political presence or authority, thus generating an orientation of marginal peoples toward the center that may presage their ultimate usurpation of their erstwhile superiors. Indeed, the dynamic phenomena of upward nobility and galactic mimesis, involving progression culturally and politically from below, as motivated by competition within subordinate groups or resistance to dominant groups, are likewise endemic in imperial regimes. The outward reach of the dominant center is thus complemented by a centripetal impulse of peripheral peoples, producing chronic instabilities in a system that is otherwise envisioned, insofar as it is impelled by the search for the security of divine, life-giving benefits elsewhere. Chapter 7. Notes on the Politics of Divine Kingship. Or, Elements for an Archaeology of Sovereignty. David Graeber. This essay is meant to draw some threads together from the other pieces assembled in this collection, but also to propose some new ideas and possible directions for research. It's an essay about the politics of divine kingship as well as about the origins of the principle of sovereignty, since one of the main arguments is that the two are intimately linked. Sovereignty is a complicated word and nowadays it is often used to simply mean national autonomy, but as the etymology suggests, it originally referred to the power of kings. Sovereignty in the sense of royal power has always been fraught with paradoxes. On the one hand, it is in principle absolute. Kings will, if they have any possibility of doing so, insist that they stand outside the legal or moral order and that no rules apply to them. Sovereign power is the power to refuse all limits and do whatever one likes. On the other, they often tend to lead lives so circumscribed, so ringed about by custom and ceremony, that they can barely do anything at all. What's more, this paradox has never gone away. It still lingers in the peculiar way we imagine the modern nation-state, where sovereignty has in principle passed from the king to an entity we refer to as the people, who are simultaneously viewed as the source of all legitimacy, as capable of rising up in revolution and creating an entirely new constitutional and legal order, and also as those bound and constrained by those very laws. What I want to do in this essay is to try to trace this paradox back to its origins. If we define sovereignty in its broadest sense as the ability to lay down the law, either literally or figuratively, that is, to both break all accepted rules of law, morality, or propriety at will, and to thus step outside the social order and impose new rules, or simply give arbitrary orders backed up with threat of punishment, then its historical origins are long since lost. They must surely to go back long beyond the advent of written records. But it's possible, I think, to turn to the ethnographic record to create a conceptual model of the logical possibilities, as they have worked themselves out in cases that we actually know. The essays collected in this volume all share at least three common premises. The first is that A.M. Hocart was largely correct in arguing that what we have come to call government originally derives from ritual. The second is that recognition of this fact forces us to radically reconsider what we mean by both. And the third is that what Marshall Solins has termed stranger kingship provides an ideal point of entry from which to do so. For the moment, let me focus on the second point. Despite occasional protests to the contrary, anthropologists still largely accept the premise that there is some kind of inevitable division between the cynical world of realpolitik and the airy domains of ritual, which even if they take the form of rituals of state are assumed to consist of statements about the ultimate meaning of human life. Or perhaps the ultimate forms of authority. Or visions of an ideal social order. Or some kind of alternative, as if reality. But anyway, always at a fundamental remove from the pragmatics of political action. This division between ritual and politics is maintained whether one insists that royal ritual exists largely for the sake of reinforcing pragmatic authority, or whether one instead insists that pragmatic authority exists largely for the sake of enabling those in charge to perform rituals. To some degree, this division is just an effect of the dogged persistence, in both the British and American traditions, of the theoretical assumption that society and culture, action and expression, must be treated as different levels of human reality, and one must therefore develop different sorts of theoretical tools to understand each. But to be fair, it's not just that. Often those who organize and carry out rituals will themselves insist on a similar division. This may be because they see ritual as providing access to another dimension of reality, as famously with the Australian Dreamtime, or it may be because intellectuals in charge of conducting such rituals, Confucian, Brahminical, or Rabbinical, have developed their own theory of ritual as representing a kind of ideal, as if, subjunctive universe standing apart from a chaotic and tawdry everyday existence. But whatever the theory, rituals are always to some degree set apart, framed as different from mundane life, and in pragmatic terms, it is the creation and maintenance of those frames that is key to ritual's power. In this, at least, the Durkheimians were not entirely wrong. Nonetheless, it is precisely in royal ritual and the politics surrounding it that such frames seem most in danger of collapse, where sometimes they do indeed collapse where it is possible, even, to say that ritual really is politics by other means, but only to the measure that it is also possible to say that politics becomes ritual by other means. I think this is why Sir James Fraser's stories about the killing of the divine kings continue to resonate among poets, mystics, and Hollywood script writers down to the present day. Killing is one symbolic act of which it is simply impossible to write off as just symbolic because, whatever you may or may not be communicating through the ritual, when the rite of sacrifice is over, the victim continues to stay dead. This is why anthropologists found ritual regicide so compelling back in the days when it was common to imagine people in earlier stages of history as themselves still living in a kind of poetic dream time, and also why those most insistent on maintaining the division between symbolic expression and political reality were so assiduous about insisting that such things never really happened, that kings were never really killed. Or alternately, that if they were, such acts were really political acts dressed up as ritual, rather than moments when the frames collapse and it's simply no longer possible to say there is a difference between the two. But in fact, as practitioners of cold-blooded realpolitik from Pizarro to the Bolsheviks discovered to their irritation, king-killing is always, necessarily, a mythic and ritual act, whether or not those who perform the act feel it ought to be. At the same time, no one can possibly claim it's not political. This essay, then, is not just an exploration of the politics of kingship, or even sovereignty, it's also an exploration of what happens when such frames implode. One might even say that's what sovereignty itself is, the ability to toss frames about. In the first part of the essay, therefore, I want to offer some suggestions about how sovereignty might first have burst out of the ritual frames in which it was originally encompassed, thus allowing divine kings to come into the world in the first place. In the second too, I will again take up a notion I first proposed in my essay on the shilluk, to consider what happens when kings either definitively win, or definitively lose, that war. Sovereignty contained in time and space. Claire, how do you know your God? The Earl, simple. When I pray to him, I find I'm talking to myself. Peter Barnes, The Ruling Class. It's a premise of this volume, as I've noted, that A.M. Hocart was correct to argue that forms of governance first appeared in the ritual sphere, as a part of a larger politics of the creation, channeling, and maintenance of life, and only later came to be applied to what we consider the political domain. As Marshall Solins has pointed out earlier in this volume, forager societies do have kings, even if they are not mortal ones. Mortal kings were modeled on gods and not the other way around. But the fact that this is true in the broadest historical sense does not mean that, for instance, Fraser was also correct in assuming that human government itself begins in divine kingship, the absolute rule of humans taken to be gods. It might seem like a logical step, but the archaeological and historical evidence in no way supports it. What we know and our knowledge is decidedly uneven suggests a longer and more twisted path. The first bits of evidence we do have for marked social inequality appear surprisingly early, in the Pleistocene, where, despite the fact most people do not seem to have been buried at all, a few clearly extraordinary individuals were not only placed in tomb-like graves but their bodies were festooned with enormous quantities of beadwork and other precious materials. Yet these princely burials appear in isolation, often thousands of years apart, and, despite the enormous amounts of human labor that must have been mobilized to create their costumes, never seem to lead to anything that otherwise resembles a kingdom or a state. What's more, the majority of these bodies appear to have been physically anomalous in some way. Some were extremely tall, others were marked by dwarfism, yet others had markedly deformed skeletons, and there is reason to suspect the burials might have been as much about containing and neutralizing their power as in honoring them. Norse myth notwithstanding, it seems unlikely the Paleolithic had really produced a hereditary aristocracy that largely consisted of giants, dwarfs, and hunchbacks. We can only guess, but the appearance of such striking characters in sumptuous and elaborately fashioned costumes, some 30,000 years ago, in such magnificent isolation, does rather suggest that insofar as we are speaking of Ice Age princes as some of these individuals have been called, any powers they may have held was strictly limited in time and space, perhaps even to very specific ritual contexts. All this does not necessarily mean that the first princely figures in human history were, as a Hawkartian reading would suggest, impersonators of divinities in dramatic rituals whose authority began to extend further during the ritual season. Other interpretations are possible. But that one would certainly fit the evidence, which, it must be admitted, most contemporary interpretations, caught up as they are in evolutionist categories, really don't. What's more, there are precedents for societies in which powers we normally associate with government and particularly sovereignty, even only in the minimal sense of the power to issue commands and back them up with the threat of punishment, exist only in ritual contexts, even, specifically, when participants are impersonating meta-human beings. It's just that neither they, nor the gods they impersonate, are ever anything remotely like Zeus, Jehovah, Vishnu, or other familiar king of the gods type figures. ******. What I am suggesting is that, while the emergence of sovereign powers most likely did follow a path from kingly divinities to divine kings, this path is in no way straightforward. It passed through a veritable circus world of oddities. The region from the western littoral of North America to the Great Plains provides, I think, the closest we can get to a glimpse of what must have happened. Here one can see a clear progression from societies where direct orders between adults are given only during ritual dramas in which mortals impersonate gods, even to the point where certain characters in those dramas are regularly referred to as police who enforce the rules of the ceremony, to those in which, as Robert Lowy was first to point out, one specific police powers are assigned to clans or warrior societies during the 3-month hunt and ritual season as a whole, even if, during the rest of the year, society reverts to its usual egalitarian decentralized political state. Chiefs have to rely on powers of persuasion, not compulsion, and the former police have no more say in public affairs than anybody else. The really striking thing about the powers of command that could be exercised only during rituals, though, is that, most often, they were exercised by clowns. Some examples from north-central California might prove illustrative. In indigenous Californian societies, with very few exceptions, chiefs and other explicitly political authorities where they existed held no powers of command or punishment, neither were explicit orders given or taken by adults in the domestic sphere. Even children were no longer punished after a fairly young age. The great exception was during the Great Kuksu, or god-impersonating rituals, held in the winter months. During the Kuksu ceremonies, cosmic powers became manifest to mortal humans in the form of costumed dancers, who trained young boys in arcane ritual and older boys and girls in curing, or participated in the renewal of the universe. On one level, these were fairly unremarkable examples of a broad type of spirit impersonation ritual widely practiced in Australia, Melanesia, and parts of South America as well, involving elaborate disguises, the use of bull roarers to create terrifying unearthly noises, and the pretense that those excluded actually believe they are witnessing spirits. But in these dramas, the spirits almost never give orders. Mainly they just terrify people, and then reveal to a certain elect the ritual knowledge that lets initiates themselves play spirits in their turn. The elders who impersonate the spirits in some contexts might, in others, beat and admonish the initiates, and order them around, but these initiates are children and the elders' behavior is just a harsher or more exaggerated version of how parents normally treat small children. What we see in Central California is in certain ways quite different. The most important spirit was known as Kuksu, or Big Head, the god who had revealed all the arts and sciences to humans long ago. Yet at least equal in importance were the clowns. Clowns were a fixture of many Californian rituals. They behaved like gluttons, lechers, and buffoons. They accompanied almost all rituals, no matter how solemn or important, with burlesque mimicry and slapstick routines, making fun of the officiants, musicians, and even gods. All this is much discussed in the literature. but if one picks carefully through accounts of the actual ceremonies, one surprising feature emerges that has largely escaped previous comment. Clowns were also the only figures in those rituals, or, for that matter, in Californian life more generally, who had the power to issue direct orders to anyone else. Or at least, they were the only ones who could issue orders directly backed up by threat of punishment, since clowns also had the power to levy fines or other penalties for misbehavior. This might mean enforcing the various rules and regulations of the ceremony, though it might also mean whimsically making them up, and sometimes misbehavior might mean just laughing at their jokes, since unlike in ordinary life, during rituals, laughing at a clown's jokes was strictly forbidden. During Pomo Kuksa rituals, if anyone cracked up at the clown's antics, the clown, who we are told also acted as sergeant at arms for the ritual, was allowed to attack the culprit and then levy a fine. Point 2 of the Wapo Coyote dance, another Kuksa ritual, we read. While the dance was open to women, it was only the men who made up as clowns. The latter danced naked, with stripes on their bodies, and colored clay on their faces. They made funny faces. If a man laughed, he was thrown up in the air. Then he had to pay a fine, give a feast, or do anything which the clowns demanded. In other words, clown orders could be completely arbitrary and, in principle, at least unlimited. Among the Winton Hesse ritual, S.A. Barrett observed that Moki clowns, described elsewhere as policemen of the ceremony, are privileged to levy a fine on one who does anything contrary to custom, and especially upon those who show displeasure at their ridicule or refuse to do their bidding. When, therefore, they ask someone to sing, he must accede or pay a fine. It is said that nearly all individual singing is due to the commands of the clowns. 3. Clowns were the only performers who could break all the rules. Often they carried out tasks literally backward, or upside down. But they also made up rules, and enforced existing ones. Sometimes clowns did both at the same time, like the Yuki clowns, who would tell initiates to do the exact opposite of what they were supposed to, then impose fines on anyone foolish enough to take them at their word, for it was as if the clowns were the personal embodiment of the principle that only those not bound by rules can create rules. Clown commands were supposed to be whimsical, hence, arbitrary, but clown commands were the only genuine commands anyone gave or received in most Californian societies, since only they were enforced by the threat of sanction. What's more, while clowns were not, like the costumed masqueraders, identified with specific gods, they appear to have represented the divine principle in general. Rather than humans impersonating gods, they were gods impersonating humans, the absurdity of their behavior a way of conveying to us how ridiculous we appear in divine eyes. Point 5. For present purposes, though, what's important is that the divine and arbitrary power clowns wield is strictly confined to rituals. Some Californian communities did have their own village clowns, but those clowns had no right to give orders under regular circumstances. In fact, neither did anyone else. The main authorities among the Pomo, Winton, Maidu, and their neighbors, whether chiefs, shamans, or heads of initiation societies, did not have the power to command others. What's more, the clowns were most often drawn from a class of hobos and beggars, who were the last people who could be seen as holding authority of any kind, coercive or otherwise. Pueblo clowns similarly embodied gods, acted as police during rituals, and had the power to whip and punish children. Clowns become more of an autonomous force here, as there are warrior societies that combine police functions and clowning. Point 6. But perhaps the most impressive expression of police powers in the hands of buffoons is to be found among the Kwakiutl, during the midwinter ceremonials. During this ritual season, the normal social structure was suspended, people even took on different names, and society came to be organized around rites to dance certain roles in the great ritual dramas: cannibal dancers, thunderbirds, grizzly bears, killer whales, seals, ghosts, and, critically, fools. The system seems in many ways a transformation of a graded set of initiation societies, with additional military functions added on. Many of the dancers are specifically said to be warriors, and this alternative social structure also pops into action, replacing the normal one, whenever society goes to war. 7. The highest order during the ritual season is represented by the Hametsa or man-eater, a human seized by a terrible cannibalistic spirit who must gradually be cured over the course of the ceremonies. But it's the clowns, the fool dancers or nuttlemattle, often aided and accompanied by the grizzly bears, armed with great bear claws, who functioned as the tribal police during the winter period of aggregation and ceremonial. According to Boas, fool dancers are also messengers and helpers of the Hametsa who help to enforce the laws referring to the ceremonial. Their method of attack is by throwing stones at people, hitting them with sticks, or in serious cases stabbing and killing them with lances and war axes. The fools are said to menace or attack anyone who stumbled while dancing, laughed, or coughed during a performance, ate, mistakenly called someone by his or her summer name, or even took too long eating. Even if Boas' informants were obviously sometimes exaggerating for theatrical effect, Quakiutl clowns were clearly far more dangerous characters than their Californian cousins. Most in Boas' time were experienced warriors. They are also even more grotesque. Fool dancers wore tattered clothing, blackened their faces, or donned masks with exceedingly long noses. Their noses were always running and they became excited if anyone touched or even mentioned them. They flung mucus at one another. They carried out tasks backward and became furious if anyone tried to correct them. They were constantly pretending to throw rocks at crowds. Some would feign stabbing themselves, using bladders of fake blood to feign injury. But some of their destructiveness was not simulated. They are armed with clubs and stones, which they use on anything that arouses their repugnance for beauty and order, wrote Edward Curtis. They dislike to see clean and beautiful clothing, one of Boas' informants added. They tear and soil it. They break canoes, houses, kettles, and boxes, in short, act the madman in every conceivable way. Sometimes a crew of fools in a berserker rage would soil everything in sight, filling houses with filth and ordure, even pulling houses apart. 9. So once again those who are not bound by any sort of order, indeed, who express revulsion toward the very idea of order, are also those in charge of enforcing it. Northwest Coast society was in no sense egalitarian. Perhaps a third of the population held aristocratic titles, and in pre-conquest times roughly a fifth were slaves. 10 Still, there was nothing like a state, no apparatus of rule. Free adults did not issue commands to one another, let alone commands backed up by threats of force. 11 Ordinarily there was nothing like a tribal police. Yet between November and February, when a whole series of secret society initiations spilled over into a winter ceremonial season of dances and potlatches, the authority of the fools seems to have spilled over as well. Unlike the Californian clowns, they could not give arbitrary orders in their own right, they were strictly deputies of the man-eater, who alone could issue commands. 12 We are already beginning to see a process of division of sovereignty. The right of command in the Northwest Coast belonged properly to supernatural power. 13 When that divinity manifested itself in human form, it was as the crazed Hametsa, lusting for human flesh. But the Hametsa mainly just made inarticulate noises, it was incapable of ordering anyone to do anything other than fetching food. The man-eater in this context is almost like a stranger king monk, a pure force of vital energy bursting into the world of the living, needing to be tamed, with the exception that, once domesticated, his sovereignty is destroyed and he is rendered once again an ordinary mortal. The fools, in turn, seem to be stripped of any autonomous power of command, and so simply act as enforcers. The Quakiutl are also already halfway to the situation described by Loewy for so many plains societies, where throughout the summer months, a time when otherwise scattered bands gathered together first for the great bison hunts, then for the sun dance rituals, certain clans or warrior societies would be assigned temporary police powers, allowing them to keep discipline in the hunt, impose arbitrary resolutions to disputes, and enforce their judgments by the destruction of property, beatings, and even in extreme cases killing of recalcitrants, even though, during the rest of the year, disputes were resolved through mediation, and the last summer's police no longer had any more power than anybody else. At all times, ultimate authority in such societies still rested with councils of elders. But in the ritual season, police or soldiers could act with a fair degree of discretion and impunity, even though there was always a system of rotation to ensure no individual or group held such powers 2 years running. There were some traces here of the association of police power with clowns and contraries in writing of his own original fieldwork on the Assiniboine. For instance, Loewy observed that some insisted their own fool society used to hold police powers in the summer months, but ended up concluding that despite frequent convergence between clowning and police functions across the plains, there was no systematic relationship between the two. 14 In fact, warrior societies, ritual fools or contraries, and temporary police associations seem to have largely split apart, and there no longer seems to have been any sense in which those assigned police powers embodied deities of any sort. 15. We can observe, then, 3 stages of a logical progression. Clowns as embodiments of divine power, with a moral logic external and contrary to society, wielding arbitrary powers of command and punishment, but only during the course of rituals. Fools as delegates of divine power, with a moral logic external and contrary to society, wielding arbitrary police powers during ceremonies that extended across the ritual season. Temporary police societies, no longer divine or external, but wielding arbitrary powers of enforcement delegated to them over the course of the ritual season, but not limited to the rituals themselves. I should emphasize that this is a logical progression, and in no sense an attempt at historical reconstruction. The actual course of events, in any given instance, was likely far more complicated. 16 Still, it represents one way that sovereign power could, as it were, burst through its frame, even while still being carefully contained within the ritual season in such a way that it could not, as in the modern state, suffuse and inform the entirety of everyday existence. In fact, why it did not was precisely Loewy's problem. Loewy's 1948 Huxley lecture, Some Aspects of Political Organization Among the American Aborigines, was specifically concerned with why states had largely failed to develop in the Americas, and concludes that indigenous Americans had created institutional arrangements to ensure that they did not. If this sounds similar to Pierre Claster's argument in Society Against the State, that chiefship among most North and South American societies was constructed in such a way that arbitrary, sovereign power authority that could not be questioned since it was ultimately backed up by force could not possibly develop out of it, there is a reason. Claster's argument was directly taken from Loewy. 17 Clas Trace even ended his own essay in the same way as Loewy's Huxley lecture, by concluding that since secular chiefship was designed to prevent the emergence of powers of command, the latter could only have emerged from the religious sphere, from prophecy or some similar appeal to exterior cosmic authority. As far as I know, no one has really developed a theory of the prophetic origin of the state. Presumably this is because there's so little evidence to support it. One of the few to have taken the argument seriously, Fernando Santos Granero, makes the obvious point that this kind of charismatic authority is notoriously unstable, and that even in those places where it does seem to have become institutionalized, such as among the Amusha of the Peruvian Amazon, it leads to a kind of constant Gumsa/Gumlao-like rise and collapse of priestly domains. 18 While there are examples of prophets founding states, such events are surprisingly rare in human history. Still, the insight does ring true in a certain very broad sense. The principal example Clas Trace himself invoked were the Tupi-Guarani prophets who uprooted whole communities to go off in search of a land without evil, in which the basic dilemmas of death and reproduction would be finally resolved and the sundering of the worlds of gods and men undone. This kind of utopian vision does, indeed, seem to lie behind the very project of creating kingdoms and, later, states. I have myself noted the analogy of the role of newer prophets, and the Shilluk wreath. One might say that where prophets foretell a total resolution of the great dilemmas of human existence in the future, divine kings embody a partial resolution of those same dilemmas in the present, their courts constituting a kind of paradise. Does this mean that divine kingship represents the final explosion of the divine into the human domain, a kind of final shattering of its ritual, or seasonal, containment? I think this is true only to a very limited degree. Ordinarily, we are speaking only of a frail and diminutive sort of paradise. To illustrate, let me turn to one final North American example, the Natchez Kingdom of what's now southern Louisiana. It is considered the only genuinely unambiguous example of divine kingship north of the Rio Grande. The divine kingship of the Natchez. In 1739, the Jesuit missionary Father Mathurin Le Petit put forth the argument that the Natchez, who called themselves the Olol or people of the sun, were the only American people to have a system of beliefs worthy of the name religion. 19 Natchez religion, he observed, centered on two enormous earthen platforms that dominated their great village. On top of one of them was a temple, atop the other, the house of their ruler, known as the Great Sun, capable of holding perhaps 4,000 people, that is, the entire Natchez population at the time. A spacious plaza lay between. The temple contained carved images and an eternal flame, as well as baskets holding the charred remains of the former rulers and their servants. Common people brought offerings to ancestors buried within, but aside from 4 temple guardians, only members of the royal family were allowed to enter. The chief of this nation, who knows nothing on earth more dignified than himself, takes the title of Brother of the Sun. To enable them better to converse together, they raise a mound of artificial soil, on which they build his cabin, which is of the same construction as the temple. The door fronts the east, and every morning the great chief honors by his presence the rising of his elder brother, and salutes him with many howlings as soon as he appears above the horizon. Then he gives orders that they shall light his calumet. He makes him an offering of the first 3 puffs which he draws, afterwards raising his hand above his head, and turning from the east to the west, he shows him the direction which he must take in his course. Le Petit's description is matched by many others. We have multiple accounts of the protocol surrounding the Great Sun, as he was ordinarily called, and his close relatives, also called sons. Their subjects, and even the chiefs of the villages, never approach them, but they salute them 3 times, setting up a cry, which is a kind of howling, that is, hailing the Great Sun exactly as he himself greets the sun each morning. They do the same when they retire, and they retire walking backwards. None might eat with the sun, nor touch any plate or vessel he had touched. His meals were meticulously choreographed. When he left his house, carried on his warrior's shoulders on a litter, his subjects had to prostrate themselves and call out when he passed. Similar but less stringent etiquette surrounded the tattooed serpent, the Great Sun's brother and military commander, and the white woman, his eldest sister, whose child was to be the next Great Sun. All 3, they emphasized, had the power of life and death over their subjects. As soon as anyone has had the misfortune to displease any of them, they order their guards, whom they call alue, to kill him. "Go and rid me of that dog," say they, and they are immediately obeyed. The sons could also help themselves to their subjects' possessions. The submissiveness of the savages to their chief, who commands them with the most despotic power, is extreme. They obey him in everything he may command them. When he speaks they howl 9 times by way of applause and to show him their satisfaction, and if he demands the life of any one of them, he comes himself to present his head. Similarly, Le Petit. The people blindly obey the least wish of their great chief. They look upon him as absolute master not only of their property but also of their lives, and not one of them would dare refuse him his head. The sons were divine in every sense of the term. They were literally God's descendants of 2 children of the sun, a radiant brother and sister, who had come to earth to establish peace by creating the institutions of government, and they were also divine in the broader sense that they could act with absolute arbitrariness and impunity. The only limit, in fact, on the actions of sons is that they appear to have been forbidden to do violence toward other sons, members of the royal family, who numbered perhaps 20, could not be harmed under any circumstances. One unusual result was that royals, and apparently some of the lower grades of nobility as well, could only marry commoners, since a son's wives or husbands, along with their servants and retainers, all had to be put to death as part of the obloquies at their funeral, and this would be impossible if they had themselves been of equal rank. The result was a complex system of sinking status. While the children of female sons remained sons, children of male sons descended one rank down each generation until their great-grandchildren became commoners again. The actual dynamics of this system have kept anthropologists busy for generations trying to figure out exactly how it could work in practice, without the top three classes eventually running out of commoners to marry. The technicalities need not concern us. Point 20. Suffice it to say, the divine quality of even male sons was passed on, but only to a certain attenuated degree. Scandalized French observers noted how women of the ruling matrilineage could take lovers as they pleased, but order their commoner husbands' heads be clapped against blocks of wood if they so much as suspected them of infidelity. Such husbands, one observed, took on the air of masters among the numerous household servants, but stooped like slaves in the presence of their wives, on whose death they would, like the rest of the household, be strangled. All members of the royal family were assigned servants at birth, many culled from infants born on the same day, who were expected to form part of their household in life, and accompany their master or mistress in death, along with any voluntary slaves who joined the household afterward. This seems as close to absolute sovereignty as one might imagine. There seems no check at all on royal power. But if one reads the original sources carefully, cracks in this facade begin to show. Take the word stinkard. In the anthropological literature, the commoner class is regularly referred to as the stinkards, since the French sources regularly use the term, but it turns out this word was just one of many ways the nobles expressed contempt for ordinary people when speaking with each other. It was never used before the commoners themselves. The Natchez nation is composed of nobility and people. The people are called in their language Michi Michi Quipi, which signifies puant, a name, however, which offends them, and which no one dares to pronounce before them, for it would put them in a very bad humor. The stinkards have a language entirely different from the nobility 21, to whom they are submissive in the last degree. Submissive in the last degree, that is, unless one used a word they didn't like. Such apparently contradictory statements are commonplace in early European accounts of distant kingdoms. One encounters them in descriptions of courts in Asia, Africa, and the Americas alike. In much the same way that European observers would often assert that a given people go naked and then go on to describe their clothes, they would often first insist on the unlimited, despotic power of their king and then go on to elaborate its limits. In the case of the Clos LS, the confusion has caused most recent authorities to conclude that French observers who were, after all, loyal subjects of their own son King, Louis XIV, were simply confused by unfamiliar forms of deference, and that their assertions of the great son's absolute power had almost nothing to do with the Natchez at all, but were mere projections of their own absolutist monarchy. This is not entirely untrue. Certainly, in purely political terms, the great son's power was sharply limited. Point 22. War councils would often ignore his advice. Most of the 6 subordinate districts, even the 3 that had members of the royal family imposed as governors, pursued independent trade and foreign policies that often completely contradicted the king's. A royal order to turn over rebels might simply be refused. On the other hand, accounts of arbitrary executions at whim within the king's great village, or of retainers willingly offering themselves up for sacrifice at the death of a member of the royal family, do not appear to be fabricated. George Milne is probably right to speak of the French being overawed by the spectacle of an elaborate Mississippian monarchical theater. Much of what happened in the great village did have a theatrical quality, except, of course, it was the kind of theater where, if a character died, they actually did die. As a result, the royal village grew smaller and smaller. The great village of the Natchez is at present reduced to a very few cabins. The reason which I heard for this is that the savages, from whom the great chief has the right to take all they have, get as far away from him as they can, and therefore, many villages of this nation have been formed at some distance from this. This might help explain the contradiction between reports of extreme obeisance, and the royals' reluctance to use the term stinkered in commoners' presence. Foreign observers almost never got outside the great village, a place largely reduced to sons, nobles, and their servants. The only commoners they were likely to encounter were the royals' own wives and husbands, or the visiting delegations that would periodically appear to offer contributions of choice meats and delicacies, neither of whom it would have been wise for the sons to gratuitously humiliate. Archaeology confirms that not only were the other settlements larger than the grand village, they were actually wealthier. What's more, relations between center and periphery often seem to have taken the form of ritualized hostility. On the one hand, we are told that relatives of the son regard the other savages as dirt; on the other, we find descriptions of how the common people, in their role of warriors, would every year pretend to ambush, capture, and prepare to kill the king, until a second mock war party intervened to rescue him. Afterward, those same warriors would combine to cultivate a special field of maize whose harvest the female sons would subsequently mimic, stealing. 23. Figure 1. The declownification of sovereignty. What sort of power, then, did the great son have? And how do we characterize such a polity? Most contemporary literature is of little help here. Even those who see the French accounts as largely a projection of their own absolutism are content, insofar as they take on the question at all, to fall back on the evolutionist language favored by most contemporary archaeologists and describe it as a complex chiefdom which doesn't really tell you much other than that they think the Natchez should be considered one notch lower than a state. Not only is this undefying, it tends to obscure the key feature of arrangements like the Shilluk or Natchez, or even for most of its history the Merina kingdom, that the question of the king's sovereign power and the question of his political power are completely separate. The first, kings' ability to place themselves beyond and outside the laws which they uphold, was always absolute in principle. 24 If a king cannot, at least in theory, kill his subjects without reason, he can hardly be said to be a king at all. But it is notoriously difficult for monarchs to wield such power in situations where they are not physically there. 25 The great son, then, seems to have been in a situation quite similar to the Shilluk wreath, largely confined to a peculiarly constituted village largely consisting of his wives and attendants, presumably along with the motley assortment of criminals, orphans, and runaways who ordinarily collect around such courts, inside which his whim was law, outside which his ability to control. The course of events was almost entirely dependent on his guile and political savvy. The great son's capacity to bring health, prosperity, and fertility to his people, on the other hand, was entirely independent of that political influence. In fact, there is even some reason to believe it might have been seen as dependent on its containment. According to one account, the secret Holy of Holies within the great temple was not the eternal fire, but a stone image which was considered to be the petrified body of the original lawgiver. Apparently that original son who had formerly been sent to this place to be the master of the earth, had become so terrible that he made men die merely by his look. In order to prevent it he had a cabin made for himself into which he entered and had himself made into a stone statue, a secret which was known only to the sons and their closest confidants. In other words, the great son, who regularly interceded with his ancestors in the temple to bring the powers of life to his people, also kept the potential deadly powers of those ancestors contained in precisely the way that his people sought to contain his own deadly powers. Again, much as among Shilluk, the divisions between heaven and earth were maintained, however tenuously, by the maintenance on every level of at least potential hostility. While the Natchez situation might at first seem a far cry from the kind of careful circumscription of police powers we saw in California, the Northwest Coast, and societies of the plains, on another level, all of these can be seen as structural variations on a single principle. In every case, sovereign power, the power to violate the terms of the ordinary moral order, to create rules, give unquestionable, unaccountable orders backed up by threat of punishment, is held by humans only insofar as it is an embodiment, extension, refraction, or delegate of meta-human beings. In each case, too, the contexts in which such power can be exercised are carefully defined, and since marking something off as sacred is always a way of creating, preserving, or maintaining its power, the circumscription itself plays a role in generating the power of which sovereignty is a practical expression. Seen this way, the difference between the Quakiutl and the Tholol is perfectly straightforward. The Quakiutl contain divine sovereignty in time, giving the Fool's police powers during the ritual season, but not otherwise. The Tholol, in contrast, contain divine sovereignty in space, limiting it to the theatrical arena of the great village and the area immediately surrounding the physical body of the king. If the plain society's seasonal police represent a partial secularization of the first, then more familiar forms of kingship might equally be said to be a partial secularization of the second. Yet this secularization is always partial. Kings are always sacred, even when they are not in any sense divine. On the constitutive war between king and people, the sovereign is not bound by the laws. Ulpian. Government is civil war. Ansel may belly garig. In the divine kingship of the Shilluk, I suggested that monarchies and, by extension, modern states are marked by a kind of primordial, constitutive war between king and people, one that is prior, even, to Carl Schmitt's purportedly foundational distinction between friend and enemy. It is constitutive in the sense that it is through this relation that both king and people can be said to come into being to begin with. This is why even when a kingdom is founded on purely voluntary arrangements, it is nonetheless framed as conquest, or even, as Marshall Solins observes, the mutual conquest of king and people. 26. In stranger kingship, one might say that the social peace, the truce in that war that makes stable kingdoms possible, takes the form of those diarchical arrangements so beautifully described in Solins' essays on the Ba Congo and Mexica in this volume. In these, royal control over the lives of subjects is typically matched by popular control over the land and its products, with the indigenous people represented by earth priests or other autochthonous authorities with ritual power over the soil. Still, I think the idiom of war between king and people draws on and is expressive of an even deeper structural reality, the ability to step outside the moral order so as to partake of the kind of power capable of creating such an order is always by definition an act of violence, and can only be maintained as such. Transgression is not in itself necessarily a violent act. The kind of transgression that becomes the basis for a power of command over others necessarily must be. It is a form of compulsion that lies behind any possible accountability. This is also the deep truth about the modern state, whose disturbing implications Schmitt, the German jurist credited with creating the legal basis for the Nazi concentration camps, was perhaps the first to work out in a systematic fashion. To say a state is sovereign is ultimately to define its highest authorities as beyond moral accountability. This not just war, it is total war. Insofar as the sovereign intends to apply such compulsion to an entire population within a given territory, it ultimately must always be. Hence, as I remarked at the end of the Shilluk essay, the tendency for modern states to frame their greatest projects in terms of some sort of unwinnable war, the war on poverty, crime, drugs, terror, and so forth. Sometimes, this structural conflict can become explicit. Simon Simons's memorable image of the Rainmaker King, armed with a rifle, single-handedly defending himself against his outraged subjects, being only one dramatic case in point. History is full of occasions when things actually did come down to weapons, massacres, insurrections, mutinies, and reigns of terror. There is always a continuum, too, between rites of rebellion, actual rebellions, and outright revolutions. As we have come to learn, almost any of these things can unexpectedly flip into any of the others. I'm hardly saying anything new here. All this has been endlessly debated and discussed by historians for many years, but once again, the perspectives and materials assembled in this volume suggest that war is by no means the only way that the structural conflict can work itself out. And even when it does, armed conflict, even between nations, always involves rules, and one might say that in any war, there are always two levels of conflict, within the frame, and about the frame. Here, sovereignty is, again, one of those points where such frames implode, where the two levels collapse into one another. When a divine king breaks the rules of conventional morality, marries his sister or massacres his brothers, this is never just a political move, it is always simultaneously a metapolitical move, a way of shifting the frame of reference upward to a level where it is possible to rule over and hence fight over the nature of the rules themselves. I understand this might seem confusing. My distinction between divine and sacred kingship is actually meant to provide a way to navigate this often vexed territory. So clarification might be helpful. In proposing that we apply the term divine kings to monarchs who act like gods, that is, with arbitrariness and impunity rather than those who are actually considered to be gods, I am in no way suggesting that kings are never considered to be gods, or even that, historically, the attribution of divine status, when it does occur, must be considered some sort of secondary elaboration on certain forms of practice. I do think Hocard was basically right to say royal powers were ultimately modeled on and seen to be derived from those of gods, even if I think the devolution was likely to have proceeded in a far more circuitous fashion than he would likely have imagined. So that's what I'm not saying. What I am saying is this: if you look at the literature on divine kingship as we know it from the anthropological record, that is, for roughly the last 500 years, what is really striking is the degree to which there is no systematic relation between the theology of kingship, that is, the degree to which a monarch is or is not considered to be a god, and the degree to which they behave like one. Let us compare the Shilluk wreath and Ganda Kabaka in this context. The wreath is explicitly considered to be the embodiment of a divine being, Nyukang. But while he is able to wield arbitrary and questioned power in principle, his subjects are careful to ensure he has virtually no opportunity to do so in practice. In Buganda, in contrast, even members of the Kabaka's family insist he's in no sense a deity and just a human being. Yet he still commits outrageous exploits that place him beyond moral society, still is able to issue commands and order executions with arbitrariness and impunity, even, like some Jovian thunder god casting lightning, to stand at the door of his palace with a rifle and pick off random subjects on the street. 27. The two examples, by the way, weren't chosen entirely at random. The contrast between the Shilluk and Ganda kingships has long puzzled outside observers. Sir James Fraser himself was befuddled by it. His discovery of the Shilluk in the 1910s led him to believe most of his boldest hypotheses about the divine nature of kingship had been spectacularly confirmed. Excited, he sent one of his few students, a certain Reverend Roscoe, to investigate the Ganda, then quite famous in England owing to testimonies of Speck and Burton as a second likely case. The results were endlessly frustrating. True, Roscoe found, the Kabaka was occasionally referred to as a Lubail or god, but typically when he was doing something outrageous that only gods could otherwise get away with, or directly challenging the gods by raiding their temples and plundering their women, cattle, and goats. But the Kabaka was rendered no cult, and even the periodic ritual massacres over which he presided were never framed in sacrificial terms. What's more, royal histories affirmed that those kings who became too audacious in defying the gods were invariably destroyed. Despite heroic efforts to shoehorn the results into his theoretical model, Fraser found it simply wouldn't fit. He ended up so frustrated he briefly came near to abandoning the idea of divine kingship entirely. In purely sociological terms, the difference between the two kingdoms is obvious. The Kabaka might have been far more powerful than the Shilluk wreath, but unlike the latter, he also had to contend with an entrenched and jealous priestly class who had no intention of allowing him into their pantheon. As a result, he was a divine king in every sense except that of being formally recognized as such. But cases like these only serve to underline the point that, when it comes to divine kingship, questions of explicit theology are at best secondary and, anyway, are likely to be matters of debate rather than consensus, even in kingdoms which remain entirely outside the influence of Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, or, for that matter, secular republicanism or Marxism-Leninism. Insofar as sovereignty is precisely where the frames ordinarily separating ritual and politics, human and meta-human, immanent and transcendent, tend to collapse. This is much as one should expect. It is one of the misfortunes of humanity, I have suggested, that even the most awful crimes, mass murder foremost among them, will tend to take on at least a potentially numinous quality, and can, under the right circumstances at least, be made to seem divine. But just as most profane acts can be turned to cosmological purposes, so can the elaboration of ritual itself become a political weapon. Hence my distinction between divine and sacred kingship. Each, one might say, crosses the same line in an opposite direction. Point 28. Kings will try to turn acts of arbitrary violence into tokens of divinity. Those who wish to control them will try to impose ever more elaborate ritual restrictions that recognize them as sacred beings, but, at the same time, make it increasingly difficult for them to impose their will in arbitrary ways. If one conceives the long war between king and people instead as a strategic game, we can say that kings will, generally speaking, attempt to increase their divinity, and the people, to render them more sacred. From this perspective, many of the classic institutions of divine kingship, including most of those made famous by Fraser, could be seen as moves, gambits on a conceptual chessboard, with the sovereign attempting to maneuver his way out of the various forces marshaled to contain him. Even the emergence of what we call the state might be seen as just one possible outcome of this game. Normally, the sides are not entirely mismatched. But the lopsided cases are perhaps the most revealing, because they give a sense of what's ultimately at stake. Let me divide the remainder of this essay, then, into two sections, one which describes what things look like when a monarch is definitively checkmated, the other, the new sorts of problems that arise when a monarch definitively wins. When kings lose, the tyranny of abstraction. All these antique fancies clustered, all these cobwebs of the brain were spun about the path of the old king, the human god, who enmeshed in them like a fly in the toils of a spider, could hardly stir a limb for the threads of custom. Sir James Fraser, The Golden Bough. Thus also the taboo ceremonial of kings is nominally an expression of the highest veneration and a means of guarding them, actually it is the punishment for their elevation, the revenge which their subjects take upon them. Sigmund Freud, Totem and Taboo. Often enough it is difficult to draw the line between political and sacral king murders. Sturlagenkrantz, The Sacred King in Africa. We have already seen one vivid example of hobbled kings in the Schilligreiths, who, foiled in their periodic efforts to create an administrative apparatus, ended up largely at the mercy of their wives and local village chiefs, surrounded by royal executioners whose ultimate task was to kill them. Since the Schillig represent the closest approximation yet documented for what might be termed Ryan sacred kingship, it suggests the latter might itself be the form checkmate might take. I will refer to this as adverse sacralization, the imposition of ritual restrictions on a ruler as a way to control, contain, or reduce his political power. It might be useful to examine the defining features of African sacred kingship, to see how many fit this model. It began with Sturlagerkrantz outlining a fairly simple list of common features, taboos on mobility, regicide, and incest, but has since been expanded to something that might be summarized as follows. The king is a sacred monster, exterior to society, often seen as a powerful witch or sorcerer, a wielder of terrible transgressive power. This power expresses itself through a fundamental break with kinship morality, either some form of incest, or some act of cannibalism. The king's health and vitality is bound up with the health, prosperity, and fertility of the kingdom. This leads to the king is bound by multiple taboos. For example, he is forbidden to cross water, see large bodies of water, or even in a few cases touch water. These restrictions always include severe limits on mobility that culminate in complete seclusion. The king cannot die a natural death. Some kings are sacrificed after fixed terms of 4 or 7 years, even if they are not, if injured, in failing health or strength, or in a state of ritual impurity, or if some disaster demonstrates fading powers that endanger the kingdom, the king may be required to commit suicide or, more often, be secretly put to death. Most of these seem to be just local versions of more general principles of kingship already discussed. The first is the particular form which the principle of sovereignty, or divine kingship, takes in this particular tradition. The second, the idea that sovereign power is directly linked with the health, fertility, and prosperity of the population, exists almost everywhere where there is a king or king-like figure. Fraser compiled endless examples, and the connection can be observed from China to the court of Charlemagne. Even in the United States, one of the best indexes of whether a sitting president will be re-elected is the number and intensity of tornadoes during his term of office. The third is sacred kingship itself. By which logic, the fourth, the actual killing of the king, is, as Fraser also hinted, simply the culmination of his adverse sacralization. The latter would be consonant with the Schillich material as well, where kings become transcendent at the moment when popular hatred becomes the most intense. René Girard, of course, provides a psychoanalytic analysis of why rancor and sacralization coincide. The community projects its internal hatreds onto a single figure who is first reviled and destroyed, then, in an abrupt reversal, comes to be an object of adoration in implicit recognition of his or her role, as scapegoat, in creating social unity. Much of the recent debate on king killing has indeed turned on the scapegoat principle. To what extent is the king seen as taking on the sins and transgressions of his people, and somehow disposing of them, either through purification rituals, or through his own seclusion or death? The critical question has become, could it be said that the exploits or transgressions that establish the king as beyond morality also make him a potential scapegoat in waiting, so that, when things go well, he can be as a transcendent being, but when they do not, he becomes once again a simple criminal, and the legitimate object of rebellion, challenge, or sacrifice? Some such dynamic does often appear to be at play. But again, it's just as possible to see scapegoating simply as an inevitable consequence of the fact that kings are always both sacred figures embodying their people's unity, and politicians. One can just as easily say, this is just how hardball politics will necessarily work itself out under a regime of divine kingship, than to see in it any dark hidden secret of the human soul. One thing seems clear, there is simply no systematic relation between sovereignty, scapegoating, regicide, and ascriptions of divinity. In the Equatorian societies described by Simons, rainmakers were often killed during droughts by outraged mobs, after a long game of bluff and maneuver. They were clearly scapegoated, but they were in no sense gods. Many weren't even kings. At the other extreme, in South Africa, the Lavalley Rain Queen was very much considered a divine being in human form. She had to be physically perfect, and she was considered impervious to human woes and ailments. She never became ill and could not die of natural causes. She was therefore expected to, and apparently did, discreetly end her own life by taking poison after roughly 60 years on the throne. 29 Still, ritual suicide is not conceived to have any relation to the welfare of the country. People do not say the country will suffer if the physical powers of the queen fail. But ritual suicide does elevate the queen to a divinity, only by her act, not because of susceptibility to the weaknesses of man, can she die. The Lavalley Rain Queen, then, was in no sense a scapegoat. Neither, however, did she wield anything in the way of sovereign power. Among the Rukuba of Nigeria, the king's sanctity is preserved when, every 14 years, any impurity affecting him is passed on to an old man who is expelled from the community and lives as a beggar for 7 years, then dies. That king actually governs. Among the Yu of Togo, the king does not govern at all, but is himself reduced to a scapegoat, banished to a forest on accession. There he must remain, celibate, performing rain-making rituals, until after 7 years he is put to death or earlier, in the event of bad harvests. He is only referred to as a god after his death. Similar cases can be endlessly elaborated. If the relation between these elements is indeed contingent, the particular configuration they take in any given case can only have been the outcome of the particular play of historical forces. That is, it is an effect of the politics that lie behind it. This is what I mean by the politics of kingship. The Rukyaba king has maneuvered himself into a fairly strong position. The U-king, if one can even call him that, has fallen victim to almost complete adverse sacralization. Let us turn, then, to one of the most famous examples of African divine kingship, that of the Jukan of Nigeria, to get a sense of how this might come about. According to the standard history, the Jukan as a people are said to have reached the Binya River Valley around AD 950, and their ruling lineage still claimed to be migrants from Egypt or Mecca. What's sometimes referred to as the Jukan Empire, based in the city of Kurarafa, peaked in the 17th century, after which its military expansion was checked by the stubborn resistance, among others, of the egalitarian Tiv to the south. By the 19th century, the kingdom also came under intense pressure from attacks by jihadis from the north, who sacked their capital and forced them to relocate. Their transformation, during this period, was so profound that many have begun to question whether the Jukan were ever a military empire at all, but the likeliest interpretation of the evidence is that the Jukan were at first the center of a classic galactic polity, but one whose rulers, once their military ambitions were foiled, gradually came to redefine themselves less as alien warriors and more as the ritual leaders of a people who claimed autochthonous status as the original owners of the land. 30 In the process, the king's role was likewise transformed. He was largely confined to his palace, his person identified with the crops and agricultural fertility, every aspect of his life regulated by elaborate taboos. It seems Jukan kings were always in principle scheduled to die at the end of a 7-year term, but in early times, unless they failed as warriors, this fate was always postponed, and any disabling impurities they may have taken on were transferred to a scapegoat slave killed in their stead. By the time our evidence kicks in the 1930s, this scapegoat ritual had long since fallen into abeyance. Instead, it was the king himself who had become a potential scapegoat. He could be executed for any number of reasons, whether for crop failure or violation of taboos. Though the Jukan king was never referred to as a god but merely as a son of a god, and though all things surrounding the divinity of the king are, as often, left vague, or kept secret, some notion of godlike status seems consonant with the general tenor of the taboos that surrounded him. These kept him from any regular contact with his people. The king rarely left his compound, and then under carefully choreographed situations, none might gaze at him directly, or touch anything he'd touched. Most subjects could never come into his presence at all, but only hope to communicate with him through layers of officials. Not only contact between king and people, but intimate contact between the king and surrounding world of any kind had to be negated, hidden, or denied. Jukan chiefs and kings are not supposed to suffer from the limitations of ordinary human beings. They do not eat, they do not sleep, and they never die. It is not merely bad manners, but actual sacrilege to use such expressions when speaking of a king. When the king eats, he does so in private, the food being proffered to him with the same ritual as is used by priests in offering sacrifice to the gods. The Jukan king must not put his foot on the ground or sit on the ground without a mat, possibly because he is a god of the upper air or because his dynamism might escape into the ground and blast the crops. 31 It is taboo for the king to pick up anything from the ground. If a Jukan king were to fall off his horse, he would, in former times, have been promptly put to death. Being a god, it may never be said of him that he is ill, and if serious illness overtook him, he is quietly strangled. Any way that the royal body was continuous with or in contact with the physical world, eating, excretion, sex, was not only performed in secret, but had to be treated as if it did not occur at all. The king could not directly touch the earth, and was often referred to as an airy spirit. When he slept or died, he was said to return to the skies. While there was the usual ideology of the king's absolute power, 32, there's little indication of arbitrary executions or other high-handed behavior. Instead, royal anger was seen as dangerous in itself. It is a disastrous thing, also, for the Jukan king to fly into a rage, point his finger at a man or strike the ground in wrath, for by doing so, he would let loose on the community the anger of the gods immanent in his person, and the whole land would be infected by blight. If the king were so far to forget himself, the offenders would immediately render their apologies and take steps to induce him to recall or cancel his hasty word or act. They would request one of his sister's sons, the king's acolyte, to approach him and calm him, and persuade him to dip his fingers in water in order to purge or rather quench the fire of his hand, and when this rite had been performed, the acolyte would withdraw backwards, sweeping the ground in front of the king, in the same way as a priest withdraws when he has offered sacrifice to the offended gods. This passage gives a particularly vivid glimpse of the intimate, indeed, mutually constitutive, relation between violence and sacralization. Jukun kings may not be gods, but they bear within them a divine element, identical with their power of command or sovereignty, and which resides in the heart and right arm. Each new king acquires this power by consuming the powdered heart of his predecessor, mixed in beer. During his coronation, the old king's right hand is also preserved as an amulet. This is presumably why pointing is considered so particularly dangerous. It blights the crops. But in a broader sense, the king, at least, his human, non-divine element is the crops. At public appearances he is regularly hailed as our corn, our beans, our ground nuts. And if the crops fail for too long, rather than being mollified and propitiated, the king himself can be killed, whereon it is said, as it is always said when any monarch dies, that he ascended to heaven and became a god owing to the malice of his people. 33. All this clearly recalls the curious dialectic of hostility and sacralization we've already seen in the myths and rituals surrounding the Shilluk wreath. Nukang and his immediate successors, we are told, did not die. They ascended into the heavens and became disembodied gods in the face of the rancor of their people. Among the Jukun, all monarchs do this. However, the ceremonial surrounding the king also suggests that such cosmological statements are themselves expressions of a deeper truth, inscribed in the very nature of formal etiquette, hierarchical deference, and gestures of respect. Recall that the formalities surrounding the Jukun king are simply more elaborate versions of those surrounding chiefs and elders, on the one hand, or of gods, on the other. In fact, in their most basic elements, such formalities can be said to have certain common structural features that can be observed in forms of formal deference anywhere. Indeed, the very nature of what we call formality. I've offered an analysis of these structural features in an earlier work. Here I can only offer the barest summary. Essentially, the argument is that what anthropologists have traditionally called joking relations and relations of avoidance are simply exaggerated forms of a kind of playful familiarity and formal respect that might be considered among the universal building blocks of human sociality. Deference tends to express not only by the inferior party averting eyes, or otherwise avoiding contact with the superior, or by the fact the superior party remains relatively free to engage in or initiate such contact if desired, but also by a suppression of any acknowledgement of ways that bodies, and particularly the superior's body, are continuous with the world around them, where, as Bakhtin so aptly put it, the borders between bodies in the world become permeable or are cast into doubt entirely. These usually include eating and drinking to a degree, but almost always they include sexual intercourse, pregnancy and labor, excretion, mucus, mutilation, menstruation, death and decomposition, flatulence, suppurating wounds, and so on. There is an enormous degree of cultural variation in which of these are considered most shocking in polite company, which relatively trivial, and, as Norbert Elias so carefully demonstrated, the borders of shame and embarrassment can advance and retreat over time. Still everywhere, the basic list remains the same. And topics considered shameful and suppressed in one context are exactly those to which people will also appeal when making rude jokes, and celebrated in joking relations, 34, which are less humorous than enactments of playful egalitarian competition, insult, or hostility, in a kind of systematic inversion of the principles of avoidance. In such relations, that hierarchical superiority instead turns into a constant game of back and forth, a sometimes literal wrestling in the mud, where the very materiality of the interaction, the lack of clear borders between bodies, also emphasizes the temporary, even momentary, nature of any victory. 35. To be sacred, as Emile Durkheim reminds us, means to be set apart, which is also the literal meaning of the Tongan word taboo. Not to be touched. By constituting the object of hierarchical deference as a thing apart, and therefore at least tacitly as a perfectly self-contained and disembodied entity, floating above the muck and mire of the world, such taboos effectively render that object an abstraction. Hence it makes sense that kings, and gods, are so often rendered homage in similar ways. But the logic of deference also helps explain an apparent paradox, that the more exalted, hence more set apart, a superior is from his surroundings, including his inferiors, the more he is also seen as hierarchically encompassing those very same inferiors. Because abstraction in such situations always has a dual meaning. It does not just refer to disembodiment, it also means being, as it were, moved upward on the taxonomic ladder. Levi Strauss referred to this as universalization versus particularization. An easy example will suffice. Consider the difference in our own society between the use of first and last names. A first name is yours alone, and is hence used to express familiarity. A family name encompasses a plethora of first names, and is hence more generic, hence more formal and deferential, and of course a title is even higher up the taxonomic ladder, hence more deferential yet. 36 In this sense, Marshall Sahlins' language of meta-beings is decidedly apt. Gods are often seen as almost literally Platonic forms. The master of the seals is also the generic form of all seals, which are but tokens of their type. The same tacit logic is at play here as well. Consider the common insistence that a sacred king be without blemish or physically perfect. As noted in Chapter 2, the very idea of physical perfection is itself a kind of paradox. Can one so perfectly embody the generic human form that one is set apart from other humans as unique? How does all this relate to sovereignty? Well, if nothing else, I think it now makes the opposition between clowns and kings worked out in the last section begins to make a great deal more sense. In my original essay, I emphasized how the great reformation of manners in early modern Europe might best be considered a generalization of avoidance relations, attendant on the rise of possessive individualism, which posited everyone as self-contained within the circle and compass of his or her property. Hence, everyone was now to address everyone else as inferiors had once addressed feudal lords. This was the exact opposite of the festive generalization of joking relations that Bakhtin referred to as the carnivalesque. But the opposition between clowns and kings is different. Normally, joking and avoidance relations are between individuals, or sometimes between groups. One might say the sovereign clown is an individual with a joking relation with absolutely everyone. The sacred king, in an analogous way, is in a relation of avoidance with everybody else. Hence in the first case, the violence essential to the nature of sovereignty is wildly exaggerated, in a kind of mock chaos that actually disguises a maintenance of a certain form of order. In the second, it is largely euphemized, along with all the bodily functions that clowns are so notoriously fond of celebrating, though, in fact, the form of the euphemization can itself become an insidious form of violence, since the only way to render a human being a complete abstraction, a self-enclosing idea divorced from material entanglements, is to destroy their body entirely. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A case could be made that all etiquette has an element of potential violence in it. When the rich and powerful feel utterly humiliated, it usually has to do with being discovered in some scandalous breach of protocol or decorum. But clearly, not all sacralization is adverse. Systems of deference overall tend to operate very much to the benefit of those who are deferred to. To turn such a system so against itself is unusual. It almost only happens to monarchs of one sort or another, or others at the very apex of some sort of hierarchy. Why, then, does it happen to them? In the Jukun case, the king seems to have been demoted from war leader to a kind of fetish object, whose secular powers, while they did exist, appear to have been entirely outbalanced by those of various palace women, a governing council, and a whole panoply of priests and officials. Any attempt by the king to exercise his absolute power too aggressively would, Meek noted, lead to those surrounding him claiming he had violated some taboo and ordering him to be strangled in his sleep. In this case, phrase Ryan's sacred kingship was a consequence of political decline. Might this be a more general tendency? It's very hard to judge, because there have been so few attempts to look at the phenomenon in any sort of broader historical perspective. What evidence there is certainly suggestive. Kajsa Ekholm, for instance, made a detailed examination of the Ba Congo evidence, one of the few cases where we have good historical evidence going back more than 5 centuries, and concluded that Fraser had got things precisely backward. The more extreme forms of royal ritual, she argued, especially the killing, scapegoating, and imprisonment of monarchs, was in no sense primordial. As Phyllis Martin had documented for the Longo Kingdom, early rulers might have been seen as quasi-divine beings, but it didn't stop them from taking an active role in every aspect of political life. It was only after the kingdom had largely collapsed under the pressures of the slave trade that a rising merchant class turned the Malongo into a sacred being effectively confined to his palace, forbidden to cross water, or touch foreign-made goods. Even more extreme customs emerged around the dozens of tiny potentates who emerged from the collapse of the Ba Congo kingdom. The old Congo king was, as we've seen, a divine king of the classic stranger king type, if not an especially sacred one. But the kingdom collapsed into civil war, and before long, the great capital city of San Salvador lay sacked and abandoned, replaced by thousands of tiny villages. The slave trade and subsequent machinations of foreign traders then brought the equivalent of criminal gangs to power in many parts of the country. In the process, Ekholm writes, divine kingship underwent a process of involution. 19th century sources unveil a veritable Victorian wonder cabinet of strange and exotic political forms: kings executed on the first day in office who then reigned as ghosts, kings exiled to forests like the priest of Nemi, kings regularly beaten and mutilated by their guards and companions, kings who actually were regularly put to death at the end of their 4 or 7-year terms. Ba Congo kings had always been elected from among a host of candidates, through the offices of the earth priests who represented the indigenous owners of the land, and, by extension, the whole people. But now those indigenous authorities effectively seized, and decentralized, power. The people had won the war, and the king was transformed into a kind of Clastrian anti-chief, divested of all real power and immobilized by a plethora of taboos. The most extreme form of such adverse sacralization is documented from Nsundi. According to the account of one later Ba Congo catechist, around 1790, the first Nsundi king of Kibunzi, whose title was Namenta 37, was a boy kidnapped by his lineage's wife-givers, and put through a kind of savage parody of a typical Central African puberty ritual. Secluded in the forest by his future officials, he was whipped, starved, and generally mistreated until he came of age. When he was a grown man, he was castrated by the use of a feather of a fishing eagle. Then they left him alone, but he was not yet chief, because he was still a prisoner. Finally, when it came time for him to take office, he was, like kings of old, expected to conquer the capital in a ritual battle, except, in this case, it was not a mock battle but an actual battle, and if the candidate was killed in combat, the office would lie empty until another candidate could be raised again. Offices often lay empty for very long periods. But even if Namenta passed the ordeal, and was duly invested in the royal leopard skin regalia, he was treated essentially as a magical charm, created by his people, and his main responsibility was in maintaining various onerous taboos. This represents perhaps the lowest a monarch can fall. Small wonder then that some wealthy Ba Congo chiefs around this time never went outside without weapons, for fear they might be kidnapped and forced to become king. Ekholm's conclusion is that phrase Ryan kingship is effectively a side effect of European imperialism. As the Ba Congo descended from a mighty empire to the impoverished prey of predatory merchants, gangsters, and colonialists, cosmology itself transformed. The powers of nature were redefined as dangerous and evil, and stranger kings, embodying powers of the wild, became forces to be quelled and controlled. Even the ritual scapegoating of kings, Ekholm suggests, is a result of this dilemma. This is heady stuff. But she also appears to suggest this is a more general pattern, and here we are on much shakier ground. Even the unfortunate Nementa's successors eventually managed to reassert themselves, breaking out of ritual isolation to become judges, merchants, and conquerors, and eventually suppressing the unpleasant investiture ritual. It's very hard to see a single direction of development. The only other comparative historical analysis I am aware of, by the Russian anthropologists Dmitry Bondarenko and Andrei Koroteyev, points in precisely the opposite direction. They suggest that, with certain significant exceptions, kings become more sacred as their governments become stronger. Some background would be useful. Bondarenko's research has focused on the West African kingdom of Benin, a classic stranger kingship ruled by a monarch of Yoruba descent. The king, called the Oba, was a god who never died, who often acted in defiance even of other gods. At the same time, the Oba's day-to-day power was balanced against that of the town chiefs who represented the indigenous population. After an age of expansion in the 15th and 16th centuries, there followed a long period of civil wars, culminating in a popular rebellion in 1699 which led to the destruction of the capital, and forced the king to reach an accommodation with the town chiefs. The struggle between the Oba and the chiefs took the form of constant and gradually successful attempts of the latter to limit the sovereign's profane power by means of inflicting new binding taboos on him, and hence volens nolens increasing his sacrality inversely proportional for lists of royal taboos. The final act ran high in the early 17th century when the chiefs succeeded in depriving the Oba of the right to command the army in person. Relations of the Europeans who visited the Benin court in the late 16th, 19th centuries are full of vivid stories and surprised or contemptuous remarks testifying to the king's complete impotence at the face of his noblemen. While every newborn child in the kingdom was duly brought before the Oba, visitors were only allowed to see his foot, and the king himself could only leave the palace twice a year. It was the Queen Mother, instead, who was delegated the task of judging important trials and mediating disputes. The result in many ways resembles the situation Ekholm describes for the Ba Congo, from the dominance of merchants, the sequestering of the king from any contact with foreigners, even the visions of a terrifying and hostile natural universe. But the hidden king gradually took advantage of his new position to develop ever more elaborate ritual powers. Again, the situation can be likened to a chess game, each move followed by a countermove. The king's sequestration was ostensibly due to his terrifying, witch-like powers, which might otherwise devastate the land. The king responded by importing a new god from the Yoruba town of Ife, the royal ancestor, Otojuwa, father of the original stranger king, accompanied by ferocious cannibal stranger priests. The new priesthood instituted human sacrifices to the royal ancestors to protect the kingdom, and these did indeed devastate the land, increasing in scale and terror until, by the end of the 19th century, hundreds of subjects might be rounded up and crucified or beheaded during important rituals or national crises. These spectacular displays, which so horrified foreign visitors, were in part simply demonstrations of sovereignty. Though the Oba no longer had direct contact with his people, he alone could take life. This in turn led to further taboos. Intrigued by such dynamics, Bondarenko and Koroteyev created a ruler sacralization index. Basing themselves on Henry Clayson and Peter Skalnick's database of 20 kingdoms in their book The Early State, they ran a statistical analysis and discovered that, overall, the more powerful the state apparatus, they defined this in terms of the presence or absence of impersonal laws and administration, the more sacred the ruler becomes. The great exceptions, they note, are axial age civilizations, or what they call the axial historical network, from Europe to China, which take off in the opposite direction presumably, they say, because of the importance there of priests of the great universalistic religions, Christianity, Buddhism, Hinduism, and Islam. Otherwise, whether among the Mexica, Yoruba, or in Japan, strong, Autonomous bureaucratic systems will regularly declare the monarch a quasi-divine being and lock him in his palace. All this is intriguing, but the sample is skewed in so many ways it's a little difficult to know what to make of it. First of all, the list is of early states, so kingdoms that can in no sense be considered states since they have no significant administration like the Shilluk, or the Natchez simply aren't included. But of course these include many of the prototypical examples of divine kingship. So, does sacred kingship tend to decline when kingdoms first turn into states, only to return once they have developed an autonomous administration? The axial age argument seems biased by the relatively small sample as well. The authors argue that the creation of a priestly class in the axial historical network traces back to Indo-European age sets, where they see elders as transforming into priests, and suggests something similar might have happened in very early times in the Middle East. But this still doesn't explain why China became an axial age civilization, and rejected divinization of the emperor, but Japan developed in precisely the opposite direction, or why Hindu kingdoms, which have the strongest priestly castes of all, are also most likely to have sacred and divinized kings. I have myself proposed a rather different argument, that axial age civilizations found their origin in the emergence of new social and military technologies, and followed a remarkably similar pattern, whether in China, India, or the Mediterranean. The rise of standing armies and eventually slave-based empires led first to a highly materialistic phase, where rulers began to treat wealth and military power as an end in itself divorced from any larger cosmological framework, then, to popular movements of contestation which included what were to be remembered as the great religious and philosophical traditions, then, finally, to a phase when, as the empires reached their limits, their rulers embraced one or another of the religious movements, in a last-ditch attempt to preserve their rule. This historical process led to kingdoms where the constituent war between king and people was partly displaced onto a war between kings and priests, or, anyway, between secular and religious authorities. Or better, perhaps, it became a kind of three-way contest. God, king, and people all existed in dynamic tension with one another. Nonetheless, adverse sacralization of the monarch was a trick that could still be played, and indeed often was. The institution of the harem plays a key role. It's interesting to note that while in most of the kingdoms discussed so far, kings had multiple wives, the women were in no way sequestered. Often, in fact, it was the king who was confined to the palace, and women who moved back and forth, communicating freely with the outside world. Historically, the practice of confining palace women can only be traced back to the Sumerian Third Dynasty of Ur, though over time the practice seems to have become commonplace across much of Eurasia, with the exception of the Christian West. 38 There is no reason to believe Mesopotamian kings, whether Sumerian, Babylonian, or Assyrian, were in any sense confined to the palace, but their wives and concubines increasingly were. By Assyrian times, one already reads of harsh punishments for anyone who so much as chatted with or gazed on one unveiled. The problem, of course, is that if one designs a trap, one can oneself fall into it. Eurasian history is full of examples of royal figures who ended up sequestered in much the same way as their womenfolk. Probably the most famous example are the Ottoman sultans of the late 16th to 18th centuries, notorious in Orientalist fantasy for being, as historian Peter Baer once put it, hidden in the palace like a pearl in an oyster, aloof, secluded, and sublime, hermetically sealed from the world, confined and condemned to a wilted life in the harem. As it turns out, the stereotype in this case was not too far off the mark. During this period, sultans not unlike the Byzantine monarchs who had come before them were surrounded by such rigid protocol that ordinary subjects were not even allowed to converse with them. Withdrew from subjects and servants and from public view. Because ordinary speech was considered undignified for sultans to use, they communicated by sign language. Unable even to speak, the sultan became out of touch, and was visible only on rare, carefully staged processions through the capital. The sultan had become a showpiece and sat silently on his throne in a 3-foot turban, like an icon, immobile. Once again, too, the effective confinement of the ruler occurred at a time of widespread popular unrest. By the mid-16th century, sultans were deprived of most of their military functions. There followed a series of Janissary uprisings in the capital, then rural upheavals which left large stretches of countryside in the empire's heartlands lost to Selali rebels. Leslie Pierce has described the period from 1566 to 1656, from the point of view of ruling circles, as the age of the Queen Mother. Prominent court women were often in de facto power. The key turning point was Mernfort's transformation of the system of succession. Earlier, the children of a reigning sultan had been sent off to cut their political teeth as rural governors. Then, on the sultan's death, they were expected vie for the throne, a drama which would end with the winner killing off his remaining brothers. Under the new dispensation, the brothers remained alive, but confined to a section of the Topkapi Palace in an extension of the harem called the Kafes, in near complete isolation. 39 Each would take the throne in turn until none were left, and then power would revert to the son of the first. This ensured that by the time most did come to power, they were not only quite old, but also lacked any experience of the world, and often were struggling with severe mental health issues caused by decades of solitary confinement. Most reigns in this period were therefore short. The most notorious, perhaps, of the period's rulers, Ibrahim I, exercised absolute and arbitrary power inside the palace, at one point ordering his entire harem be tied into weighted sacks and drowned. At the same time, he knew almost nothing of life outside, and his interventions in public life were largely whimsical. Eventually he was deposed and a child was made sultan in his place. During this period, day-to-day power in the palace was wielded above all by royal women, the chief consort and queen mother, who were technically slaves. Outside it was increasingly in the hands of an emerging bureaucracy. Occasionally a relatively energetic sultan would escape from the palace to organize a military campaigns or some other royal project. But this was considered a notable achievement in itself. I could go on from here to describe the self-enclosing paradises created by such walled-up kings, whether in Persia or in China, or the dynamics whereby warrior elites would relegate existing kings to boxed-in ceremonial status. But space does not permit. Suffice it to say the dialectic of divine and sacred never entirely goes away. Even since the rise of republican forms of government in the late 18th century, and displacement of sovereignty itself, that is, divinity entirely from living monarchs onto an even greater abstraction called the people, in practical terms, their defeat has always taken the same form. When kings win, the war against the dead. Alexander, who was invincible on the battlefield, was completely helpless in his personal relationships. For he was ensnared by praise, and when he was called Zeus, he did not think he was being mocked, but honored in his passion for the impossible and his forgetfulness of nature. Agatharchides of Cnidus. Let Alexander be a god if that's what's so important to him. Dames the Spartan. Let him be the son of both Zeus and Poseidon at the same time if he wants, for all I care. Demos thence of Athens. What happens, then, when kings definitively win? When sovereign power is not bottled up in a palace or other bounded utopia, but can operate relatively untrammeled across a king's dominions. It seems to me this introduces an entirely new set of dilemmas, and that these dilemmas also take a fairly predictable form. It is one thing to take a palace garden, or even a palace, and turn it into a tiny model of perfection, a paradise outside of time, process, and decay where the fundamental dilemmas of the human condition are at least momentarily resolved. It's quite another to do this to a city or a kingdom. Few even try. What's more, a king's power breaks out of such a diminutive paradise, that is, the less the king's power is contained in space, the more self-conscious he becomes about the fact that power is nonetheless contained in time, and, thus, the more he confronts the contradictions of his own mortality. In a medieval Hebrew version of the romance of Alexander the great conqueror faces this dilemma directly. Having subjugated the kingdoms of the world, he proceeds to scour the earth in search of immortality. Finally, Winning his way into the Garden of Eden, he locates and is about to take a drink from the waters of life when he hears an unearthly voice. Wait. Before you drink of those waters, do you not want to know the consequences? Then Alexander looked up and saw a radiant being standing before him, like the one at the gate of the garden, and he knew it must be an angel. Alexander said simply, "Yes, please tell me." Then the angel Raziel, for that was who it was, said to Alexander, "Know, then, that whoever drinks these waters will know eternal life, but he will never be able to leave this garden." These words greatly startled Alexander, for had the angel not stopped him he would already have tasted of those waters and become a prisoner in paradise. At this, Alexander realized that, given the choice, he preferred to be contained in time than in space after all, and abandoned Eden forever. Every tradition calibrates the basic quandaries of human existence slightly differently, the relative importance and particular significance of dilemmas surrounding work, sex, suffering, reproduction, or death. Still, there is none in which human life is not seen to involve impossible dilemmas, and none in which the reality of death is not at least prominent among them. It is a tragedy of human existence that we conceive the world in timeless categories, but we are not ourselves timeless. Kings tend to become a focus of such problems because they are simultaneously a kind of everyman, an exemplar of the human condition, but at the same time, beings which have at least the potential to transcend that condition. As we've seen, even when kings lose, the most effective way of controlling them is to force them to pretend that they are bodiless immortals. One need only consult ancient fantasies about all-conquering heroes like Alexander to see how much the dilemma continues to haunt them when they win. The Epic of Gilgamesh is only the earliest and most famous. Gilgamesh, notoriously, having conquered everything he considered worth conquering, became depressed contemplating the inevitability of death, and set off on a quest to secure the herb of immortality in a far-off land of darkness. As most readers 5,000 years later will still know, he succeeded, only to carelessly lose it, and immortality, to a serpent. At the end of the story, Gilgamesh consoles himself by gazing at the walls of Uruk, which he had built, and which will remain his enduring testimony. Variations of this story appear again and again. Wonder tales accumulated around great works of architecture, typically centering on monarchs who in one way or another tried to cheat death. Some of these monarchs were, obviously, more successful than others. Among the most successful, in legend at least, was the Assyrian queen Semiramis, whom Diodorus Siculus called the most renowned woman of whom we have any record, and who, by Alexander's time, was said to have conquered nearly the entire known world. It's worth dwelling on her story for a moment because in the ancient world, for a time, she seems to have become a paradigm for the greatest possible realization of human ambitions. Scholars still argue about what historical figure, if any, the legendary Semiramis was based on. She appears to have originally been an amalgam of a number of Mesopotamian queens, most prominent among them Samururmit, wife of the Assyrian king Shamshi-Adad, possibly Armenian in origin, who might have ruled as regent during her son's minority. 40 Scholars, needless to say, contest pretty much every detail, but it would seem Samururmit became the Mesopotamian prototype for any autonomous female ruler who led military campaigns, patronized sages, and sponsored great works of architecture and engineering. Her story only seems to have really taken off under the Persian Empire, such that by the time Herodotus visited Babylon 3 centuries later, Semiramis was remembered as the creator of its earthworks and other marvels. Herodotus hints at, but does not spell out, more scandalous legends. 2 generations later, Tisias, a Greek doctor living in the Persian court, provides us with the details. By the time of Tisias' account, the queen has become of semi-divine origins, her mother cursed to turn into a fish, herself raised by doves. Above all, though, her story seems to have become a patriarchal fantasy about the terrible if titillating things that men in that epoch suspected women would get up to if allowed to compete with them on equal footing. 41 In many versions, Semirami's rise to power is literally a ritual of inversion run amok. She is a beautiful courtesan, or maybe servant girl, who tricks King Ninus into allowing her to be queen for a day during a festival, then quickly sounds out his disaffected generals and orders him locked up. In others, she merely marries the infatuated king, impresses him with her military acumen, and takes power when he dies 42. But either way, Semiramis sets out to outdo her former husband's achievements, no mean feat, as in the stories he's the original founder of the Assyrian Empire. She sets off on a series of conquests that carry her from Ethiopia to the gates of India, founding the cities of Babylon and Ecbatana in the process, and becomes responsible for virtually every impressive monument in Western Asia whose author was otherwise unknown. Semiramis was also said to have shunned remarriage, preferring to take lovers from among the most handsome of her soldiers, whom she would order killed when she grew bored of them. Hence, by the time Alexander's armies were passing through Asia, any mysterious artificial hill was referred to as a mound of Semiramis and assumed to contain the body of one of her paramours. Smith and Fraser, for this reason, felt Semiramis was in part just a secularization of the Mesopotamian goddess of war and fertility Inanna/Ishtar/Astarte, whose annual lovers met a similarly unhappy fate. 43. Most spectacularly, Semiramis never died. Forewarned by the oracle of Ammon in Libya that someone close to her would betray her, but not to resist, when she learned her son Ninus was conspiring with court eunuchs to overthrow her, she called him in, announced she was turning over the kingdom to him, and simply vanished and became a god. This is particularly important for this study because Semiramis appears to be the first monarch we know of who was said not to have died but to have disappeared. This way the paradigm for New Kang, and dozens of other African founders of dynasties, for instance, who likewise vanish and become gods in the face of hostility of kin or people. 44. Alexander was quite self-conscious in seeing himself as trying to emulate, and if possible outdo, the achievements of Cyrus, the founder of the Achaemenid Empire, but even more he saw Semiramis as his rival. His disastrous march across the Gadrosian Desert to India was meant to match one of her exploits, and even at the end of his life, he is reported to have expressed frustration that, unlike her, he had never conquered Ethiopia. Like Semiramis, Alexander made himself a god on the basis of a visit to the oracle of Ammon in Libya, to the bemused shrugs of statesmen back in Greece. He also founded cities, raised monuments, and did all the things a great conqueror was supposed to do. But he only truly defeated his rival after death, when the Alexander Romance, a marvelous version of his life story, was translated into dozens of languages and became perhaps the single most popular non-religious book of the next millennium, easily eclipsing the fame of the competing romance of Ninus and Semiramis. Almost instantly, Alexander himself became the measure of the ultimate possibilities of human ambition, and his stories go even further than that of Semiramis, not only granting him Ethiopia and India, but having him pursue mastery all human knowledge and wisdom as well, attempting to attain heaven in a flying machine powered by griffins, explore the bottom of the sea in a diving bell, even, by the Middle Ages, finding his way to the Garden of Eden. At the same time, he outdid all predecessors in fame not by what he achieved, but by what he didn't. In the romance, his conquests become simply so many attempts to overcome mortality. He is constantly trying to achieve eternal life or at least learn the hour of his death, and in this he fails. Like Gilgamesh, he embarks on an impossible quest through a land of darkness to obtain the waters of life, but in the end, he loses it to someone else, not a snake, this time, but his own cook and daughter, whom he then punishes by casting them out to live forever with nothing further to show for themselves. 45. One can actually see this as a little structural inversion. Semiramis was a queen betrayed by her son, responded with uncharacteristic grace, and thus achieved immortality. Alexander was a king betrayed by his daughter, responded with uncharacteristic fury, and thus did not. In any case, in every version of the romance, his quest to become a god proves unsuccessful. 46. As an axial age hero, the best he can do is finally listen to the various sages, angels, yogis, and philosophers he encounters in his journeys and learn to understand and accept his mortal limitations. Alexander, then, did attain immortality, but only by becoming a kind of everyman foolishly pursuing immortality. The advantage of these stories, however fantastic, is that they bring home what was felt to be at stake in absolute sovereignty. It's important to be explicit about my use of terms here. Sovereignty, in the sense we've been using it here, was something of a latecomer in Bronze Age Western Asia, whose political landscape had long been a checkerboard of temples, palaces, clans, tribes, autonomous cities, and urban neighborhoods. Not only were most empires really galactic polities of one sort or another, rulers rarely had sovereign power outside their own palaces, and those who insisted on creating something like an empire of conquest and either declaring themselves world rulers or claiming divine status achieved immortality only in the sense of being remembered for centuries thereafter as models of wickedness. Rulers of the Akkadian, Assyrian, Median, and Achaemenid empires aspired to universal sovereignty in principle. But it's largely in the wildly exaggerated stories that accumulated around figures like Semiramis and Alexander who not only rule the world, but seem to encounter no significant popular resistance that we have a clear sense of what was ultimately at stake even in success. Each of these rulers became obsessed with outdoing earlier ones. Each sought immortality by transforming the landscape by works of monumental architecture or engineering, having their exploits and achievements preserved in legend and romance, and attempting to found an enduring and flourishing dynasty. 47. The problem is that the first two often appear to be in direct contradiction to the third, so much so that one might be justified in saying we are in the presence of a structural contradiction. The more one succeeds in transcending the frames of mortal existence, the more one's latter-day epigones are placed in a position of structural rivalry to one's memory. Here we might consider the case of Egypt, where, quite unusually in the Bronze Age world, kings did indeed attain the status of gods with absolute sovereign power over their dominions. Pharaohs were incarnate divinities, manifestations of Horus, they did not die, and many of their tombs were so enormous that they can still be seen from outer space. Yet for this very reason the greatness of any one pharaoh must have been an enormous burden on his children, who literally existed in the shadow of the dead. By the time we reach the reign of the last pharaoh of the 5th dynasty, Unas, that is, the end of the Pyramid Age, we also find a king who had to contend with the existence of 19 different monumental pharaonic tombs, each of a known predecessor, who was also a deity, lingering immortally inside it. Back in the 1960s, Lewis Mumford made the argument that the divine kingships of the Bronze Age were in part the result of the emergence of new social technologies. While Egyptian mechanical technology was extremely limited, they had little more than pulleys and inclined planes. They had already developed production line techniques of breaking up complex tasks into a series of very simple machine-like actions and then distributing them across a vast army of people. The first complex machines were thus made of human beings. These human machines, in turn, were brought under the control of sovereign power through hierarchical chains of command that, Mumford suggests, probably first emerged in military contexts. The result was unprecedented. It gave ancient rulers power on a scale no human being had ever previously experienced, and that very much went to their heads. One reads of rulers ordering conquered cities torn down one day and rebuilt the next, boasting of bizarre acts of mass sadism such as ordering the murder or mutilation of tens of thousands in a day. As an illustration of the emotional tone of the violent megalomania that he saw as arising alongside this new mechanical order, Mumford refers us to Unas tomb inscriptions, which have come to be referred to by Egyptologists as the cannibal hymn. The sky darkens, the stars go out, heaven's vaults tremble, the bones of the earth shake, the decans are stilled against them. They have seen Unas rising up in power, as a god living on his fathers, feeding on his mothers. Unas it is who devours people, and who lives upon gods. It is Shizimu who butchers them for Unas, cooking what's inside them on his evening hearthstones. It is Unas who eats their magical powers, who swallows their souls. The great ones serve for his morning meal, the middle-sized ones for his evening meal, the little ones for his meal at night. Of the old gods and goddesses he makes his cooking hearth. Unas is the god, older than the eldest. Thousands go round for him, hundreds offer to him. Unas has risen again in the sky, he is crowned as Lord of the horizon. He has broken the joints of their vertebrae, he has taken the hearts of the gods. Mumford did have a point. It's hard to imagine anything more megalomaniacal than a man who claims to literally eat gods for breakfast. At the same time, it's hard to discount the fact that Unas' pyramid was also one of the smallest of the Old Kingdom, perhaps half the size of most of those around it in the Saqqara tomb complex, which were themselves a fraction of the size of those at Giza. We seem to be witnessing an epic instance of overcompensation. One is tempted to speak of pyramid envy. Still, I would argue that there is a deeper, and more fundamental problem behind such grandiloquent posturing. How does one reconcile claims to absolute and universal sovereignty with the lingering existence of previous monarchs who continue to claim exactly the same thing? It's difficult enough when one is still a live king. The problem is only compounded when one is just another dead one. This dilemma took a particularly acute form in Egypt, where the dead were almost constantly present in one form or another. Not only were their tombs visible from the capital, each with attendant staffs of sole priests and funerary estates, but, as David Wengrow has shown, bureaucratic structures of production in Egypt had originally emerged largely through the need to manage their domains, and Old Kingdom records suggest they continued to make up a very large part of Egypt's economy. Another large chunk of the kingdom's revenue was paid directly to gods via various temples. 19 pyramids then meant 19 dead pharaohs, each with his own lands and administrative organization, competing not only for ritual attention, but also for their share in the total surplus production, that is, the grain, meat, and vegetables being extracted from the peasants who inhabited rural estates. Unas' claims to devour the gods might be seen as a defiant assertion of ultimate sovereignty from one god surrounded by a host of equally hungry rivals. ******. Curiously, Egyptian monarchs were not the only ones to face this dilemma. The situation for Inca emperors was, if anything, even more extreme. The Inca succession system is rarely discussed outside of the work of specialists, which is odd because it's clearly the key to understanding the rapid expansion of the Inca Empire. The latter is one of the few political entities that existed in the American hemisphere before Columbus that is universally recognized to be a state, and it was quite a formidable one, extending a uniform system of administration over a territory that at its peak spanned some 2,000 miles, from Ecuador to Chile. The basis of the almost frenetic pace of its expansion lay in a system which ensured that dead rulers continued to hold almost all the powers and privileges they had in life. Inheritance was patrilineal, and sovereign power passed from a dead Inca to his eldest, or most capable, son. Sovereign power, however, was almost the only thing the new Inca inherited. Old kings were mummified, and the mummies had to be treated in much the same way as a living person. Upon the death of an Inca ruler, the rights to govern, to wage war, and to impose taxes on the empire passed directly to his principal heir, who became the next head of state. However, the deceased emperor's buildings, servants, chattel, and other possessions continued to be treated as his property and were entrusted to a corporate social group containing his other descendants. These secondary heirs did not actually receive ownership of the items named above, they derived their support from the Panaka's own holdings. Instead, they managed their ancestors' property for him, using it to care for his mummy and maintain his cult. In effect, a deceased emperor's Panaka treated him as if he were still alive. Each new ruler, or Sapa Inca, was therefore expected to gather together a company of warriors and conquer new territories with which to support his own court, wives, and retainers. In the meantime, his father's mummy carried on much as before, attending rituals, managing his property, holding regular court at his urban palace or country estates, and throwing feasts for visiting notables, at which his will would be conveyed by mediums. Not all rulers would become estate-owning mummies, Some died bad deaths and their bodies were destroyed or not recovered, others died before they had managed to conquer any territories of their own to begin with. Still, the accumulation of palaces made Cuzco, the Inca capital, into a very unusual sort of city, with an ever-increasing number of fully staffed royal palaces, each the ritual focus on an ever-burgeoning panaca made up of all descendants of the children of the former king. One reason such an arrangement is so unusual is that it brings out a fundamental contradiction in the logic of dynastic rule, one which most systems attempt to finesse in one way or another, but which is impossible to ignore in situations when old kings are still physically present in such dramatic ways. The contradiction is that while older monarchs will always tend to outrank younger ones, their descendants will tend to be ranked the other way around. Those particularly identified with the earlier rulers will tend to rank lower than those identified with more recent ones, and their position in the total genealogical order will continue to decline steadily as time goes on. This sounds counterintuitive at first, but it makes perfect sense if you consider how such ranked lineage systems work. If you imagine a genealogy starting with King A, and proceeding through A's eldest son, King B, then B's eldest son, King C, and so on, then the descendants of the younger sons of King A have only declining status to look forward over time. After all, the younger sons of King B are still descended from King A, the younger sons of King C still descended from A and B as well, and so forth, down to the children of the present king today, who are of course princes, and of the highest rank of all. Nonetheless, a lineage founded by the younger children of King A, the founder of the dynasty, and only descended from King A and not any of the others, will tend to be identified with King A, typically be charged with taking care of his tomb or shrines or relics, or otherwise maintain a special ritual status based on their identification with the founder of the dynasty and greatest of all kings. And the descendants of King B will likely enjoy a slightly lower ritual status, of C lower than that, and so on. Thus, the lowest ranking royal lineage will be the guardian of the memory of the highest ranking royal ancestor. Lineages where everyone is ranked in order of birth are referred to in the anthropological literature as conical clans or ramages, and their implications have been worked out in detail. If the founder of a lineage has 3 children, let's assume for simplicity's sake that whether they are sons or daughters doesn't matter, which is in fact often the case, then they are ranked numbers 1, 2, and 3, but if each of those has 3 children, the children of the second are no longer number 2, but numbers 4, 5, and 6, in the next generation, numbers 10 to 19, and so on. The technical term for this is sinking status. If one does not become king, one's descendants have no place to go but down, and one can expect one's line to become lower and lower in rank as time goes on. It's commonplace in such a system to have a cut-off point. Thus, among both the Natchez and Marina, it was said that after 7 generations royal descendants lose any noble privileges and become commoners again. In reality, of course, things are never this simple, since human beings normally have 2 parents, not 1, and marriage allows one to avoid the inevitability of decline either by marrying back up, or by marrying outside the system entirely. But the more a unilinear genealogy, matrilineal or patrilineal or cognatic, is determinant of status, the more will the principle of sinking status, inevitably, apply. In the Inca case, for instance, in 1532, the valley of Cuzco surrounding the capital came to be entirely occupied by members of the 10 Panaca descended from former kings, and these were indeed ranked by genealogical distance from the core lines. All claimed descent from Manco Capac, founder of the empire, but the Panacas specifically identified with Manco Capac, Chima Panaca, and which kept the founder's image and conducted rituals on his behalf, in fact ranked lowest. What I am proposing here is that, in the case of royal genealogies at least, there are in fact 2 different kinds of sinking status at play, and that they work at cross purposes. On the one hand, collateral branches will inevitably spin off the royal line, just like the Panaca, and each new one that spins off pushes all the older ones even further downward in rank. We can refer to this collateral or horizontal descending status. The further a lineage gets from the center, the less exalted it becomes. On the other hand, we can also distinguish a principle of vertical descending status, that applies within the core dynastic line itself. 48 All things being equal, the founder of a dynasty will necessarily rank higher than his descendants, for the same reason that fathers outrank sons, and because the longer a dynasty endures, the more distant the current ruler will be seen to fall from the original sources of his or her power. I think this is a structural feature, or, at the very least, a constant tendency within any dynastic system, but the problem becomes all the more acute in traditional societies where history itself is seen as a process of rupture or decline from mythic or heroic times. Michael Poot has argued that in Bronze Age China, during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, this problem became systemic. Each ruler's ritual role was to sacrifice to his father, who would then intervene with his own father, and so on, up the chain to the original founder of the dynasty, who would intervene with God for the well-being of his people. In such a sacrificial system, however, there was a built-in inevitability of decline. Since it was defined genealogically, each subsequent generation would grow ever more distant from the ancestors serving heaven. As reigning kings grew ritually weaker, rival claimants from powerful lineages inevitably began seeking allegiances that would allow them to overthrow the king and begin a new dynasty. Poot makes the intriguing argument that the first emperor attempted to break the cycle by declaring himself a god, who could therefore remain available for direct contact for his descendants, no matter what the genealogical distance, but the project failed, leading, ultimately, to the distinctly human Chinese conception of kingship we find in the Han and thereafter. Still, Chinese sages simply found other reasons to insist that dynasties tended toward inevitable decline. The term sinking status was originally coined by the Gyurdzas to describe the ranked lineage system of Bali, where lineages that spin off core descent lines are always in danger of losing status over time, but here too one can speak of both vertical and horizontal sinking status. All Balinese kings claim descent from the princes who fled from the downfall of the Javanese kingdom of Majapahit, but the Babad Dalim Chronicle recounts how even the highest-ranking branch of the royal line, the kings of Gelgul and Klungkung, steadily decline from their divine origins when one misstep or another leads to a fall from grace. Hence even the rank of kings, as indicated by their titles, descends from godlike Mpyo, to priestly Sri, to the relatively modest warrior titles Dalim and Diwa. Here, the contradiction between vertical and horizontal principles plays itself out explicitly, since each lineage that splits off from the royal line should rank properly higher than those who split earlier, but, in fact, the effect is countered by the fact that the ruling line itself was losing rank, no doubt creating all sorts of opportunities for neighbors to develop deeply felt disagreements about who is ultimately superior to who. 49. Figure 2. Sinking status. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rather than multiply examples, let me sum up the argument so far. I have proposed that when kings definitively win what I've called the constitutive war between sovereign and people, succeeding in extending sovereign power to their kingdom as a whole, they will tend to take the assumption of their godlike status as inspiration to actually try to transcend mortality. They will make themselves legends, transform the landscape, create dynasties. However, insofar as they succeed, this will always create problems for their successors, especially if those successors wish to do the same. Generations fall in rivalry with one another. Living kings find themselves choked and surrounded by the dead. Now, I do not think this problem is peculiar to royal dynasties. Actually, something like this is likely to happen wherever the status of the living is dependent on ancestors who are similar to themselves. I first came to this conclusion when thinking about mortuary ritual in Highland Madagascar, where Famadi Hana ceremonies, which people of all social backgrounds now perform, have a peculiar double-edged quality. Such rituals simultaneously celebrate the memories of the dead, and allow descendants to efface those memories by literally pulverizing the ancestors' bodies. This ambivalence can be observed wherever ancestors take human form. On the one hand, if one has no ancestors at all, one is not really a social person. On the other, If an ancestor is simply someone who succeeded in keeping his children around him and being remembered as the founder or great ancestor of a village or clan or tomb, then that ancestor will inevitably be in a position of rivalry in relation to any descendant whose ultimate ambition is to do the same. I suspect we are in the presence of a general sociological principle here. When ancestors are seen as being fundamentally different from their descendants, or as existing in a fundamentally different kind of time, they tend to be seen as sources of power for their present-day descendants. When they are fundamentally similar and living in the same sort of time, like Malagasy ancestors, they tend to be seen as rivals and sources of constraint. The former is particularly true of those societies of Australia and North and South America that are marked by totemism, where ancestral figures are not even human, or exist in a kind of mythological time where present-day differences between gods, humans, and animals did not yet exist. The latter tends to be the case in societies in Africa, East Asia, and the Austronesian world, where one instead finds widespread worship or propitiation of named human ancestors. Highland Malagasy mortuary ritual, I also suggested, is to a certain degree a popularization of royal ritual. This raises the intriguing question of how often and to what extent ancestor cults on the popular level are always appropriations of, or at least influenced by, royal or aristocratic practice. The matter can only be resolved through further research, and no doubt the relation is one of mutual appropriation, but for present purposes, I will merely point out that it is precisely in those parts of the world marked by ancestor worship where one also encounters kingdoms, whereas in the totemic zone, monarchy effectively does not exist. 50 There are, as in all things, a few exceptions, but the Americas would seem to provide strong confirmation, since it is precisely in those places where we do find kingdoms in the Andes, and among Maya and Zapotec where totemism is weak or non-existent, and one finds ancestor cults instead. 51. Be this as it may, throughout the totemic zone, ancestors, while often seen as dangerous, give various forms of power to their descendants. Throughout the zone marked by propitiation of named human ancestors, royal, aristocratic, or otherwise, ancestral spirits tend to impose themselves in unwanted ways. At best, they need to be constantly propitiated; at worst, they make themselves known through the vindictive or arbitrary infliction of disaster and death. 52. Kings invariably have ancestors of the human type, and those ancestors regularly tend to become a problem. Typically, the original stranger king founder of a dynasty is seen as a source of legitimacy and power rather than a constraint, but the closer one comes to the present, the more of a burden ancestral memories tend to become. The Egyptian and Peruvian mummies are just extreme examples of a more general tendency. Just as much of the panoply of Ryan sacred kingship can be seen as a series of techniques for reigning in and controlling monarchs, so too can many of the ritual institutions one sees in kingdoms where sovereignty has, indeed, broken out of its initial frame, where kings have won, as I put it, be seen as consisting of so many strategies for coping with this problem itself mere one manifestation of the more general problem of vertical sinking status. Space does not permit a detailed exposition, but a rough list of such strategies would at the very least include killing or exiling the dead, in the sense of erasing or marginalizing their memories. Becoming the dead, in the sense of creating a positional succession system. Outdoing one's ancestors in some dramatic way, the most historically important of which appear to have been the creation of monuments, the conquest of new territories, mass human sacrifice, and turning history on its head and inventing a myth of progress. Let me end by considering these briefly, one at a time. 1. Killing or exiling the dead. Genealogical amnesia is an inevitable feature of any system of descent. Not all dead can be remembered. Clans, for instance, are descent groups that claim descent from a single ancestor but cannot trace the intermediary links to their own grandparents. Everyone in between is simply forgotten. But even in a segmentary lineage system like the Newer, where ostensibly everyone can trace back to the founders of their descent groups through an unbroken chain of ancestors, there is an amnesiac space 5 generations back, a memory hole into which ancestors must disappear to ensure that there are always only 10 to 12 generations between the founding ancestors, who always remain the same, and the present. When the bodies of ancestors are physically there, or ancestors otherwise memorialized in physical shrines, relics, or other material tokens, this obviously becomes much harder to do. The objects themselves must be dealt with in some way. The same is true when genealogies are preserved in writing, as with Chinese ancestral tablets, or when there are institutional structures whose existence is based on keeping those memories alive. In the case of royal ancestors, any or all these things are likely to be the case. There is always a social and material apparatus of memory. For this reason, kings often find it very difficult to efface the memories of particular royal ancestors even if they wish to. I've already mentioned the story of the Shilluk king who tried, and failed, to sneak into the shrine of a royal ancestor in order to demote his descendants. Even the much more powerful Ganda kings were sometimes foiled in similar attempts. When one particularly high-handed Kabaka ordered the shrine of a divinized ancestor be burned to the ground, a spark from the burning shrine flew up and burned the queen mother's breast, leaving a wound that continued to pain her until the king finally relented and ordered the shrine be restored to its former state. 53. For kings to erase ancestral memories, then, requires extreme measures, and those measures may backfire. Attempts to wipe ancestors out of history, as, for instance, the New Kingdom pharaoh Thutmose III famously tried to wipe out his mother Hatshepsut and her steward Senenmut, rarely succeed. 54. Still, even when ancestors cannot be destroyed, they can be marginalized or made irrelevant. Stranger kingship itself might be seen in some cases as a way of wiping the slate clean by starting over somewhere else. Another approach is to mark some sort of fundamental break or rupture so as to announce a new dynasty. Obviously, this is more likely to be an expedient used by popular forces or court officials against sitting kings, but there are also cases where the dynastic break appears to be internal. The case of Unas is again instructive. He is considered the last ruler of the 5th dynasty, but in fact there is no evidence his successor, Teti, was an outsider in any particular sense. Most of Unas' court officials remained in place, and the new pharaoh, presumably from at least a collateral branch of the ruling line, appears to have married one of the old pharaoh's daughters to preserve continuity. He also founded a new capital further from the old burial grounds and built 2 pyramids, in addition to his own, for his primary wives, all of which suggests an effort to restart the historical memory and, presumably, limit the post-mortem ambitions of the overweening Unas. In the latter endeavor he had only very limited success, since Unas was later revived as a local deity, and was still receiving popular cult around Saqqara many centuries later during the Middle and New Kingdoms, by which time Teti would appear to have been largely forgotten. This leads to the final peril of attempts to marginalize earlier rulers, ancestors, or otherwise, that even if the social apparatus by which their memories are maintained is thoroughly uprooted, they may become popular heroes, taken up as a weapon on the other side of the constitutive war between king and people. This often happens at the end of dynasties. The first recorded case we have is, surprisingly, the Emperor Nero, the last of the Julio-Claudians. Nero is now remembered through the eyes of his enemies as a monster, a bloodthirsty psychopath who, ridiculously, fancied himself a great poet, actor, and musician. But even in the official accounts there are strong indications that his eccentricities actually cut quite the other way. During his early reign he systematically refused to sign death warrants, and even ordered that gladiators no longer fight to the death at games he sponsored. He also attempted to negotiate a permanent peace with Rome's main imperial rival Parthia. 55. Odd though it may seem, Nero was about as close to a pacifist as Rome produced. He might have gone a bit further than some in trying to glorify his name and preserve his memory. After Nero was overthrown in a military coup in AD 68, all of this apparatus of memory was immediately dismantled. He became one of the few Julio-Claudians never to be deified. 56. And attempts were made to paint him as a tyrant so awful that the subsequent imposition of military rule was entirely justified. Most of Nero's former subjects, apparently, disagreed. Already in Ad 96, we read that even now, everybody wishes Nero were still alive, and the great majority believe that he is. 3 different pretenders claiming to be Nero appeared in the eastern provinces, at least one sparking a widespread revolt. The Parthians kept another as a bargaining chip, and as late as Ad 410, Saint Augustine of Hippo wrote that pagans still insisted Nero was sleeping somewhere, waiting until the time is right to reclaim his throne, just as Christians feared that, though dead, he would rise from the grave as Antichrist. As one biographer writes, the persistent expectation that Nero would return from hiding puts him into the select company of historical figures whom people wanted to return, figures like King Arthur, Charlemagne, Saint Olaf, Frederick Barbarossa, Frederick II, Constantine XI, Tsar Alexander I, and Elvis Presley. The latter, significantly, referred to as the King 57, to which list one might add Cuauhtémoc in Mexico and Tupac Amaru in Peru. Almost every one of these was a figure whose memory his successors had attempted, vainly, to suppress. 2. Becoming the dead. Another way to solve the problem is by declaring oneself the same person as a previous, more famous ruler, or, even more, through a system of positional succession, saying that all kings are effectively the same person. Think of this perhaps as the ultimate extension of martial Salin's kinship or heroic eye, whereby a Maori chief can tell an enemy, "I killed your grandfather," referring to an event that happened many centuries before. Stephanie Daly has argued that the former approach was quite common in the ancient Middle East, where living monarchs could assimilate themselves to more famous antecedents, prototypes of great rulers as, say, Sargon I of Assyria simply took on the name and persona of Sargon of Akkad, or various independently minded queens in the same part of the world all became Semiramis 58. One might say there is a strong form and a weak form of such identification. Almost all kings will play this game in the weak sense, either by identifying with past heroes, or just by all taking the same name. This is why in the High Middle Ages almost all English monarchs were named either Henry or Edward, and France had 16 different kings named Louis. Attempting this strategy in the strong sense of claiming to actually be Sargon, or Arthur, or the last Louis, is relatively rare. All Shilluk wreaths are embodiments of the founder, New Kang, but one reason the Shilluk kingship is considered so interesting and exotic is because they are one of the few to take this principle to its logical conclusion, and even among the Shilluk, it's not as if the historical personalities of individual sovereigns are actually wiped out. In fact, positional succession systems, whereby whoever takes a given office is assimilated to some historical prototype, are much more typical of relatively egalitarian political orders like the 17th/18th century Haudenosaunee, where the characters said to have been involved in the creation of the League centuries before were still very much alive. The firekeeper of the central Onondaga Lodge was always Thaddeau. The roll call of the founders recorded the names of 50 original chiefs who were still present at every League council. But these were societies where there was no real difference between names and titles, since each clan had a fixed stock of names, which could only be portioned out by clan matrons one at a time, and the entire effect seems to be to minimize the scope for personal self-aggrandizement. 59 Kings tend to avoid positional succession for exactly this reason. It might allow them to destroy their ancestors' ability to make a unique name for themselves, but only by the sacrifice of their own. There are few exceptions. Perhaps the most famous is the Luapula Kingdom of Central Africa, whose ruler is always Kazembe, but only because the Luapula dynasty appears to have conquered a group of people who, very unusually for Africa, practice positional succession in their lineages. By far the more common pattern is the weak version exemplified by the medieval notion of the king's two bodies, where the king is a flesh and blood individual, capable of receiving personal allegiance, and an immortal concept at the same time. 3. Outdoing the dead. This one is fairly self-explanatory. We've already seen how even kings who accomplish feats so extraordinary their own ancestors vanish will make up some imaginary rival like Semiramis to compete with. We've also seen how monarchs dealt with the continued presence of mummified ancestors in political life in two very different circumstances. In Peru, where each new Inca had to conquer a new territory to feed their dependents, and in Egypt, where, the Nile Valley being circumscribed and further opportunities for conquest rarely available, the result was an efflorescence of monumental architecture unparalleled before or since. Building monuments, of course, is effective only if one manages to attach one's name to that monument over the long term. It can be difficult to make names stick. As we've seen in the case of Semiramis, if you establish enduring fame however you manage to attain it, you will also tend to get credit for all sorts of monuments you did not build and probably never even touched or saw, in much the way that all witty things said in late 19th century America now tend to be attributed to Mark Twain, or in England, to either George Bernard Shaw or Oscar Wilde, leaving those who actually did say the witty things or build the various earthworks, walls, towers, and cities ascribed to the Queen to languish in obscurity. There is another option I haven't really discussed, however, and that's a hypertrophy of sovereignty itself, in the specific sense of arbitrary destructive power. It is hard to find any other explanation for why, when kings do manage to accumulate enough power that their kingdoms can be called states, basically that tipping point at which kings can be definitively said to win, one of the first things they do is embark on some kind of campaign of ritualized murder. Such massacres include the acts of mass sadism that, as Lewis Mumford used to point out, we so often squeamishly write out of history: the massacres, torture, mutilation, but typically, in this initial phase at least, they can justifiably be labeled human sacrifice. For archaeologists, for instance, it is notorious that the mass slaughter of retainers at the burial of rulers tends to mark the very first stages of the emergence of State 60. It can sometimes escalate to the massacre of entire courts. The phenomenon has been thoroughly documented among other places for early Egypt, Ur, Nubia, Cahokia, China, Korea, Tibet, and Japan, as well as the Moche in Peru, Scythians, and Huns. It has also been documented ethnographically in West Africa, India, and among the Natchez. As the final example makes clear, when one is dealing with kings whose absolute and arbitrary power was largely confined to the circle of their own court, such mass killings might best viewed as a kind of final supernova of sovereignty, but a sovereignty still incapable, for all its blazing out in glory, of bursting through its frames. It's also important to remember these sacrifices were organized not by the former king but by his successor. In this light, it's telling that at least two of the more dramatic cases of retainer sacrifice are in precisely places where later we find dead kings maintaining their own courts and retinues, and competing with the living for a share of the surplus, suggesting one motive might simply be to ensure this did not occur. Instead, in a curious twist, a final display of divine power that ostensibly catapults the ruler into godhood also serves to wipe out the entire human apparatus that had served to, in Audrey Richards' felicitous phrase, keep the king divine. Why, then, does it stop? Ellen Morris suggests that, historically, retainer sacrifice tends to lead to a dangerous game of one-upmanship. Other royal households, or just wealthy and powerful ones, will adopt the practice. Kings will then feel they have to kill even more retainers to assert their exceptional nature. They will also, inevitably, come to measure themselves against former kings. We have some good descriptions of what the process might look like at its peak from the West African kingdoms of Asante, Benin, and Dahomey, as well as Buganda, which seem to roughly approximate, in scale and general tenor, what has been documented archaeologically from Bronze Age China. As the circle of those slated for death expands from intimates, who one can at least imagine gave up their lives voluntarily, to entire courts, to massacres of hundreds or even thousands of prisoners or war criminals, or simply random subjects swept up on the roads, in displays of sheer arbitrary power. The royal funerary process ended with an orgy of killing, called kiwendo, or mass execution, which inaugurated the shrine of the deceased king. Such killings occurred whenever a royal shrine was rebuilt or on the rare occasions when the king visited such a shrine in person. In 1880, Mutsa reportedly had 2,000 people killed at Sunna's shrine after it was rebuilt. The victims, who were peasants traveling to the capital and transporting goods in the service of their chiefs, were captured by the royal police as they approached the narrow bridges leading to the capital. Here, sovereignty does break through its containing frames as part of a curious double game whereby living kings, in an ostensible bid to honor their ancestors, actually vied to outdo them. But the fact of sovereignty exploding its limits and challenging the dead in this way also tended to render it untenable. In many African cases, we find kings remarking on the burden of constantly having to display their vitality through the deaths of others. 61 Mutsa, as it happened, had no such compunctions, but as a result his memory became infamous and after his reign the executions largely ceased. This is what usually happens. In all the cases we know best, at least, once matters reach such a pass, some kind of moral backlash eventually begins to set in. Or popular unrest. Or both. This may lead to abandoning the custom entirely, usually when converting to a world religion. It might lead to gradual adoption of symbolic substitutes, such as the armies of terracotta soldiers in Anyang. It might even lead to a kind of attenuated popularization, where broad sections of the elite adopt the practice but only in carefully limited form. The latter appears to be the case with sati in certain parts of India, where the widows of high-caste men were expected to commit suicide at their husband's funeral. 62 But the fact that the practice spread from rulers' households via warrior castes is certainly suggestive. It also brings home the deep logic of such sacrificial projects, to telegraph, as clearly as possible, that certain lives have value only for the sake of others. Foreign observers often expressed shock at the willingness of many wives, servants, and other intimates of dead kings and grandees to voluntarily follow them to the grave. The high-caste Hindu household where the wife is taught to address and treat her husband like a god, and to throw herself on his pyre, is just a more explicit form of the same logic of self-sacrifice that expects widows in Mediterranean countries to spend the rest of their days wearing black in mourning. But at the same it is also a microcosmic version of the patrimonial kingdom, which, as described by Hocart, is itself seen as a giant household where each social group ultimate exists primarily for its allotted role in feeding, maintaining, and deifying the king. One might go further. Are not these mass ritual killings, especially those that ensue when the violence explodes the framework of the royal household and does become veritable suicide moments when the contradiction between two notions of the relations of king and people, one, the notion of kingdom as household, the other, of the constitutive war, is actually exposed? As always, the sheer arbitrariness, the lack of meaning 63 in the selection of victims who are often swept up entirely at random is itself a way of conveying the absolute nature of royal power. If one cannot kill everyone, the closest one can come is to demonstrate one might kill anyone. This remains true when the massacres are specifically intended to appease royal ancestors, when they are sacrifices to gods, but not to ancestors, when they are directed against witches, or, finally, when they serve no purpose other than to demonstrate the king's absolute power of life and death over his subjects. Whatever the excuse, the same logic of escalation seemed to apply, likely leading to the eventual abandonment of mass killing for fear that the contradictions of sovereignty might eventually destroy the kingdom itself. 64. For reversing the direction of history. Just about all of these expedients, then, are fraught with difficulties, or likely to self-destruct. There is one final approach. One can challenge the logic of sinking status directly, by reframing history not as a story of inevitable decline, but as one of incremental progress. We are used to assuming that the idea of progress is a recent innovation, and that all traditional societies assumed, instead, that they descended from gods rather than having evolved from savages. In fact, a significant number of human societies seem to have held both positions at the same time. As Arthur Lovejoy exhaustively documented for Greco-Roman antiquity, it was nearly universally assumed, by most ancient authors, that humans once lived in caves and subsisted on nuts and berries, before the discovery of the arts and sciences brought about urban civilization. What they differed on, and here they often differed quite sharply, was not the reality of progress, but its moral significance, whether the earliest days of humanity should be considered a golden age, or a time of benighted savagery. Advocates of primitivist and anti-primitivist positions continued to debate the question until Christianity succeeded in temporarily settling matters in favor of Eden for roughly a millennium. These debates are relevant because very often the inventions or discoveries that made civilized life possible were ascribed to kings or gods, but for this very reason, the two categories, kings and gods, often came to overlap. Hecataeus represented the Egyptian gods as great inventors, made kings for their creations, of writing, agriculture, viniculture, and so on. Later Euhemerus was to turn his account into a general theory, arguing that all stories about gods were really memories of kings, queens, and other remarkable mortals, and it became regular practice, even among those who were not outright Euhemerists, to ascribe discoveries to rulers who had gone on to become deities. Semiramis, for instance, was credited by Pliny with the invention of both weaving and certain types of long-hulled ships. China around the same time witnessed similar debates. There, too, was the assumption of a gradual invention of arts and techniques, and the sages who made these inventions and discoveries were frequently represented as monarchs. There, too, a lively controversy about the moral status of technological progress ensued, with Mahists seeing technological and social invention as a rise from savagery, Taoists as a fall from a golden age, and Confucians taking a variety of nuanced positions in between. If all one is doing here is taking stories of the creation of cultural institutions by primordial gods, and transposing them to stories of their creation by primordial kings, the ramifications might not be particularly profound. It still leaves kings of the present day very much in the shadow of their ancestors. In fact, if one represents the founder of one's kingdom also as the inventor of farming, or metallurgy, or music, competition would seem absolutely hopeless. Still, if one sees history, instead, as a gradual and ongoing series of discoveries and inventions as some Hellenistic Greek and later Chinese writers did do, then this at least allows for the possibility of competition, even the possibility of introducing revolutionary innovations in the present day. Perhaps the best way to see it is this: a monarch who considers himself one of a long line of inventors can treat the principle of sovereignty, which allows him to step outside traditional structures and institutions, in the same way as that by which he can step outside law and morality, to make himself a kind of internal stranger king, capable of injecting new infusions of creative power to disrupt existing traditions from within. As a result, and this is what is crucial in this context, it allows a king to both identify himself with an ancient tradition and at the same time to assert his ultimate superiority to them, by laying claim to the cumulative legacy of all their innovations, and his own besides. I've already noted, in Chapter 5, that the history of the Marina Kingdom was conceived along such lines. The Tantara New York Andriana, a 1200-page history and ethnography of Imarina written in the 1860s or 1870s by Marina authors and assembled by a Jesuit missionary named Khalid, represents the history of the kingdom as the progressive invention, discovery, or appearance of key institutions by successive Marina kings. Andriamarana division of game, basic principles of hierarchy. Andriandranalava political oratory. Rafohi, Rangita astrology, first fruits rituals. Andria Mainlo iron weapons, metallurgy, pottery, canoes, circumcision rituals, money and commerce. Rolambo domestication of cattle, sheep, divination, medicine, protective talismans, marriage customs, New Year's festival. Andrianjaka customs of burial and mourning, royal ancestor cult. Andrian Saitaka Trandriana risiculture, irrigation, court etiquette. Andriamasi Navalana legal principles, poison oracle, slavery, additional marriage customs. What's crucial for our purposes is that where in most cases of inventor kings, it's the earliest kings who discover the most important principles and institutions, here it's the three kings in the middle, Andria Mainlo, Rolambo, and Andrianjaka, who are the most creative. These three are in fact represented as marking a dramatic break with those who came before, who are generically referred to as Vazimba, fundamentally uncivilized beings familiar with magic and certain elementary social forms, but innocent of metallurgy and agriculture. There has been a great deal of debate about the exact meaning of this word Vazimba, which nowadays can be used to refer either to an ancestor whose body was never properly buried or whose descendants have forgotten them, and whose spirit thus lurks in wild and watery places, or, in many oral histories, to an aboriginal population driven out by the country's current inhabitants. When early missionaries heard stories about Vazimba, they inevitably assumed they represented some kind of primitive race, possibly pygmies, who had been driven out by the country's current Hova inhabitants, who they assumed to be a wave of later immigrants from Malaysia. This was clearly not the case, and as a result, many contemporary historians have come to discount the stories entirely, suggesting, for instance, that when oral histories speak of earlier rulers as Vazimba, they merely mean that they were buried in lakes or their bodies were otherwise lost. But the matter is slightly more complicated. On the one hand, numerous stories, often from quite early on, actually do speak of wars between Hova and Vazimba, with the former, led by King Andriamainlo, taking advantage of their newly invented iron-tipped spears to put the latter to rout and drive them fleeing to the west. On the other hand, they also insist that Andriamainlo was himself the son. One of the last two Vazimba queens. Sources differ as to which who bear the intentionally unappealing names of Rafohi and Rangita. 65. There is no space here to go into the details. People have spent lifetimes trying to figure these stories out. There are endless traditions with endless subtleties of interpretation, but one thing seems abundantly clear: we are dealing here with a classic Stranger King narrative that's been rewritten. For instance, the father of Andriamainlo, the great inventor, is either not mentioned at all, or treated as completely insignificant. 66. He is spoken of as if the only thing important about him is that he was the child of Rafohi or Rangita. If we consult figure 3, however, it becomes clear what's really happening. 67. There are, in fact, two royal genealogies. 68. The first, the one on the left, stretches back through an unbroken line of fathers and sons to the very earliest days of humanity. Once upon a time, the story goes, one of God's children descended to the earth to play with the Vazimba in the great eastern forests, but was trapped there after being tricked into inadvertently eating some mutton. God punished the Vazimba, who are represented as being primitives, innocent of agriculture or herding, by leaving his son to rule them, and also provided a daughter for him to marry. The fruit of that incestuous union became the royal line. Their tombs trace a steady movement westward from the edge of the forests to the center of the Great Plateau, which was eventually to become the heartland of the Merina Kingdom. The royal line on the right occupied that future heartland all along. So one would imagine that they would normally be the Vazimba line. And indeed some of their descendants are still referred to as Vazimba and occasionally as owners of the land. There are also hints this opposition between forest and interior must have once been central to royal ritual. As explained in Chapter 5, in this volume, at least since the reign of Andrianampuanamirana, there was an elite group with the somewhat daunting title of Vilundriamandreni, drawn from certain privileged ancestries 69, who were charged with maintaining royal tombs, conveying first fruits, and presiding over key events in the life of the royal household. While some of these were ancestries rewarded for having performed some special service for the monarchy, any team of Vilundriamandrini had to include at least one group that lived on the edge of the Great Forest, and one Vazimba group from the Central Highlands. In the diagram above, the Andriampenetra and Zafamami represent the foresters, and the above-mentioned Antahiroka and Talasara are the indigenous owners of the land. 70. These Vilundriamandreni must be carefully distinguished from the Andriana, which means both king and those descendants of royalty who still partake in royal status. Andriana are divided into 7 orders, the oldest being, as the principle of horizontal sinking status would dictate, the lowest in rank. According to traditions, the rank system was reorganized 3 times, by 3 different kings, to add new orders and push the older ones back. Many of the Vilundriamandreni insisted they were really Andriana as well, or had once been, but had been demoted in one of the previous reorganizations. ******. So, originally, there would appear to have been a fairly simple opposition between invading stranger kings and indigenous owners of the land, with the Andryana being the most recent descendants of the first. But at some point, however, something happened. The pieces were rearranged. The two Vazimba queens, Rafohi and Ranjit, are remembered as local ancestors in the old sacred capital of Alasara, were inserted at the end of the first genealogy, and the 3 generations after them were framed as a time of great inventions, when the divine spark already manifest in that line from its origins was seen as bursting out in great feats of often violent creativity. Stories of stranger king invaders became stories of technologically superior creator kings rooting their enemies. Most of the major institutions of Marina society were said to have been invented by, or appeared under, such kings and their companions during the 3 generations immediately following Rafohi and Ranjita, but kings continued to be seen as at least potential inventors. Even those lines that broke off the royal genealogy that continued to be recognized as Andryana were those who were identified with particular technological breakthroughs, writing, metallurgy, and so forth. Crucially, this allowed all rulers before Andrya of any royal line, to be uniformly written off as mere primitives from an earlier historical epoch when Vazimba ruled the land. We don't know precisely when this happened, but most likely it was around the time of that Marina monarchs began reclaiming the vast Batsimatatra marshes surrounding Antananarivo, an enormous project which created thousands of hectares of new land, and, it seems, a reversal of the older system where kings ruled over people, but the indigenous Tampantani or masters of the land still owned the soil. Marina kings began referring to themselves as Tampantani, claiming possession of all land in the kingdom, as an extension of the elementary principle of sovereignty 71, and groups like the Talasara and Antahiroka were stripped of any ritual role in relation to the land they might once have had and reduced to nurturing the royal household and maintaining the royal dead. Whereas in Bali, whose rulers also claim divine origins, kings continually decline from grace, creating a contradiction of vertical and horizontal sinking status. Marina kings in this new version of dynastic history advance, which, if nothing else, means the 2 principles, ascending status for the kings, descending status for everyone who splits off the royal line, are brought in consonance with one another. The progressive ideology helps explain the Napoleonic ambitions of 19th-century Marina kings, who all aspired to become Enlightenment philosopher kings, and how they came to be seen by their subjects above all as playful and obstreperous children. I think it also helps explain how the logic of the royal ancestral cult came to be popularized, culminating in the development of the kind of spectacular mortuary ritual the landscape dotted everywhere with stone tombs, the periodic festivals which draw even urban professionals to flock to the countryside to exhume the bodies of their ancestors and rewrap them with new silk shrouds that the highlands are famous for to this day. The problem the Marina sovereigns faced was above all how to hold their own in the face of the ever-burgeoning, and ever more ancient, legions of the ancestral dead. Even after the magnificent gesture of writing them all off as primitive Vazimba, local people seem to have maintained the cults of their bygone monarchs' tombs, now mixed up with an older conception of Vazimba spirits of lost spirits of the waters and the wild, as the true owners of the land. With the collapse of the monarchy after the French invasion of 1895, every local descent group immediately claimed Tampantani status, insisting they were owners of their own ancestral territories. The overwhelming majority also insisted that their founding ancestors, or Razambe, were themselves of some kind of royal descent. Such claims are not necessarily fabrications. Since there were so many kings and kingdoms over such a long period, and since cognatic descent allows one to trace through either male or female lines, no doubt virtually anyone in Imarina could make such a claim on some basis or another. What did happen to all the collateral lineages that spun off the ruling dynasty before Andrya? We cannot know. The sources are focused almost exclusively on those closest to royalty. But occasionally more obscure groups do come into focus for one reason or another. In 1895, for instance, shortly after French forces had seized the Malagasy capital, there was an insurrection in the lands surrounding Ayavanimamo in which a family of Quaker missionaries were killed. It was spearheaded by a very large dissent group called the Zanakantitra, and for this reason that group, which is not even mentioned in the 1243 pages of the Tantara New York Andriana, came under a degree of sustained attention. Thus we have some idea what the story of a local ancestor might look like around the time mortuary rituals, as they have come to be practiced today, were taking shape. The Zanakantitra claimed to be descended from a line of Andriana that split off from the Zanakandriampenetra, forest dwellers of the Ankaratra Mountains, far to the south of the Marina heartland, the latter, a group which themselves claimed to have split off from the royal dynasty many generations before. 72 Sometime around 1790, they say their ancestor Andrian Sihanka and his family were forced to flee their ancestral lands during a disastrous war and asked for refuge from a certain princess, Rabeo. She agreed to take them in on condition he renounce his Andriana status. Later, even when her husband, King Andrianum Puanamirana, offered to restore his rank, Andrian Sihanka refused, insisting that he preferred not to rule over others. By the 1990s, this story appears to have become a template. The vast majority of rural people insisted their ancestors were, at some point, Andriana. Many insisted they still were. 73 In effect, the country is now populated by the descendants of dozens of little stranger kings, with the result that that same logic of sinking status and the burden of rival rouse, oppressive and ever more numerous ancestors that once haunted the center of power has instead been pushed off onto just about everybody else. 74 We are left with a population struggling with the memories of their own grandparents and great-grandparents through the very tools once deployed against kings, in a kind of generalized war against the dead. Conclusions. This is an essay on the archaeology of sovereignty. It is very much not an essay on the origins of the state. The reader will probably have noticed I barely touch on the subject. This is intentional. Some of the kingdoms discussed in this essay are universally considered to be states, with others, it depends on one's definition, still others, almost no one would consider to be states. Yet for the specific questions I am investigating here, whether or not a kingdom is a state makes very little difference. It seems to me that the state is itself becoming something of a shop-worn concept. Since the mid-20th century there have been endless debates, for instance, about the origins of the state. In fact, when treating with the sort of material I've been treating with here, it often seems to be considered about the only question really worth asking. Such debates almost always assume that the state is just one thing, and that in speaking of the origins of the state one is necessarily also speaking of the origins of urbanization, written literature, law, exploitation, bureaucracy, science, and almost anything else of enduring importance that happened between the dawn of agriculture and the Renaissance, aside, perhaps, from the rise of world religions. From our current vantage, it has become increasingly clear this is simply wrong. The state would better be seen as an amalgam of heterogeneous elements, often of entirely separate origins, that happen to have come together in certain times and places, and now appear to be in the process of drifting apart. One aim of this collection has been to begin to develop a new set of frameworks, and in this essay, I have been examining the notion of sovereignty, which I think to be embedded in what we call divine kingship, in that light. Asking about the origins of sovereignty is very different than asking about the origins of the state. But it is, perhaps, of even greater long-term significance. It might be well to clarify what I mean by sovereignty before turning to my conclusions. At its simplest, the term refers to the power of command. But the power of command is not itself a simple concept. All human languages we know of have imperative forms, and in any society there will be situations where it is considered appropriate for some individuals to tell others what to do. This need have very little to do with larger power structures. It might even to some degree fly in the face of them. In Highland Madagascar, women use imperative forms freely, especially in managing household affairs. It's far more common to see women issuing direct orders to men than the other way around, but such societies can in no sense be considered matriarchies. One of the ways male patriarchs express their authority, in fact, is by their refusal to give direct orders. Malagasy women, when they send children off on errands, or tell their husband to stop drinking and come and help set the table, have little or no means of compulsion at their disposal. In that sense, they are not really issuing commands. What I mean by the power of command is, instead, the ability to issue orders backed up by the threat of punishment. 75. Now, those who live in liberal societies are also used to making a sharp distinction between situations where such commands can be issued arbitrarily, by individuals, say, a dictator, or gangster, and situations where the individual issuing the orders is seen as enforcing a system of rules or laws. This, however, is ultimately a somewhat artificial distinction. First of all, the distinction is blurry at best in practice. Even in the most legalistic order, officials are allowed a degree of discretion over when, how, and whether to issue orders or sanctions, and they are almost always protected from any serious consequences if they do break the rules. A judge or employee of the tax office knows he will never be charged with theft or extortion even if it's found he knowingly dunned money on false pretenses, and a policeman or prison guard knows he will never be charged with murder or assault or even, for that matter, rape, pretty much no matter what he does. As a result, orders given by a dictator, and a traffic cop in a constitutional republic, have far more in common with each other than either do with orders given by someone with no coercive power at all. In theory, of course, the traffic cop is different than the dictator because he has been duly appointed within a constitutional order, following correct procedures even if he may not be following correct procedures when he shoots or arrests someone, but all one is really saying here is that insofar as he can exercise discretion, that is, arbitrary power, it is as an extension of the sovereignty of the government itself. That sovereignty, as Carl Schmitt periodically appears, like some embarrassing uncle, to remind us, consists above all in the ability to set the law aside. It is the ghost of divine kingship still hanging over us. The police who regularly get away with murder are simply exercising that small but lethal bit of royal power that has been delegated to them by its current holder, an entity we refer to as the people. I will return to this point later on. All I want to draw attention to here is that there is a reason the word order has the semantic range that it does. Sovereignty, in the sense of the power to stand outside a moral or legal order and as a consequence to be able to create new rules, to embody chaos so as to impose order, and the power of command, the ability to give orders in the military sense, invariably draw on and partake of one another. This is what I'm referring to when I speak of the principle of sovereignty. Divine kingship simply represents this principle in its purest form. The monopoly of coercive force which Weber so famously attributed to the modern state is its secularization. What I have tried to do in this essay is to develop at least an initial outline, first, of how the principle of sovereignty originally came into being, and, second, of what tends to happen when sovereignty becomes the central organizing principle of political life as it remains almost everywhere today. I want to emphasize that I don't think there was anything particularly inevitable about this development. One could probably make a case that in any complex human society there are likely to be some circumstances in which some people can issue arbitrary commands, that is, unless there is a social consensus that powers of command are wrong and inappropriate. Still, there is an enormous difference between a social order in which sovereign powers appear in some limited circumstances, and one where sovereignty is the dominant organizing principle of social life. Historically, the latter is much less common. In most of the earliest civilizations we know about, for instance, sovereignty does not appear to have played this role. Egypt had its divine king, and so it seems did China, but in the Indus Valley, the Tripoli civilization, even early Mesopotamia for the most part, we see no sign of such a figure, or any other human entity claiming to be either the ultimate source or ultimate arbiter of the legitimate use of force, let alone one that stood outside the legal or moral order and thus claimed to constitute it. 76 Even in classical Greece, at least before Alexander, such powers remained firmly in the hands of the gods. 77 Once the principle of sovereign power takes root, however, it appears to be almost impossible to get rid of. Kings can be killed, kingship abolished, but even then, the principle of sovereignty tends to remain. Therefore, understanding the history of this principle could hardly be more important. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The first conclusion this exploration reached is that while Hogarth's hypothesis of the ritual origins of royal power seems confirmed by or, at the very least, is perfectly consistent with the evidence, the devolution of divine powers onto mortal humans, or, perhaps better said, its breaking out of ritual frames, did not follow a single or a simple trajectory. Most hunter-gatherers we know of have plenty of kings, but they studiously avoid allowing sovereign powers to fall into the hands of mortal humans, at least on any sort of ongoing basis, and usually in any form at all. There seems no reason to believe this was not true in the distant past as well. Societies in which powers of command can only be exercised in ritual contexts have certainly been documented. In many, at least the societies of Central California are one example, but there are other very similar examples in Chile and Tierra del Fuego. These powers do take on aspects of what I'm calling sovereignty, in that those giving the orders make a point of breaking ordinary rules and conventions so as to demonstrate that they stand outside the moral order, can act arbitrarily and with impunity, even make up rules as they go along. But for this reason they are also seen as ridiculous. And the clowns that exercise such powers tend to be the last people who would exercise power of any sort in everyday life. This opens up a specific trajectory, where sovereign powers, while gradually losing their clownish aspects, are nonetheless contained within a specific ritual season or time or year. The alternate trajectory, the one which can lead to full-fledged divine kings and hence ultimately to the modern nation-state, allows sovereign powers to emerge on an ongoing basis. But instead they are confined in space. The actual historical origins of such arrangements remain obscure. Perhaps they always will. The Natchez, the best example of a classic divine kingship we know of in North America, appear at the tail end of a long political history beginning with the peaceful and decentralized Hopewell civilization, based on some kind of ritual Amphictyones, the rise of the vast imperial center of Cahokia, its abandonment and replacement by a number of smaller warring kingdoms, and their collapse and replacement by tribal republics that explicitly rejected the principle of hereditary authority. Whatever the background, the Natchez case illustrates structural features which, I think, can be found in any divine kingship. It might be helpful to list them. The sovereign's origins are external to society. The sovereign remains in a fundamental sense external to society, insofar as he is not bound by ordinary morality or law. All insist on the sovereign's absolute power over the life, death, and property of subjects when physically present. The physical presence of the sovereign is carefully circumscribed. Sovereign and people exist in a fundamental constitutive antagonism, which is paradoxically seen as key to the sovereign's immortality, and transcendent, meta-human quality. In life, this manifests itself adverse sacralization, the imposition of elaborate taboos that deny the mortal qualities of the king, cut him off from regular contact with his subjects, and often, imprison him in a carefully bounded physical space. Such acts of adverse sacralization at the same time often make that village, compound, or palace into a kind of miniature paradise where basic dilemmas of mortal existence can be seen to be at least temporarily or provisionally overcome. Ritual regicide is simply the most extreme form of such adverse sacralization. Consider again the Jewish version of the story of Alexander the Great, where the conqueror almost finds himself trapped forever in the Garden of Eden. It is, in its own way, a perfect expression of the tensions within the concept of sovereignty. In his quest to become a god, the all-conquering king finally attains Eden, and has before him the prospect of finally undoing all the dilemmas of human existence that were a consequence of the fall, but only on condition he be denied all contact with his subjects. In which case, in what sense is he a sovereign? This dilemma was perhaps formulated most explicitly in the Greco-Roman world. Since the classical gods were so obviously figures of desire, they were not merely meta-humans, at least in literature, they were always represented as just human enough that worshippers could imagine what it might be like to themselves embody such a principle forever, even if such a dream could only inspire permanent frustration. Hence their notorious envy of human happiness, whose full achievement would mean they would no longer exist. It is significant, I think, that such pantheons were, in both Greece and Rome, largely created in the wake of the collapse of systems of divine kingship. In that sense, the euhemerists were right, they are gods inspired by humans aspiring to be gods. Since one cannot actually become a Greek god, and since return to a prelapsarian state is neither possible nor desirable, the absolute victory of kings only creates another set of problems: how to deal with the burden of one's own ancestors insofar as those ancestors have succeeded in finding a way to attain at least partial immortality. The second half of this essay, the bulk of it, actually is an outline of some of the difficulties dynastic monarchs can create, and some of the strategies latter-day monarchs have adopted to deal with such difficulties. None of these strategies are completely effective, but they help explain some of the apparently irrational aspects of many early kingdoms, from the frenetic expansiveness of the Incas, or monument building of early Egypt, to systematic massacres of royal courtiers that followed so many early sovereigns' deaths. What does all this have to say about our situation in the present? As I have said, the principle of sovereignty is still with us. Once it becomes the organizing principle of social life, anywhere, it tends to prove extraordinarily difficult to uproot. Few, at this point, seem to be able to imagine what it would mean to uproot it. This is partly because some of the elements we are discussing here are elementary structures of human social existence that will always be present in human life in one form or another. There will always be a tendency for those who successfully violate norms and conventions, particularly violently, to be seen either as divine, or as buffoons, and sometimes both at the same time, as Achille Mbembe has argued of African kleptocrats, and one might just as easily say of European heads of state like Silvio Berlusconi or American ones like Donald Trump. The only way we could really make sure such buffoons never gain systematic coercive power over their fellows is to get rid of the apparatus of coercion itself. The logic of sacralization and abstraction, adverse and otherwise, will probably always be with us as well, though for the moment at least elites have done rather well at minimizing its adverse aspects. Still, sovereignty in the form we have it now is a very specific thing with a very specific history. To take the story down to the present day would, no doubt, require another book or at the very least another overlong essay. But it might be well to end with at least an outline of what it might be like. This book, focusing as it does on divine kingship, has had relatively little to say even about axial age kingship, that is, the kind that became prevalent in the core regions of Eurasia after, say, about AD 500. The appearance of the great world religions, which, as I've said, emerged largely as a popular reaction to the increasingly cynical, materialist basis of early axial age kingship, led to endlessly complicated theological debates about the status of worldly monarchs in China, India, and the Christian and Muslim worlds. Francis Oakley has mapped out some of the complexities of Christian thought on the subject, much of it focusing on which person of the Trinity the king or emperor most resembled. These were crucial in negotiating the balance of power between church and temporal authorities in a time and place where sovereignty was, as the saying goes, parcelized, that is, broken up and distributed in an endless variety of often contradictory and overlapping ways. Modern nation-states, of course, are based on the principle of popular sovereignty, that is, that since the age of revolutions at the end of the 17th century and beginning of the 18th, the power once held by kings is now ultimately held by an entity called the people. Now, on the face of it, this makes very little sense, since who else can sovereign power be exercised on but the people, and what can it possibly mean to exercise a punitive and extra-legal power on oneself? One is almost tempted to conclude that the notion of popular sovereignty has come to play the same role that Enlightenment critics and conservative defenders of the Church both argued that the mystery of the Trinity had played in the Middle Ages. The very fact that it made no sense rendered it the perfect expression of authority, since a profession of faith then necessarily meant accepting that there was someone else far wiser than you could ever be. The only difference, in that case, would be that the higher wisdom of archbishops has now been passed to that of constitutional lawyers. 78. Still, I think, the reality is a bit more complicated. The people being referred to in the notion of popular sovereignty is a rather different creature than the kind that face off against Chilic or Malagasy kings. I suspect it is a product more of empires than of kingdoms. I also suspect that empires the kind that gave birth to the modern notion of the nation-state, anyway, are quite different from the galactic polities described in this book, however much the latter might often superficially resemble them. What I am speaking of here are empires that are not, like so many kingdoms, essentially voluntary arrangements dressed up in antagonistic terms, but arrangements genuinely rooted in military conquest, or converting voluntary arrangements into those ultimately founded in force. No ongoing human relation is ever founded exclusively on force, of course, but still, it was when the Athenian demos declared that its allies were no longer free to leave the alliance, lest their cities be attacked, that the Delian League became the Athenian Empire. There is something interesting about such arrangements. They are rarely, if ever, simply a matter of a royal dynasty imposing itself on an ever greater array of conquered peoples. Many in fact do not begin as kingdoms at all, but as republics, alliances of nomadic clans, and so on. 79 If they congeal around a single emperor, of necessity a stranger to most of those he governs, he may well trace his origins to wandering heroes from distant realms, in good stranger king fashion, but the key structural feature of any true empire is not the emperor, but the existence of a core population that provides the heart of its military, whether Akkadians, Han, Mexica, Romans, Persians, Franks, Tatars, Russians, Athenians, Amhara Tigray, or French. As a result, and this is crucial, I think a degree of sovereignty is, effectively, vested in the imperial nation itself. These are for this reason the first nations properly so called. This leads to a complex political struggle where conquered peoples increasingly come to define themselves in national terms as well. Thus do empires become the nurseries of nations, and ethno-linguistic groups that see their destiny as bound, in some sense, with the real or imagined apparatus of rule. This is not a story we can tell here. But it underlines just how much the apparently exotic tribulations of bygone monarchs still find their echoes in forms of ultimately arbitrary power that still surround us, like so many bruised and indignant deities, in national politics to this day.